Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Duck. It's a double kill to the Rengar of all people. Splyce clean house. Double kill over to Tabs. Can Cabochard get away from this one? It doesn't look like it. A triple kill for Tabs.
But Betsy playing safe the mid lane. Not going to take the disrespect here. Just flashes in onto Cacao. It's going to get him in the end.
Fnatic at 27 minutes. Obliterate Giants. And Fnatic pick up the first win of the Spring Split.
Hello and welcome to Berlin on this snowy Saturday afternoon. We're at the tail end of Week 3 of the EU LCS 2017 Spring Split, the final day of matches within Groups A and B before the next phase of intergroup competition begins. Earlier today, we saw Splyce at Origen setting up on stage for their matches today. This one's going to be pretty fire, you can imagine. Leduc standing there, backing up Tabs on the keyboard support position. Of course, good afternoon, I'm Daniel Dracos, joined at the analyst desk by James Stress O'Leary and Vitality's top lane, Lucas Cabochard Simon Mele. Yes, got it. Pronunciation. Well, we struggled with this in rehearsal, if you're wondering the context. Welcome, Cabo. It's good to have you here. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, I guess. Yeah, we're like back from the lose yesterday and keep moving forward.
Yeah, so before we move any further forward, I'm curious to talk to you about that match from yesterday. You know, you had a really strong game 1 coming out, didn't really function so well in games 2 and 3, and what were your feelings on that series overall?
Yeah, I think we played the competition game 1 pretty well, like just to siege bot lane with Origen, and then the very poke was really strong. And then, yeah, we saw game 2 and 3, we had the communication mistake, and like, yeah, right now we are still a lot to improve on. And like, yeah, I think it's important to peak at the right moment, like we learned it the hard way 1 year ago. And like, it doesn't really matter if we are bad at the start of the season, we're gonna keep getting better, I guess, and like week 8, 9, and playoff, that's the time we need to be relevant.
One thing we've been talking about is the drafting for Vitality seems to have improved. How has it been with the new coach, Origen? How is he kind of settling into his role with your team?
Yeah, I think definitely the draft has been better. Like, I guess it was pretty hard to adapt to a new system, like new bans, maybe champion pool. And like, right now, yesterday the draft was really good. And in scrims as well, we can see that we know what are the best champions right now when we start playing the comp well. So improvement, that's been really good.
Yeah, good to hear those improvements kind of across the board. It's slow to start, but glad to hear that you guys kind of have your eyes on the prize moving forward. But before we get into today's matchup, let's take a look at some of the news. Quick shot, what have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Dracos. I'm Trevor Cookshire-Henry. We're going to start off taking a look at some of the group standings. Before we jump into the last day of games here in Week 3, let's start where the obvious would, in Group A. Misfits, I think they're looking pretty good. They're sitting near the top of the table, 3 wins and 1 loss, sitting just behind G2, who are currently undefeated at 4-0. Now, yesterday, G2 Esports, they destroyed Giants. They picked up a perfect game to start the series. That's the first time that we've seen that in over a year, and it was because of exceptional performances from G2 like this. If you keep your eyes to the right of your screen, Mithy's gonna flash in, get the roots down, get the Stranglethorns, and Sven, untouched the entire fight. Expect goes on to do a great taunt flash, and G2 close out game 1 perfectly. Mithy, however, in the post-game discussion was very critical of their mistakes, even in a perfect game, saying that there was room for improvement. Let's turn our attention to Group B, where the Unicorns of Love still sit undefeated. They've trampled everybody in their way at 4-0. They brute force team fights, they have great player skill, they showed development in their macro strategy this weekend, and of course, right behind them is H2K. H2K took down Cabochard and Vitality yesterday 2-1, but it was a scrappy series. H2K not super clearly masters throughout the series. Taking a look at this team fight, ROCCAT gets himself into a 1-on-2 with his Rise, ends up winning the 1-on-2, and Vitality, yes, they did pick themselves up a game win, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough for the series. Deficio said the words, it's the year of ROCCAT. Not quite yet, my friend. They did lose the series. It was map pressure. It was sieging power like this that allowed H2K to close out the first round of the group round robin with 3 series wins to 1 loss. We've covered the top of the table, a little bit of the middle of the table. Let's look a little bit lower down. That brings us to our matchups today for the last games. Of course, later, ROCCAT will be taking on Fnatic. ROCCAT are still looking to pick up their first series win of the year. And in a few minutes' time, Origen will be playing against Splyce. Origen are looking for their first game win. That's right, they're currently 0-6 on the spring split. They don't even know what a dead Nexus looks like on the other team. So I got a question for the analyst desk. Will Origen be able to take down a Splyce Nexus and end those 0-2s?
I mean, I think it's a very good question, and honestly, it looks very grim overall for Origen right now. But Cabo, you've played against this team. I kind of wanted to get your perspective. What are the chances that Origen have in this matchup versus Splyce?
I don't know. To win a game, maybe they can win a game. Like, to win the series, it's going to be more complicated. Like, they have good players. Like, they have shown they can control well the early game against the series against UL and H2K, but it takes a bit more to snowball it and, like, win the game.
And I think the most interesting thing about having a decent early game that we saw out of Origen is coming into the split mostly with rookies on the lineup, mostly challenger players. To have a good early game is actually fairly rare, and that's a bit of an accomplishment, but not quite enough on its own. There is one player that stands out that is not a rookie. He's had a lot of experience. Wisdom has been one of the saving graces for Origen. He's been carrying a lot of the early game, and I think this is actually the type of game where against Trashy, maybe he can have a platform to build a good early game again for Origen.
Well, for me, he feels sort of like a double-edged sword because as often as he is kind of pulling ahead and finding these big advantages, he also tends to get maybe a little over-aggressive, a little over-assertive in some of these situations. So, Cabo, do you think that Wisdom is the strongest member of this lineup right now? Do Origen need to play around him? What should the strategy be here?
I don't know if the strongest member, but I think he's playing good. Like, but the thing is, on his 6 games, he's played 3 times on RECSI, which is maybe like the top-tier champion, and then when it's out, he falls off to champion like Ekarim or Olaf. So again, we'll see if they pick up like Kha'Zix or Rengar if it's not banned today, and then see where it goes from there.
Well, curious to see how Origen performs. But of course, on the opposite side of the table, we have Splyce, and Splyce already dropping a lot of games in a way that we really didn't expect. So I'm curious, what is it going to take for Splyce to win here, and what's going to happen if they lose here, more importantly?
For Splyce to win, they should be playing at the level we came to expect from Summer Split fairly easily, and they are the most disappointing team to me so far after 3 weeks of play because, you know, without any roster changes, we expected them to come in, play at exactly the same level. Trashy is not up to the standard that we came to know from him in the Summer Split. And honestly, if Splyce don't 2-0 this series with relative ease, I think there are still quite a few major problems that they have to overcome over the next few weeks.
Now, Kyle, I'm curious of your impression here. Is it fair to say that Splyce have not met expectations here? What did you and Vitality really expect from Splyce at the start of the season?
Yeah, I guess it's fair to say. Like, I'm not in the best spot to say that about them since we got 2 like 1 week ago. But yeah, I guess since they haven't changed any player in the roster and like they were pretty strong in Summer Split, we expected them to be much higher, but once again, it's only 3 weeks in, so we're going to see later. Maybe more time to improve. A similar story for Vitality, see how these teams ramp up. But, you know, still, I think for Splyce fans have to be hoping to find a win today. And on the opposite side of the table, Origen fans, maybe even desperate at this point to pull something out as it's been a real struggle. So before we toss it over to the casters, predictions, we'll start with you, Stress. Who's going to take the series? How's it going to go? 2-0
Splyce. I think if Origen pull out a miracle here, this is the saving grace of jumping above the other teams at the bottom of this group. But I don't see it happening.
All right, Cabo, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, probably 2 as well. Like, maybe they're going to win 1 game, but yeah, it's probably going to be 2-0 for Splyce.
Looking pretty grim, pretty grim. All right, well, we'll hold out hope for Origen. We'll see how the series unfolds. We'll see if Origen can redeem themselves in this matchup against Splyce. Let's head over to the caster desk to get this game started.
Thank you very much, Dracos. I've teleported to the caster desk where I'm joined by Mitch Crepo of Forceballs to bring you this match between Origen and Splyce.
I was always here. I've been waiting.
I know. I'm sorry. I kept you waiting. It's my bad. Let's take a look down the rosters with their last chance to record a win in their group for this stage of the split. It is Origen with Sartorius in the top lane, Wisdom in the jungle, Nahyun in the mid lane, Tabs, ADC, Hiva their support, and their coach Leduc. Origen have picked blue side for game 1 of the series.
Yeah, definitely agree with the side choice. Blue leaves you a lot more flexibility, can give you comfort picks, and you're obviously not forced to ban out those kind of OP champions. And it's the best hope for Origen. They need to look for a strong early game and maybe hit Splyce right there.
Now we'll see if they can impact the game. Their opponent, Splyce, starting on the red side with Wonder in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Sin cuts the mid lane, Cobby and Mickey AD carry and support, and their coach, Yamato Cannon. For Splyce, it's been a slow start to the year.
Yeah, slow starter. Cabochard talked a little bit about this on the desk. You don't necessarily need a fast starter. Cabo's like, yeah, we're just hoping to peak late. That's why we're bad now. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think you can be good now and peak late. But in terms of hope, it's still the same story for Splyce here. But we have to go back to our expectations before the split. And we had a little bit of higher expectations of them. We expected more refined communication, better macro play, and they are struggling in both those departments right now. But that is nothing they can't fix. If they go back to their old routines, in 1 or 2 weeks, they could be just like the summer split Splyce.
Yeah, the question is, how quickly can Splyce turn this around? You know, this is the last game now in the regular group stage, and then they start cross-group play. Down 1 win, 2 losses. That is not what Splyce were hoping for.
Definitely not, but then the other question is this game going to be indicative of whether they have turned it around or not? Origen is, by all means, a weaker opponent.
All right, weaker opponent, but maybe with nothing to lose. Maybe that's where Origen can bite back. As you mentioned, Crepo, blue side, you get those target bans, Jace and Ivan taken off the table. Rengar, LeBlanc, you anticipate Camille to be the last one for Splyce.
I love how the weeks evolve, or even within a week, the pick and ban kind of changes, and you want to get one OP without giving too much OP power to the other side. And that right now is looking for a first pick Kha'Zix on the side of Origen, and then basically saying, nah, I don't really like you playing Varus, I don't like you playing Ivern here in that matchup. They don't really care about the support center unless a weird ban happens.
Weird ban indeed. Malzahar from Splyce, it allows Camille to go through. I actually think Origen have banned blue side Camille in the past.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's why Splyce attempted to let it through.
Also, Splyce have to react, right? If they don't think the trade is worth it, giving the opponents Kha'Zix and only getting maybe mediocre value in return, Zyra plus X, they can say, you know what, you get strong pick, but look what we get. We get the S-tier jungler that remains between Rengar, Ivern, and Kha'Zix, and we also get the best support right here while banning out that Malzahar Crux pick from Hiva. That is something you can do against weaker teams. They don't have the most refined champion pools. They so very often rely on inferior picks all the time because it's much more comfortable for them. Yeah. They don't know how to play the meta just as right, so they resort to comfort picks, which Hiva has done in the past with the Malzahar.
Has indeed done, and talking about some of those comfort picks, Trashy himself has to step up. He's not looked super comfortable this split. You know, we had much higher hopes for Trashy's impact in the mid to late game. He's going to get his hands on Kha'Zix. We've seen what Kha'Zix can do in the early game. Origen, they've locked in Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and so the start of the draft looks like, ooh, Origen, they get Camille. But then look what they have to pick up on second rotation. A Rek'Sai jungle on Wisdom with his kind of shallow champion pool. Cabochard hinted at it on the desk. It's okay, but it's not the best champion here. And then the MF counter pick into Zyra. On paper, very strong, but you have to play it well. And that is where we have seen Hiva and Tab struggling, both in the synergy department and just raw laning prowess.
Mechanical decision-making and synergy. That's what we'll keep track of once we get to the laning phase.
Not that it's hard to play, though.
Yeah.
It's really just press E 5 times per minute, and then you're good. You run out of mana, go back to base, come back. It's like what gets. It's like a flowchart. Can I E? Yes. Should I E? Yes. Well, press E. You are now graduated at the School of MF Support.
Oh, I like that. Can I press E? I'm going to keep my eyes on that. Taking a look, it's actually going to be an ADC ban here for Origen. Ashe is gone. Varus is still, he was banned in the first rotation, so Jhin is the last rotation. Cobby has played that 4 times already, actually, his most played.
This could actually be a flex. 7.2 Metal. This might actually be a flex if they ban out Jhin right now. And then I would actually appreciate Origen's drafting here. Because Splyce is going into second ban phase with all the AD carries open and first pick. So they expected to at least get one. Because if Origen just ban Ashe, they will pick up Jhin. But if they just now ban both, and Origen have picked in the MF's AD carry, they may actually have a leg up in the draft.
Ooh,
that could be cool. Yeah, there we go. It's MF AD carry, I think.
Okay, MF AD carry.
Might be.
If that ends up being the case, then what does Hiva run into the Zyra support? You know, we've touched a lot on sort of that counter. Hiva has played a number of things. He's played the Karma a bunch in the past, still available, and Cobby's going to get a comfortable pick in Caitlyn, something he's played a lot in the past.
I think they're still essentially worth flexing it. If Cobby didn't pick his AD carry here, then they would have maybe picked away to Caitlyn, then they had a range advantage on Caitlyn plus MF support. Right now, they're going to see, do I want to lane MF into this Caitlyn, yes or no? and then they can decide. So it actually has a lot of value right now as a flex pick, but we've yet to see it really played.
All right, so we've touched a lot on sort of a lot of the other lanes. What is Senkax considering in this mid lane? I see a lot of AD damage early to mid, obviously. Mickey Zyra will get more AP as the game scales, but Talia?
Yeah, Talia is the first thing that comes up for me because Syndra's banned, Oriana's banned, they're kind of the safe picks. We see LeBlanc off the board. There is always that Ryze that is still open, super strong pick. Cassio Ryze matchup is debatable. It's a skill matchup, but based on how Nahyun has been playing, I think you can pick anything into him.
And Fishy Business sniffed out at the start. Crepo, Misfortune, AD carry.
And again, it wasn't necessarily decided as an AD carry, but I think the power of the flex pick came through, especially in catching Splyce off guard by banning both Ashe and Jhin. And now the Varus ban makes so much more sense. It was kind of hidden in the fact of, no, we're just not giving you Varus on first rotation. And then turns out Splyce valued other picks earlier because they were forced to lock in their favorite kind of Shen pick, and then a strong jungler, etc. So they kind of got surprised, I think, by this MF AD carry.
So MF AD carry plus Cassio, a lot of short range, the exception of that bullet time maybe on the side of Origen. Corki mid lane, something that Senkax has played a lot of splits. It's becoming more and more meta, isn't it?
I like it. I love Corki mid overall because it has a hard time like losing matchups, especially at 6. Even if you're slightly behind, you always have clear. I think Cassio seems to have like better traits though. Like if we run like a trade scenario in our heads, it feels like level 3. If you sidestep Phosphorus Bomb somehow, you're gonna definitely win those trades.
Twin Fangs over and over and over. We'll see exactly how Nahyun handles this matchup.
Now I really hope Origen gets a win here, and I hope Leduc has a bonus for victory in his contract, because then he can buy a new tie. Because I'm not a fan of the Leduc tie. Look at it. It's a monstrosity.
It's on branding. It's on branding. You know, sometimes you need to just maintain that image.
Yeah, I guess it worked. We're talking about ducks right now.
We're in a new year, and you've not worn a tie once. I mean, I think one showdown out of 6. I'm really disappointed. The tie master.
Yeah, we don't talk about it.
No, exactly. It's problems. Yesterday, you weren't on the show, and there was a lot of panic backstage. Like, who's going to fix the ties? I couldn't do it. That was for sure.
Yeah, it's actually quite sad. Nobody can actually tie a tie here.
I know. You seriously are like master tier. But we're going to bring back to the team compositions on your screen. Guys, jump onto Twitter. #OGWin, #SpyWin. Both of these teams really desperate for wins. Splyce, 1 series win, 2 series losses.
Who would have a bigger blow brought to them if they lose here? Because that's actually interesting, because Origen, like, at this point, they may as well be used to losing rather, whereas Splyce, if they go 1-3 in their opening group stage versus expectations versus reality.
I think the fact that Vitality is 1-3, you would then have 3 teams at 1-3. So I think it's more impactful for Splyce if they lose this, because then you've got this clear 1-2, and then the rest of the team's fighting for that final playoff spot.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a good solution to that question. We have a minor issue here with Senkax's mouse. Obviously needs that rapid movement to play Corki. Very hard champion to play.
Is there a high IQ button on Corki?
No, I think you can play Corki mid by binding Phosphorus Bound to scroll up and Rockets to scroll down, and I think you can just rest your left hand. If you just have like a knee-jerk reaction for Valkyrie, I think you can actually play with one hand.
Trying to remember at All-Star when Faker and Bjergsen were playing together, who was on the mouse? Was it Faker on the mouse and Bjergsen on keyboard?
Yeah.
That was tough because he had no real impact at all.
He's just like pressing buttons.
Yes.
It's like, I'm helping Faker, guys. Look at me. I am responsible for this elo. Yeah, that's how supports feel when they play Janna.
Yeah. Yep, pretty much.
It's
actually.
like, I can shield you now, I can shield you in 2 seconds. Look at all these choices I have.
And that's why we don't see Janna right now. No, not really. Camille, Sartorius. Now, week 1, Origen actually banned Camille on blue side. That's always like a big indicator.
Yeah, multiple times. They kept going for the Camille blue side ban, and that usually indicates that you can't play the champion. They now have much more practice. It's still a risk leaving her open, but teams seem slightly more comfortable doing it, especially as the pick and ban meta evolves. You will always have this. When you have very stale purple side bans, we saw this in the Worlds meta where I think Darius and Zillion and etc. were broken OP. Eventually teams find a way to do the right bans on blue side to really put you in a bind. And that's when you need to start being flexible and leaving up some of these OP picks, or leaving them all open and throwing a curveball. It's like, yeah, which one do you want?
And I mean, this time around, Splyce managed to get Kha'Zix and Zyra.
Yeah.
And the cost, of course, was Camille. So I really like to see the impact of those first rotation
I've listened to your cast.
Yes, thank you.
You talked about it with the Visual, how you like tracking the impact of these picks.
It's especially important in a game like this because yesterday, the Shen into Camille matchup, is something that was demonstrated, and it was won by H2K over Vitality. And now Wonder and Splyce have to do exactly the same thing in exactly the same scenario.
Definitely. It will be interesting to track. Wonder is he's just a smart player, so he will be able to do that. We have to see if Sartorius also just goes a little bit too aggressive. Because when you're in a losing team, sometimes you just want to be the guy that swings the early game open. Yeah. And risks may bring rewards, but they also may bring failure.
Yeah, risks. Double-edged sword, isn't it? Can get you ahead, can get you behind. We are loading onto the Rift. That mouse has been swapped out for Senkax. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Origen versus Splyce.
TT Tours.
There we go. All of the towers still very healthy at the start of the game. No surprises to anybody there.
And look at that. I hope this wasn't pre-recorded.
Oh.
If it's actually an Infernal.
Cripper.
It is.
Infernal Drake first.
Yeah.
That is on fire as we start off game 1 here on Saturday.
Wow, yeah, I'm truly getting the best, the best quick shot material here.
It's all right. I'm saving the best for later. Don't you worry. It goes downhill, I promise. Double exhaust on both sides. I think with the amount of damage that can come down and
you don't run Ignite anymore. I mean, you can get one single link kill, and even then you can't really capitalize on them. Especially with how proficient the teams are getting at swapping around on the map right now. Whenever we see bot lanes finally get an edge, the other lane just disappears and it goes top.
Clever evolution as teams are starting to now play the map later as well.
Yeah. I mean, let's delve into some of these lanes then. Since I'm on the desk, it's always going to be bot lane first. The MF 80 carry, it's just super strong because of the lethality. Look at the first buy as well. When you're playing against the poke support, you want to kind of go longsword 3 potions. That has been an evolution that's been here since week 2. That means that you can push for, I think, 4th wave, roughly 25 CS. You should have the gold necessary to then upgrade to Serrated Dirk. And at that point, you have a really strong power spike. You have good early trades with Nami. You may still get pushed in, because traditionally MF isn't that great into Caitlyn because of the range disparity. But she is good against Zyra because she can one-shot plants. A Q pop-up can just instantly kill the first plant, or the double bounce kills 2 plants at once.
So let's see if Tabs can pull that one off though. Getting that double up to it, but you can see the plants instantly being pushed forward.
Yeah, look at the focus on the minions here. Obviously, Mickey and Kobe are veterans in that bottom lane. Trade minions first, trade champions later. And it also changes the harass pattern for Hiva. He can't walk up aggressively, because that will happen.
And that's why Caitlyn, or MF into Caitlyn, is not a super favorable
Not yet.
match.
You need to be able to slow them down. And look, Tabs is trying to CS frantically. Hiva got poked too much. And you see the inexperience with this bot lane. They're not playing together. They're not predicting what's going to happen. They learn that they will get poked if they walk up by walking up. You should do that in scrims.
Should know that in scrims. And I think some credit to Kobe. Seems to be weaving those auto attacks in between waves. He's caught every CS as well. So a lot of credit to this, at least level 1, level 2. But it has to snowball further. That pressure has to keep up, doesn't it?
And jungler is very, very standard here. Top side, they both got a leash, so we know where they started. There's no Ivern unpredictability on which side of the map he starts, which means with the Scarlet Grab and then the Ward and Tri-Brush, Mickey and Kobe now have the liberty to keep playing this push war. I don't think we'll see much happen here in this bottom lane until the Serrated Dirk buy, so we can move the focus to other lanes.
And there we go. Sartorius jumping onto Wonder. Tactical sweep in reverse, and Sartorius gets that passive shield, but Wonder under so much pressure. Look at the minimap. Wisdom's making his way up.
Yeah, if Wisdom can get up there for the classic level 3 dive that we saw in long gone days like Season 3, the Ignite Renekton days, this could swing open the matchup. He's actually trying to find the enemy jungler first. Trashy.
Ooh,
Trashy. Camps. Has the path top to defend. But this is good for Splyce because you know you're not getting dove right now. So I feel like Wisdom, maybe slight pathing ever, maybe it's greedy to go for that dive, we don't know. But Sartorius at least is playing with knowledge of where the jungler is.
Definitely a lot of damage. Kobe gets caught by the Aqua Prison, but he's able to trade backwards, and Tabs can't trade. He's farming.
He walks up, he's like, too late. I'm just going to get poked and walk back to my turret. So there's no synergy on the timing of the bubble. I mean, it's already hard to land a bubble, but you got to land it when your AD carry can punish it, otherwise it's wasted.
Wonder throws down that Spirit's Refuge, but still under pressure. I'm taking a look. Doran's shield, TP is up, and Trashy's waiting in the wings, while Wisdom is now moving towards the mid lane.
And this is the crucial point. Can he dodge the gank?
All right, we're about to find out. Trashy's level 4, going to make his way in. Sartori's got enough mana for the hook shot.
Good.
Trashy
You can fight him.
leaps
You can fight him
forward.
with minions, actually.
Good
I think
damage.
he should have fought him right there. Because 6 minions and a cannon, that's a champion's worth of damage, so you're essentially fighting 2v1.
Well, on the bright side, now Wonder's, all of that pressure has been relieved.
Yeah, good wave control. You push in early, you find a jungler, then you let it bounce. As the wave is bouncing, you're losing very few creeps overall. Look at Sartorius. Prime position to pick it up, and now he has the wave control again. Because this will push out, and he can stack a wave and make it so that he always has kind of allies with him. which means Wunder can never fight him. So this is good wave control, good start for Orgi, especially on the side of Sartorius.
Right, so Sartorius showing some mastery of the Camille in lane. But we need to see how the team interacts with that champion. Yesterday, Vitality weren't really able to capitalize on that side lane pressure. And that's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, 1-3-1 is just generally hard to play, especially because you need a lead to do it. Look at it, Kobe is just keeping his range advantage. That's Caitlyn's main strength. So if Hiva wanted to do what he just did, he would need Tabs to do exactly that before, right? Tabs slows him down, so the range disparity disappears, then Hiva can poke. But these guys are now working together as a unit. They're not calling up and down at the start. This is like one of the main like communication tricks you could do in the bottom lane, is you basically tell each other up. Then you both walk up and then down. And then like you don't need to say like use X or Y spells, but it's definitely that they're struggling with it right now.
Did you feel that Kobe and Mickey were much more in synergy in terms of how their poke pattern was running, and or was just Kobe just being Caitlyn?
Yeah, no, they were more in synergy because they practiced during Summer Split. This is something you develop over many games of duo queue and just scrims overall, but it's still quite hard. But at the same time, there's no CS advantage, so it doesn't really matter what happened.
Yeah, some kudos to Tabs there. Managing to farm under pressure. Let's step back. We've touched a lot on the individual players, but you know, for Origen, in week 2, they had the 9th highest amount of kills scored, so second last.
Yeah.
They had the most deaths per game. They had the least assists per game. Now they went 0-2, you know, 0-4 rather, and they're really, really struggling in every single metric when it comes to decision making, when it came to pick and bans. And this is now where Origen have to try to turn this one around. 6.5 minutes in, the laning has started okay. It
started okay, but it's obviously not the point where they usually falter. They've had some bad matchups here and there, but the crucial period will be from 9 to like 15 minutes, I think. Because that's where teams start hitting level 6 and there's more variables to take into account. Roaming support, jungle ganks, power spikes, item buys, etc.
Actually, that's especially important with the special delivery and the Stand United. Both going to become available very soon. Wonder, I think, actually stepped out of that tactical sweep. Hook shot, flashed away from. Respect from Wonder.
That's the flash. There's a cool interaction you can do with the second part of that hook shot. You can carry over the stun particle if you flash after it. So I want to see if Sartorius has mastered that, because then they could technically set up 100% gank. There's also nobody can knock Camille out of her ulti, because that's the way you stop it. If you play like an Alistar support, you knock her out, the bonds break and the person trapped inside can actually walk out.
That's important to note, because there's 4 squishy targets on Splyce.
Oh, yeah.
So anybody that Sartorius singles out, the expectation is they should be able to be deaded.
And remember, Jarvan MF back in the day, you would put one guy in a cage and then just put the bullet time on him. That's what they want to do right now. They focus on either Trashy or Senkux, and then Tabs, all has to do is press R. And then you really enjoy play League of Legends.
The new baby cage.
Yep. Ooh, look at that double up. This is why MF is so disgusting though, because you can't harass her very much so after a single item, because she gets lethality, which is buffed. Her Q gets more damage if it kills a minion. It's so easy to kill those back minions, so you just always have this implied zone on this MF AD carry.
And that's what Tabs is using to stay relevant in farm. I mean, 8 minutes of pressure under the tower, no assistance yet, and it's not hurt him. We caught a glimpse of Senkux grabbing the blue buff.
Yeah.
We've not looked at Nahyun versus Senkux really at all. They're even on CS. They continue to trade, but it's really, in my opinion, when Senkux starts to roam first with that package, that things become very interesting.
It's when they're doing right here what they're doing. Setting up the rotation to bot side. That has been Splyce's go-to to break open a game. So they'll push mid, have a control ward right there, and fall. This is also where we've seen failure come out from some of the weaker teams. Now Trashy's going for aggressive invade. Look, Mickey's with him. And this is all the precursor to that roam bot. I think Wisdom got it because Trashy smoke just a tad too early. 47 health remained. And Wisdom picked up a red buff.
All right, so a little bit of challenge there from Trashy and Mickey, but it doesn't really result in anything. Wonder decided to teleport back to top lane. He's got himself the Ninja Tabite, cloth armor, and that Ruby Crystal, but Sartorius already chunked Wonder down to, what, 30% of his hit points?
Yeah.
That's tough.
If Origen can find a way to get a deep ward, they can actually outplay this bottom lane, because if Hiva gets level 6, puts the wave down into a bubble, it's guaranteed CC. And, or if Tabs just presses R, because it takes 2 seconds for Mickey X to actually knock somebody up. Bullet time is 3 seconds. Like, 2/3 of the damage usually is enough to kill somebody, so it's really hard for Zyra to kind of play into MF.
Especially because Tabs is doing so well at poking down Kobe. You know, Kobe, again, low HP, low mana, no consumables. The double up spam is working, but the cost here, the tower. Tower First Blood, so juicy as we get close to 10 minutes here for Splyce.
And the vision. The entire river is warded by Splyce. So that's a pathway where every time Corki steps into a brush, everybody at Origen is going to take a step backwards. Like, yeah, I don't want to be that guy that gets roamed on because mid forgot to call MIA. It's the same for Sartorius, but he has the vision on the top side at least, so that's good.
Yeah, opposite vision, isn't it? Sartorius being enabled in the top lane, Splyce enabling their duo.
But how do you beat a Shen? You attack him first, and Wisdom has kind of poked his head in. It's like, ah, they're farming. He walked away. Not much is happening. So Wisdom really needs to swing this matchup open. Maybe now.
All right, so Wonder's backing away into his tower. I don't really know if you want a tower dive. A Shen, there's no flash for him, by the way.
Yeah.
Still on cooldown from the last time that hook shot gank came
If
from.
they see Wisdom go top lane right now, this turret is 100% dead. So they need to trade objectives. It'll be at least turret for Infernal, so they need to get a kill to make this worth it.
Okay, Sartorius and Wisdom. Where is the CC? Tower First Blood picked them down bottom. Spirit's Refuge is buying some time. That's a good taunt. Wonder, he gets one back. May even get a second. Sartorius escapes with his life, and it's Nahyun with the kill.
Nahyun arrives just in time because it was looking very, very grim for Origen. They were forced to make this dive happen because otherwise they would lose too much, and they still botch it. They didn't wait for the mid laner. They could have waited a second longer, but they lose bot turret, Dragon, and because Nahyun is still top, they're on the verge of maybe even losing mid turret.
There's so much damage here for Splyce. 4-man stack, 2 towers, a dragon, and a reply kill.
And this is what happens when you pull the trigger too late. You think you're trading, but you're not trading efficiently, and you're losing way too much.
All of this setup from Splyce. Look at that.
Yeah, and everybody throws whatever they have in the pan when it's too late. Look at it right now. They're like, oh guys, we're losing bot turret, we're gonna lose Infernal. We have to dive. Nahyun is about 5 seconds away. If they just wait a little bit longer, they can get him. They also don't bait out the Shen W. Like, Wisdom flashes too late. Just try and dive in the, if Wisdom just stayed, they could have killed him already. Look at him. Nahyun has to waste our flash. Tabs just wastes his ulti on 3 CS on the wave. They've lost 2 turrets. This is what keeps teams down.
Yeah.
And it's not any big mistakes. It's small errors in communication and nobody wanting to pull the trigger because nobody wants to be the guy that loses the game on stage because he went too far forward, too rash.
Yeah, too aggressive to give your opponent that advantage. I mean, look, Wisdom started that dive. He showed his face top, got a little bit of pressure earlier. Wisdom's early game has been relatively good.
Did he even tank first? Because Sartorius should tank first because he resets turret aggro with his ulti.
Unfortunately, he didn't. I didn't catch that myself.
Yeah, forgot to watch for that.
Taking a look at some of Wisdom's stats, as you can see him on screen, lowest jungle proximity percentage. His goal difference at 15 is decent because he often picks up some of those kills. But unfortunately, as the game progresses out, Wisdom just doesn't seem to be on the same page. No, that's not fair. Origen do not seem to be on the same page as one another.
And while I have a lot of criticism for the organization, especially in how they've kind of fallen from grace, I do think it's worth considering kind of the player mentality here. And how much it blows. How much it must suck to be on Origen right now. Like, you show up to the studio with full smiles and hopes and scrims and dreams, and then you walk in and you already find yourself losing again every single week.
I mean, you would know just how sucky that feels, Crepo. Wonder's now going to get dove on down in the bottom. Tactical sweep tags. Wisdom's looking for the dive. Hook shot. Bounces goes up, and Sartorius gets out of range. This time round, they make it count.
They need to crack this bot lane matchup open. They need to keep hitting Wunder where it hurts and get that Camille fed. And Nahyun needs to survive somehow.
All right, Nahyun, Petrifying Gaze is available. Can he find his man? Waiting for the fire. Leaps for Trashy. Sidesteps it. That was great.
Yeah, really well played. Hop and backwards. Because you know it's coming. Gotta show them the booty. Otherwise you get spanked. Ironically similar to casting.
This is a tidal wave. Here comes Wonder. He flashed earlier, so he couldn't extend the taunt, and that means Hiva blows his flash. Easy target next time, Splyce engage. That caught me off guard. I gotta expect the blows back. If I'm gonna dish him out, I gotta expect it back.
Definitely there. Trashy now pick up a red buff, Spoils of War. And now it's 1-3-1 time for Splyce. Just to push pressure though, and then eventually Sanctus wants to peel off. But look at it. Beautiful setup, the poke. And then you need to hit him in the air. If you do it too late, yeah, Trashy turns out. That's beautiful, well played. That's where you're really happy that this game doesn't have turn speeds. Yes. Otherwise, Cassiopeia would be a lot stronger.
Absolutely. Splyce now, nearly 2,000 gold ahead. 2 kills to 2. When it comes to like decision-making and proactive play, Splyce just
wasn't so
snowballing it.
proactive though. I mean, they really set it up. It's like, guys, we're invading your jungle to set up vision. I wonder what our next move's gonna be. That's how they got outplayed against H2K when they played them. They set up that rotation. H2K was ready for it, and Splyce did it too late. H2K bot lane just simply walked away. It's like, wow, haven't seen this one before. Push mid, rotate bot. The problem is that Origen just wasn't ready.
That allowed Splyce to extend ahead. So kudos to Splyce, starting this game off relatively well. But now I guess it gets a little more interesting, doesn't it? Sunfire kept being worked on for Wonder. There's no more outer turrets, so now all of a sudden Splyce have to extend that vision and be more at risk of Rek'Sai, Camille, Cassio jumping on them.
Yeah, and the Misfortune will become stronger relatively early because she spikes on 2 items especially. It's the core lethality build right now. Everybody's building Youmu's, Drakthar, Edge of Night. That's how I just give me all the lethality, I'll take it all. And then you hope to snowball with that. Because if Tabs finds somebody who's in that cage from Sartorius or is knocked up by Wisdom, or God forbid if Nahun actually lands an ulti, then you can really do some damage.
It's going to be tough for Nahun to actually land that ulti. I mean, by time Kha'Zix is jumping into his face with Shen, there is some risk involved.
I want to see him do the cool kind of fake out R flash where you aim one way and then flash the other way, and the animation comes out left, but you're actually stunning right, which apparently is intended.
Intended.
It's really hard to play against. It's frustrating.
We'll see if Nahun decides to pull that trigger, because right now it's Sartorius that's going to be jumped on.
Yeah, but he has no vision. He'll
No
be face
vision.
checking.
Rooted down, 2 plants in his face. Here comes Trashy. Hook shot, tactical sweeps, buying time. A little bit of a heal from Sartorius, but not enough damage just yet.
All right, the Cook's in the mid lane with the package. Splyce putting pressure on the bot lane. Again, they only want to do 1-3-1 when they push out a side lane. They seem to be content letting their top lane push out, and they're looking for a siege setup.
Well, not on the side of Origen.
Origen looking to pull a trigger somewhere.
That's a teleport from Sartorius. But
Yeah, they want to zone them off the mid lane so they can siege mid themselves and then use just an all-in engage from Sartorius and MF. I like it. It's not the best play they could make, but it's a play.
how well is it being executed? Let's review that after the potential fight. Splyce, brute forcing their way back into lane, and now Origen, they've lost priority in positioning.
Yeah. Hiva could open with wave, but there's too much distance. They're also essentially fighting about a dragon too.
Well, take a look at this. Wisdom caught out by that grasping roots, and Wonder with flash just about available.
Yeah, the wave's gone, so now they're essentially trading Raptors for dragon. It's not a play.
Didn't work out, right?
Nope.
I mean, the idea, okay.
Maybe.
Execution, not great.
So now Sartorius is going to move top to that already pushing wave, looking to put pressure there. There were 2 wards on Hiva. So again, like right there, why doesn't Hiva move into the enemy jungle, place 2 wards and then base? Right? Give your top laner some vision. Look where Sartorius is right now. If you toggle his vision, he's not going to see anything in the jungle except maybe a shard of vision on red. Like, he has to guess, are they here? I don't know. Can I push? Can I pressure? What do I do? So he backs out.
That's the only one.
There was 2 wards in Hiva's inventory. Like, he could have placed them. That's the small mistakes that add up in the end that leave Origen behind.
The question is, Krepper, I've heard you talk a few times over the last couple of weeks about how teams are slightly more advanced when it comes to macro play, map play, decision making. Where does Origen find that information? You know, we can see a demonstration that is not there yet.
I think you just kind of have to grow up in the scene. Like, solo queue players will almost have this basic. So anybody that watches a lot of VODs, or if you want to be an amateur player, like, that's the fundamentals you need to have down. Like, an entry-level rookie player coming into Season 7 will whoop my ass in Season 2 and 3 with the knowledge they have embedded in them. Because anything that is new in pro play gets filtered down to kind of solo queue a year or 2 later. Like rotations, they're so standard now and implied in the higher level games.
I think it's so important you bring that up because a lot of the players on the Origen squad didn't find success even in Challenger. And we'll expand on that a little later because Wisdom gets jumped on. The bubble locks down Mickey. There's the tidal wave. That's a lot of CC, but the bullet time won't find a kill. Stranglethorn separates Origen, and they're running for their lives. Sartorius' baby cage held no one down. Hiva and Nahun, that's the flash forward for Senkax. Almost gets the double. Looking for the Rockets, the high IQR.
I mean, that was actually a skill shot. That was a good play. Don't downplay it. It only counts if it's Syndra, Trevor.
Okay.
It was point and click. We make that joke. But yeah, no, pick off on the Zyra, the classic. But then there's the Shen, of course. Really quick reaction from Wunder. Splyce playing very controlled this game. They're just waiting for the play in mid lane as well. Origen, they were kind of forcing something. Splyce, they don't buy into the fight immediately. They just keep going for objectives, turrets, dragons left and right. And then when Origen overstep on a pick, there's a swift reaction. Very often you see teams get tired or they forget that they're playing such a slow game and the Shen ulti doesn't come in time. But look, instant ulti onto Mickey, who then has room to flash, ulti, and E. Reset. Sartorius gets focused because he's in the front line. Naehyun enters the fight while two of his teammates have already flashed out. Right? The timing difference right there. That is the issue for Origen right now. And look at him, he predicts the
movement.
That he will walk to base.
Good shot, Senkux. Saw that one coming. And Splyce, 6,000 gold in the head now.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you used a great word, like controlled play.
Yeah.
Because Splyce set up the potential tower dive bottom, ended up responding to a dive top, and that's what started the snowball that is now turning into an avalanche. Like, Origen are going to run out of options. They can't split push with Camille. Naehyun is not likely to get a very good ultimate off.
Yeah, and they have nobody that actually wants to go to their second side lane either, so they're kind of matching Splyce 4-1. And Sartorius isn't even matching the Shen in the bottom lane. Usually when you play a matchup, top lane versus top lane, you gotta win it so hard that you can smash him. Problem is Sartorius is never dealing with the Shen. Wunder is pushing in, and now just walking to his team to prevent himself from having to use a teleport, because if it's a 5-on-5, Splyce will definitely take it.
Splyce reacting to a potential Baron rush there. Backed away, dropped themselves a ward in the pit, and then instantly realized there was no threat.
Wisdom just used tunnel on the minimap, so he has no tunnel left.
I'm going to get run down here. It looks like even flashes out to safety. One more tunnel available. Not going to be enough. The farm alarm signals Wisdom's death.
Yeah, you can just see the lack of setup in Origen. They're like, okay, let's all walk to mid lane, then figure out what we're doing. Wisdom's like, I want some race. Oh, Kobe.
All right, Kobe's going to be the target. Stand United's available. Very good tidal wave. Where's the Aqua Prison? Sidestep by Kobe. Sartorius is down. Kobe has followed shortly, but a defensive flash from Tabs. Flash over from Trashy, and this will be the ace. Kill secured by Wonder.
Yeah, good reaction for Splyce. OG grasping that strong. Similar story. We've been saying it over and over. This was a last-ditch effort from Origen to fight their way out, but again, the mistakes were already made. We can't judge them too much on display. It's fight your way out, at least. Don't just sit in the base. I like the fact that they're trying, but there's some clear communication errors on this Origen squad.
They're not on the same page, and well, Trashy and Senkux going to try to put some damage onto Wisdom. This time, the tunnel saves his life.
For now.
Yeah. I'm holding my breath on this one. I'm holding my breath.
Because he obviously wants to get to Baron and find out what the dots on the radar bleeps are doing. But right here, like they're 4v5, they see Kobe, they engage. Look how far the follow-up is. So the wave comes out. Kiva's dead as he throws the bubble. Naehyun tries to get Kobe, but it's too late. Tabs kinda unleashes late on the ulti. And then the reset party's already started. Grim.
It's grim, but you know what? Like, if we look from the other direction, this was a series that Splyce were meant to win. Splyce were meant to 2-0, and this has been a very clean game for Splyce. Not, you know, they're not really throwing.
No, they're playing
clean, controlled.
Yeah, clean League of Legends right now.
Yeah.
They're always identifying the right lanes where Wunder goes, and that is like the beauty in a lot of macro plays comes from the setup. So when you see a play unfold, you need to kind of go back, especially in like a VOD review, like a minute and a half, and like who walks out of base where? What vision does he have? How does he use that vision to kind of pressure the wave? Does he then wait for somebody else to show up on the map? Because if you have 4 dots missing, you can't push out. If there's only 1 dot missing, you can probably push out. You're probably safe if you're a Shen. And then that pressure gets used to draw Sartorius, so Wisdom back to the bottom lane. The Shen peels off, there's always this pressure. And it feels like Origen is always playing from behind, even in even gold.
Yeah.
And now the trap line is there. It's so hard.
It's difficult, isn't it? Not only do you have to get through the trap line, you've then got to somehow get through Zyra. And if by somehow you do that, I mean, Sartorius on this Camille. Trinity Force.
Yeah, it's your win condition here.
Yeah.
That you beat the Shen in the side lane for pressure.
Running away. Wonder's even going to flash engage. The ultimatum comes down. And all of that just for the Baron. But there you go. Shen into Camille. Looking like it's going to go 2-0 in week 3. That's confident play from Wonder, though. Like, to flash with the taunt.
That's not even good play, by the way.
I didn't say good, I said confident.
That's just cocky. He's like, yo, bro, look at me. I can waste my flash. I don't need it in the fight. I could use it to finish the game out, but I'd rather just try and 1v1 you. Even though I'm about to get Baron buff, which pushes in the wave anyways. Like, completely unnecessary. Here, Origen trying to fight back.
All right, here comes Sartorius. Tactical sweep finds no one. Trashy's the recipient of Stand United. He velks forward, ends up costing him a lot. That's a good stun. Mickey was caught in the back end, but the snake is burnt down. Tabs, shoot, Foster man. Doesn't get the damage out, and Origen, they lose 1 for 2.
Yeah, beat a hand solo. Don't be Guido. Shoot first, Tabs.
Oh, that's exceptional. Wonder steps in, even interrupts the recalls. Senkux uses the exhaust, and Sartorius is down.
That's
2 more kills. This is the Nexus as well. They've got Baron-empowered minions. Another minion wave coming down. The teleport to buy a few more seconds. And Crepo, the shortest win of Spring was 25:05. Splyce are just 20 seconds shorter than that. Mayhem gonna try one last attempt. Stranglethorns locks him down. Wisdom on the back end. Such a tough fight to call because you know the Nexus will die shortly. And Splyce
Start talking louder.
make a statement against Origen.
A super clean sweep. Before the season, we expected this. Coming into the weeks, though, Splyce have shown weaknesses, but they've definitely shored them up in the few days of practice. And that's what they want. They want statement games right now. Because if you're heading into cross-group play, you want to play clean without having to give away too much information on draft either.
It's very important when you have a supposed top-of-the-table team playing a bottom-of-the-table team to have games like this. Yesterday, G2 had a perfect game against Giants. Management backstage from Splyce. Pretty big smiles, and just got it confirmed from our stats team. That was the largest gold difference at 25 minutes. At game screen end, it was around 14,000 gold.
I mean, that's like digging for stats.
I know it is, but it's still, it's more of a...
At exactly 25 minutes and 23 seconds, this was the largest gold lead on the single day here.
I could do that one, because it's also true. It's also true. But look, Splyce, clean game. Crepo, the guys have heard all we've had to say. Splyce fired first in this best of 3. Let's find out about how that tower dive went so badly wrong in the top.
Well, luckily Stress is going to be here to break it down for us, because that first tower dive was a bit of a catastrophe and did sort of start the snowball. It definitely did, not sort of. Started the snowball in the favor of Splyce. So let's take a chance now to look at that replay. We'll bring that one up. And Stress, why don't you run us through this?
The key context on this is that Splyce are making the play on bottom side at the same time, so you expect the tower trade to be even at least. So you expect towers fall, and Wonder's probably going to die here. But as they go in, the first person to take tower aggro is Wisdom. And Crepo was saying this, Sartorius should be the one tanking first. It resets off the ult. Wonder manages to pick up a second kill, pick up a kill in the 1v2, which realistically shouldn't be happening in that situation. Cabo, what did you make of that? You played the Shen Camille matchup yesterday yourself.
Yeah, I mean, Shen is really like hard to into them, obviously, because you can't auto-attack him under his zone and he has stunned. And like, I think it starts off with like the bot lane, since it's ROCCAT can always push. They get the tower lower and lower, and then with the Corki package and Shenul, they start pressuring it. So yeah, Cassiopeia like had to move top, but then she didn't push mid. So at the end of the play, they lose first bot tower, Infernal Drake, and mid tower, and the trade-off they only get top tower pretty much. So after that, it was probably lost actually the game, and yeah, it was pretty hard play to pull off.
So I'm curious, was the right call from Origen to move up and kind of to take down that first tier 1 tower, or should they have been playing around bottom side knowing that they couldn't really risk the trade? Is this a fumble in execution, or is this the wrong call?
I mean, it's pretty hard to say because, yeah, as I said already, the bot tower is really low, and with the package, they can pressure it. Even if Origen start to go bot, they're gonna be slower on the play and they're gonna lose it. So yeah, they have to go kinda for the trade, but it's so hard already that it's
not really set up well in that exchange.
That's the difficult thing about where the draft actually has like almost a specific influence in that play happening. As you said, it's inevitable that tower gets pushed in unless Wisdom goes bottom lane and helps early on. And couldn't really find the space. There wasn't really the opportunity to because of a lot of the warding from Splyce. So draft had a big impact on that one set of players as well.
Well, and one of the things that we talked about earlier today was Wisdom kind of needing to step up for the team to do well. We were hoping maybe to see a Kha'Zix or a Rengar here. They're still defaulting him back to that Rek'Sai. Is this the right choice by Origen, or do we need to see something with more impact coming out of the jungle in terms of kind of raw carry potential?
So on its own, I don't mind Rek'Sai. I actually think it's good for Wisdom, and there are a couple of junglers that I do like their Rek'Sai. The problem is that when you're running Rek'Sai Camille, trying to get a fight started against Kha'Zix, Shen, Zyra, Kate, Corki, like you're never going to catch anybody without flashing on that Rek'Sai, and we saw it a couple of times. You flash forward, get the knock up, and suddenly you die, and everybody else survives on the enemy team, and you can't get that fight fast enough, especially when Origen just weren't on the same page.
Yeah, Cabo, I mean, what do you think is the ideal execution when you draft the team comp that Origen has put together? Let's assume you can survive the early game. How should this composition play out?
I mean, yeah, if you expect your bot to go like that far behind already and like they're gonna lose the tower, maybe you have to go for something like Elise and try to even more pressure up the top. We saw Shen lost flash pretty early on, and then with Elise it's obviously much like easier to dive, and then yeah, start trying to trade, because since Cassio had to move top, when they lose mid tower, they lose all the pressure, and that's why after I think they fight, like they lose the fight because when they try to get vision control back, they have their mid pushed in every time, and like they're already so far behind.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that. And then, of course, Origen did make 1 or 2 attempts to kind of come back. I want to take a look at one of those team fights now, specifically one that occurred around the Baron pit. At first, it seemed very good, and as we start to look at it, I mean, you can see a pretty solid setup that comes in here from OG. They are a little caught out, but everything comes together, and it's just still not enough.
And this is the reach. Wisdom has to go forward, try and connect. It's a nice bubble to start it off by Hiva, but everything else comes a little too slow in the fight. Nakin takes so much damage to start it off that he's already running back away. And you can see all of these damage dealers from Origen with no health. And everybody from Splyce is pretty healthy, apart from Trashy and some of the initial catches. And honestly, that was the kind of time where Splyce never allowed Origen to fulfill that composition where it's, you know, the Camille cage gets set up, the bullet time layered on top, and you get enough kills to win the fight.
I mean, even with that setup, though, I want to ask, does this composition generally win team fights, or are you just banking on kind of that dream setup where ults are going to hit? And Cabo specifically, I mean, can Origen win team fights in an even game?
It can win team fight, but like it's much easier for Splyce to play out their comp, because they just have to peel for the carry when Camille goes in, and then when Caitlyn is like just going to do her damage, it's going to be fine. So they have to play on the side lane pressure, and then when Shen is ahead in this matchup, like even Camille can't do anything, like not even get the side pressure. So yeah.
All right, well, of course, Splyce have now chosen blue side coming into our next game, so I'm curious, what do you think needs to change here for Origen if they want to even up the series, if they want to push it to a game 3?
I think the problem for Origen is, I mean, they're going to get locked into the bans, they're not getting Camille. I don't think it was particularly strong for Sartorius, and him going back on tanks, although Origen have looked slower, they've looked more solid. This is one of the first games that Origen have just heavily lost, and we've never really felt like they were in the game at all. So if they go back to Sartorius on a tank, like a Maokai, maybe they can have a little bit more impact.
And Cabo?
Yeah, probably something like we saw Sartorius a lot on tanks, or his Rumble was pretty fine as well. Yeah. So if they go something like that, it's way easier to team fight, and you don't have to like pressure yourself to get a side pressure with like split pusher.
All right, well, we'll have to see if the 2-0 predictions will come true, as you gentlemen are both on track, or if they're going to mix it up. But we're going to tunnel into the next break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 between Origen and Splyce. Stick around.
Okay, Sartorius Wisdom. Where is the CC tower? First blood picked up down bottom. Spirit's Refuge is buying some time. That's a good taunt. Wonder, it gets one back. May even get a second. Sartorius escapes with his life. Eva and Nagian. That's the flash forward for Sengax. Almost gets the double. Looking for the rockets. The high IQR.
They're not led.
Flash over from Trashy, and this will be the ace. Kill secured by one. Now the teleport to buy a few more seconds. Incredible. The shortest win of Spring was 25.05. Splyce are just 20 seconds shorter than that. and welcome back to European LCS 2017 Spring Split. It's game 2 between Splyce and Origen. Splyce have side selection. They have opted to pick blue side. You saw Splyce returning to stage. Yeah, there's no shocks there. Crepo, we're getting ready for picks and bans. Splyce, hell of a statement in game 1.
Super clean.
They now have the options to target ban, and obviously on the side of Origen, they've got to do the 3 specific bans. We've seen so much priority around like junglers. Rek'Sai or what? What is Wisdom going to play?
I mean, if you're Wisdom at this point, you may as well play Evelynn. Because if being invisible is part of your style, you may as well just pick it up. Haha, cheap joke, no. Actually, I would like to see him play Ivern. Because I think it would fit his style. Because he is conservative, like we call it invisible. He's conservative, he wants to help his team. Rek'Sai clearly isn't the answer, because you one knock-up, right?
Yep.
Like, Daisy does that for you multiple times. So an Ivern poke comp, I think, is actually the go-to for Origen if they can get their hands on it. Because it just has a really simple gameplay pattern. Problem is, it's very desired right now in the current metagame because it's such a strong composition.
All right, so do Splyce anticipate this and potentially ban Varus or Jhin or something similar? It's going to be the Zyra and the Malzahar this time round, taken off the table, and that allows Origen a little bit more freedom in that support role.
Yeah. This is kind of the old school bans. You ban out 2 supports, then you go for the next one. You get an early pick Kha'Zix, I think you can go for here. I like the Ivern ban. It's definitely worth against Wisdom, because you don't want to give a jungler of that style, that type of jungler.
Especially we've seen just how powerful those Ivern plus 3 poke champions can be. Kha'Zix still available, so you have to anticipate that first pick here.
Yeah. Kha'Zix, you could technically give it away if you really value Varus here, and you really want to build that comp. I think that's something that Misfits did against Fnatic, and then Amazing decided to play full AP Elise. So if you have that read on your opponents, definitely leave Kha'Zix open. But that's also when Ivern was in the mix.
Yeah, it was available, and that means Splyce going to go for that safe pick. Sartorius on screen. Look, it wasn't a bad performance. His lane was okay. But as a team, they just didn't seem to respond quickly enough or have a good enough grasp of the mechanics. It's going to be that flex pick Jace.
He keeps going for those carry tops here. Sartorius really wants to make a statement. Definitely want to go Varus. Like, this is the foundation of a poke composition. But ideally, you kind of... I was thinking maybe Varus Shen could be a good option here. Let's play conservative top side, then go for Varus Corki somehow, and just play kind of a poke comp on the side of Origen. They have the flex pick Jace, which gives you a lot of options, especially in the second ban phase.
I mean, both Sartorius and Nahun have played Jace, so if Splyce go for the Shen now, Sartorius consider the Rumble? Is that something you would think about? Obviously, Senkux has run that Mordekaiser into Katarina in the past. I feel like this is a callback to that game.
Yeah, good old throwback.
But I'm taking a look at the support pool.
Shen should come out here. Like, it's...
Do you go Rumble now? It's also something Sartorius has played. Is it too risky?
It's... I would like it, actually. Because what are you gonna... Let's see, what is he gonna play into the Shen? He can play the Jace Shen matchup. It requires jungle pressure, but he already is playing as the Kha'Zix. Does he really want to do that? Let's see, what else could they pick up here that has a lot of value? No, I think locking the Jace in mid blind is gonna be a bit rough, but if you're playing 4 comp, picking up a Rumble here could be good.
All right, so Rumble, something we've seen into Shen so many times. Instead, it is going to be Elise. Doesn't want to get lower down the tier list on those junglers.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai was available, but we got away from it.
So now the Rumble has to be banned out on the side of Splyce, or doesn't have to be, but it'd be a high value ban. Indicators junglers are matched, and then there's a flex. So you just generate good matchups for you in the top lane, I think, if you're a Splyce at least.
Alright, so Origen, however, have decided they're going to get rid of that Corki. So take that away from Senkux, that sort of comfort pick that he's got in the mid lane. Syndra still up, Rise still up.
With the Corki ban out, it feels like this Jace is going top more like... actually mid more likely, because Corki would be a good pick mid in this comp. You know, triple poke with an Elise, group up early and look for catches. But that doesn't mean he's going to play Jace into Shen.
For Origen, if they end up going this like poke route, which it kind of feels like they might be, early game is so important, isn't it? You cannot afford to lose lane.
If you get behind on poke comp, you just sign your death warrant. But if you are like equal on a poke comp, that's when you can really start snowballing really easy. It doesn't take a lot of brains to group up and just try and hit people.
Origin were doing a lot of grouping up in game 1.
Yeah.
They had limited options, so
yeah, they didn't like their side lanes. They treated their side lanes like bastard children. No. Only the chosen one we go to. Only mid lane.
All right, so the Rumble was not banned out like we were expecting. Instead, Syndra and Cassio, so mid lanes, removed from the table with Rise and Corki gone as well.
I see the Talia coming out then from Splyce here.
Or Origen if you're Splyce, or is that not really a thing you'd want with Kha'Zix Shen?
I feel like you get pushed, the likelihood of you getting pushed in and being able to answer. I mean, there's this like really beautiful wombo combo in your head, right? Where you're like, oh, Kha'Zix, I choose you, go in. And then the Origen ultis and everybody flashes out and you die anyway. So I would like to see the Talia, because you can really put a lot of minion wave pressure on these comps, and you can just wall off the guys when they're sieging too. Yeah,
especially with the global pressure you can put with that Shen. The other option is the very boring Victor that we're seeing a little bit more this week. Just seen enough of him. Mickey has defaulted to that Karma, played that a whole bunch. It's actually his most played support in that bottom lane, and there's the Victor. So safe, secure. Hiva gonna get the Nami. What do you make of the comps?
So it's the best pusher left for a Splyce here in the Karma, so I think they're just hoping that Karma Jin could just AFK push in Tabs and Hiva again, and then they have a safe mid lane that they end up picking. The Jace, just like we thought, will go mid in the end, because there was a good matchup, but if you look at matchups-wise, mid is okay. I think Victor does well at the Jace though, so that's definitely doable. It has to go for Sartorius again. This Shen has to die at level 3, ideally. With the wave control that a Rumble brings, with the information that you have, I would even go as far as Origen. They may want to just leash bot side for their jungler, and just accept that they're going to get pushed in anyways. They're not good enough to get an advantage from their jungler and run with it, so why don't you just try to lose gracefully and really put everything on Sartorius and try to make him snowball?
I think that's an exceptionally interesting viewpoint because of what could happen. If Sartorius is unlocked, and if Sartorius can then snowball that top lane, and then continue to attack the global, you also mitigate. There's no Talia mid, so Senkax can't get up there like, you know, on the Victor as easily, for obvious reasons.
Because it's really hard for a Shen who has a wave stacked in front of the turret versus a Rumble who's on borderline overheat range, and then Elise who comes in with turret reset abilities to survive that. Especially since so much of it is spell-based and Shen's main kit is just denying auto attacks, you're just gonna die.
Do you think Origen as a team will do that? I know this is a theoretical approach.
That's why I'm saying it now.
Yeah.
And I'm not waiting for them to do it and then praise them for it, because I don't think it's gonna happen.
All right, well, we're gonna see whether or not they do. I mean, the team composition could be played that way. You can see it on your screens right now. Origen still yet to pick up a game. They may go 0-8 if Splyce can take it away. Week 3, day 3.
But every single game is a fresh start. Doesn't matter if you're 10-0, 0-10, everybody starts with the same items, same amount of gold, so it's all technically possible.
Yeah.
The best kind of possible.
It is technically, but what do you do if you're in Origen's situation? Because they are 0-7 down. As a team, they didn't demonstrate sort of fundamentals that you've come to expect.
You go bowling.
Okay, tell me why.
Go for like team bonding activities, because clearly the practice is not paying off. I know, but like keeping the team spirit high is honestly more important than a single scrim session can do for you. And that is the most difficult point is like when Splyce get behind, these guys have so much routine that they won't crack. They'll say, you know what, I accept that can happen. That is literally variance. But when you're Origen and maybe in scrims your mid laner died every game and he dies on stage, your first reaction is not going to be like, how do we fix this? Your first reaction in your head is going to be, damn, he died again. I'm going to lose. And then your team, like your sense of team spirit just gets broken, and then you're fighting an uphill battle from minute 1. And that's the problem when you play in losing teams. Ooh, Wisdom, he's doing it. Look at it. He's going bot side.
Okay, off to a decent start. Tabs and Hiva gonna come and give the leash.
Yeah.
So Crepo, step 1
is done.
In the get Sartorius ahead plan.
Watch them throw us a curveball and just gank bot level 2 and just piss us off even more. Because you don't want to gank this bot lane. But yeah, it's good. The problem is that you do give it away, but it's a good clear for Elise.
Okay, so information will be provided to Splyce by the fact that Origen's not there. Sartorius going to go in, just get a nosy of that Sentinel, so more information here for Origen.
And Trashy can't punish this. If Trashy somehow, like even if Sartorius goes low, Trashy will never gank topside because he knows he'll lose his entire botside jungle to the release. Okay, you can see he's just pathing down, so he's going for Wolves and then for his red buff. And then Elise will likely just do the same thing, so it could happen. We need to just keep an eye on the wave on the top lane and how Sartorius is manipulating that one.
All right, so at the moment, Hiva and Tabs getting shoved in again. This is a snowball from the decision-making earlier.
Ooh, Tabs. He's got 1 CS. Those were all attainable CS if they had some synergy together.
Not on the same page. Let's quickly take a look at the top lane. Wonder is being shoved in here by Sartorius.
It almost feels too early, unless he can just stack the next wave. Usually you can slow stack waves. So it may not be the plan. It may just be the plan, I guess, maybe to poke him. Could be the setup. Wonder always hiding behind creeps here. Very important. Never get an E from Rumble on you.
Well, where is Wisdom now? Wisdom's got it clear. He's picked up that red buff, potentially setting a tower dive. Remember, he can reset with that repel if needed.
The shed has to be roughly at like 75% before you go into it. That is the risk otherwise. This is the cannon wave. This is the wave you want to dive ideally. So the plan could work.
Okay, could work. We're going to judge whether or not Wisdom and Sartorius can pull it off. Cobby and Mickey continue the shove. That's what we somewhat expected.
But the wave stack isn't ideal because now there's another wave and now kind of Wisdom is wasting time and he's peeling away right now. So again, if you want to go for that dive, you really need to stack the first two waves and not push them in, because then Wunder just aggressively fights the bounce and this happens. And your jungler misses his timing window. And Shen actually gets access to level 3 instead of 2 and everything goes down the drain.
That means all of that game plan now out the window.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw the little drop down there on the screen. 88% of games Splyce have conceded first blood. In raw numbers, that means 8 times they have done so. They are in 9th game right now.
Yeah, now it's even TS in a losing matchup for Wunder. Wunder played it well.
Wonder played it well, and Sartorius and Wisdom not necessarily on the same page. Maybe that's not the right term, but maybe not practiced.
Yeah, or they just didn't want to go for the strategy because it's too risky and they don't want to backfire. But like, look, imagine if you like, you can see the elements of why Rumble wins this matchup so well, right? In exactly this gameplay pattern right here.
Yeah, decent sidestep there from Hiva. Manages to get away from the deadly flourish, but look at that damage!
It's big crit.
Cobby and Mickey, that 4th shot really hurts. All right, Wonder. You've now baited in. It is a counter gank, but the flame spitter on the harpoons. First blood to Origen.
Ah, that's a good one for Origen. Completely unexpected. He returned and lane ganked, and that's honestly Trashy being overly bold. You gotta respect your opposing jungler, right? Like, look at the lanes. Where is Wisdom gonna pay any attention to? Let's see what Trashy's doing here. Oh, Trashy.
All right, Cocoon went wide. That's a flash forward from Wisdom. The little Spiderling's not gonna get the hit, though.
When did this red buff expire? Or just didn't do an auto?
Don't know if he managed to get that auto off. Wonder.
I wonder if Wisdom had a red buff on that flash. I'm gonna go back and check.
While Crepo's checking that one out. It wasn't the way that the play was anticipated, but Origen still got first blood. It was secured by Wisdom in a gank top lane. And Sartorius is gonna have to continue playing out this matchup now with an assist.
Yeah, so his red buff expired like 10 seconds ago. It's kind of unfortunate. But he could have definitely swallowed that. Definitely worked. But yeah, you need to look at your opposing jungler, and that's how really great junglers read the map. They see where they start, they see where they could go, and then they evaluate options. And if you see a Victor getting so pushed in by a Jace, where it's really hard to gank, and you see a bot lane that's constantly under pressure, you can probably guess that Wisdom's not really going to influence these waves, especially when the crucial matchup is top. So dashing in first, using your gap closer without having knowledge of where the enemy jungler is essentially a risky play by Trashy. If it pays off, it's the most genius ganks because they swing the matchup. But there's a reason that a lot of junglers hesitate to do that and they leave bad matchups to lose gracefully, because then you avoid exactly that.
And you know, Wonder's a player who actually can do that.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of experience being under pressure, and obviously with the champion of choice, you can just impact another lane. Give up a 10 CS or so, 15 CS, and get a kill somewhere else, because Cobby and Mickey are having a field day against Tabs and Hiva.
Yep. So, yep. They deny the early base here too. That's really good. You never want to give a Varus tier and Serrated Dirk if you can. So if you can base first, get your Serrated yourself, but keep him outside of tier window. And because it's CS lead, they get Serrated plus boots. Obviously no Doran start here on either side. It's a really good base timing for Cobby and Mickey. That's why they were maybe so aggressively trading.
We'll see if they can make advantage of that damage advantage early. Crep, if we go back to look at now the OG team composition, marginally ahead, they've got that kill. There's a lot of poke that they can work with, but no real front line. So do they need to continue snowballing this ahead and obviously not give up a kill here to Sartorius?
Yeah, that would be the case. Let's see what Trashy can achieve here. There's a flash on Sartorius. He obviously needs to respect the distance. Here's Trashy.
All right, flash in. We'll leap. Trashy will be happy with that one.
Trashy gets a flashy, and Sartorius walks away. That's good. Now Wisdom needs to be able to cross-map this. Obviously, Wave can come out here with ulti from Sartorius if he wants to. He can also just start farming because Trashy's leaving. Yeah, he's just going to push the wave. I like this from Sartorius.
What does it do pressure-wise? Shoving the wave in, keeps Wonder locked on the tower.
He wants to reset the wave. He doesn't want it eternally frozen, so he gets denied CS. He's just going to base. He can't keep Wunder away. Wunder has 10 United anyways. But look at Wisdom. He traded this gank top and the flash for vision in the bot side, and he's waiting for red buff to spawn. He has the timers coming up. So this is essentially good capitalization from Origen.
Well, it already feels like Origen have been off to a slightly better start. I mean, hold that thought. I may have to take that back. Hiva, the curtain is called. Tabs, block shots 2 and 3. Shot number 4 swings around, but not enough for the kill.
Yeah. Copper Jolie bends the bullet.
Doesn't find the kill, though, unfortunately.
Doesn't find the kill right there. Origen. Or Hiva, who are we talking about?
No, finish the thought.
I think they have a decent start here. They just need to get something done from Wisdom.
Okay, Kobe actually steps forward. Hiva sidesteps the deadly flourish.
Bold positioning by Hiva, let's call it that. It takes a great man to die a lot in every game and still be able to stand alone in the second brushing lane.
Confident play. Confident play.
Hiva establishes himself as the alpha right there.
Yeah.
It's like, I know I'm in a bad spot, but I can do it.
Yeah, I'm doing this on purpose.
Faith in the bubble.
Opting into this.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm actually glad you brought that up because Tabs and Hiva, they've bounced back from being in a tower, being under a lot of pressure. It actually looks like the last few minutes, Tabs and Hiva have been the ones that have been pushing Kobe and Mickey back somewhat.
Yeah, the lane also caters to it. Like, it's a good poke, but Hiva should not be playing up on level 5. It's just, if you drag a line between AD carry and support, it should always have a purpose, and it seems that they're never on the same page and the same depth in the lane. One guy's poking, the other guy's farming. Well, Origen, that's good.
Pretty much even trade, though, if you look at that. Origen maybe a little more HP, and he's got a potion to work with, so that may end up benefiting him.
Yeah, and they both want to get to base because they're sitting on over 1,000 gold on each side, I think, at this point. The game is slowing down. Trashy is looking for another opening. And again, the gameplay pattern for Splyce is so centered around this bot lane. Neutralize or push in mid, have Shen ulti on Trashy, dive bot. Because Nami and Varys are really, really squishy.
And they've definitely got the tools to do so.
It's gonna happen at this point. Sartorius, but there's a TP ward. There's a lane ward in the brush. This could be the backfiring. They expire really soon, though. There's only 4 seconds left.
Crepo, Trashy is already jumping in on the squishies. Tabs and Hiva, they've been opened up on. Stand United will deliver Tabs to Wonder's hands. And Hiva flashes over the walls to safety.
And look at Wisdom. Wisdom's top lane is like, guys, where did everybody go? Why are they bot lane? Guess why? Because they're diving the bot lane again.
Is Sartorius at risk of being dove here? He's used Equalizer. He's teleported down. Where is the rest of Splyce? Sartorius, where are you going, man? Get back to your tower, man! Sartorius is down.
He falls. The wave is still alive. Now Wunder goes back to the top layer where enemy jungler is still frantically trying to get this turret. There is no communication or planning on this Origen roster.
First tower blood, 2 additional kills. The teleport from Sartorius. Oh, Hiva, why are you trying to defend this man?
Because they're
tower,
racing.
Exhaust is going to go down. Tower still survives, though. Summon a heal. Hiva, is it worth it to save tower first blood?
If you get first
sticking
blood,
around.
yes. Because they're so close, and Wisdom is top lane, but where does Storage is based? So, again, they could have raced for this first turret. Now, Wisdom, he's been sieging turret as a jungler for over a minute and a half right now.
And they don't get tower first blood.
I mean, don't let the the meta decide what you like. You can be whatever you want to be. You can be a top laner Wisdom. Even if though you're Elise and you have no attack damage, you can siege a turret.
Eventually. It's the only word I'll add on to the end, Crepo.
Yep.
But exactly as you'd mentioned, squishy bottom lane, easy target, no ultimate for Hiva.
Yeah.
And Trashy and Wonder just double team to get themselves a few kills.
Kinky.
But tower first blood still available.
Yeah. But it's just the fact that Sartorius doesn't cancel a teleport, right? Like, he's like, TP's in, he wants to help, sure, I get it. But then he leaves his jungler behind in the top lane. So
yeah.
Origen opted into a situation where they're playing 4v5. Now they desperately want that turret.
Oh,
Sartorius is overextending.
Yeah, he is indeed. Decent flash over the wall. One of the advantages to that play, Sartorius knew where all the flashes were.
Yeah.
Trashy and Wonder.
So it was the right flash, great use of the blast cone. So individually, good player. Just communication, they need to be on the same page.
All right, let's take a look. Hiva tagged out by the flourish. I want to ask you a question about that. word usage, Crepo. Individually good player. Now, it looked like Origen would just outclass both individually and as a team in game one. That's something we've seen a few times. And Splyce, as a team, have not necessarily been heralded as like the best individual performances. This is definitely a team that is greater than the sum of their parts. Yet Origen's still not there.
Yet at times, they were ranked as like the top 3 within the roles. Last split, Kobe and Mickey were top 2 bot lane. Great disparity between Sven and Mithy still. Wunder was one of the best top laners. Senkux was mentioned among the mid laners. Problem is, it's really hard to gauge individual talent right here. Unless you have good team play here. Wunder trying to stay alive because he knows 2 people are roaming up here.
Tower first blood picked up by Splyce. So
yeah, he has to stay out of the wave. He has to try to 1v1 his here.
Alright, good poke damage down to Wunder. Wunder's done a pretty good job of buying time. The tower still not killed yet. Wisdom will be the one that secures the kill. So 1 kill and an additional tower.
And again, because it takes too long to finish this play, which is an okay play, Splyce get the bonus rotation into mid lane. Because you're faster, because you get the inside track really, you just get extra chip damage on this turret, because they finished bot lane turret first ages ago.
But Sartorius hasn't stopped. He's continuing to pressure. Won't get much damage.
He'll push in a cannon wave, which denies some CS. Yeah, Winter will be slightly behind. I don't think they can get too much here.
Well, support there from Wisdom. So, okay, a little bit of evolution here from Origen.
Wisdom shows up, so this is actually good then. For once, they see the power of sieging together.
They work together. Nice. Oh, I'm looking for the cocoon. That's going to interrupt the Stand United. It is a golden oldie. Nobody's going to carry on chasing. But Stand United down, so that, again, it's relieving pressure.
Okay, so that's Splyce not reading the game currently, because technically they could have defended. And Origen finally capitalizing on something somewhat proactively. Pushing through instead of always just basing. That's good for them. They're over 1,500 gold ahead right now. Full tower ahead. The Rumble has hit, honestly, critical mass right here. This is a really good power spike for a Rumble player.
And one where Sartorius sort of opted into this matchup. We'd somewhat seen the trend once Shen got locked in.
Yeah.
But now Sartorius needs to make this Liandry's and Sorg shoes win a big team fight. You know, Clouddrake is on the table. Nobody's really looking at that yet. With towers starting to fall, it's just mid lane that's the target. So OG maybe put some resources mid like this.
But we see a few errors in planning again. He runs mid, kind of lurks around, and then he goes to catch top. He could have been preemptively battling for that top wave pressure already, right? So now there's a brief window of where Splyce is playing the map as 5 again. This is what they're trying to accomplish. Push top, and then they're looking for a teleport for now, as Stand United is still on cooldown to the bottom lane.
All right, so looking in the river though, before we get to bottom lane. Bubble onto Mickey, Cocoon as well, but here comes Trashy. The bug ziggling for the spider. Deadly Flourish locks down Wisdom, he flashes away. Look at the Chaos Storm, that picks up a kill. Equalizer slowly putting damage down, but the gravity field locks Sartorius in place. Nahyun puts the hammer down and flashes forward for nothing. Tabs finally closes out the kill with the piercing arrow. Kiva tastes their fear before he's shut down. Kobe goes over the wall. Tabs is doing well. All of that passive attack speed stacking. Messy fight. And it ends with Splyce acing Origen.
Messy fight, well played from Tabs though. Very often we criticize him that he does almost no damage in team fights. He's borderline invisible, but he plays that fight well. Great heal, keeps Hiva alive, prevents Trashy from switching targets. There was good exhaust use on the side of Splyce as well. He fought through all of that. But again, this is a play where even though it looked like Sartorius was reacting by being slightly quicker on a teleport, Splyce had this set up. They always had the defense. 2 main crowd control effects were used on the enemy support, and he didn't die because there was no damage follow-up. Let's watch this again. So let's see what the good land, double CC, but what is the benefit here? Essentially, the CC is wasting, right? Because Trashy zones them off. Wisdom starts the fight on 0% HP, and this is now a 5v4. So it's a win because Tabs plays it really well. Let's track him in the fight. It's a little far away. Finishes off Senkux. Good ulti. Steps out of the laser for the second part. Jukes the W, or Kiva catches it for him. Finishes off Trashy. And then here, I think he's going to flash a taunt flash, or just a taunt. Yeah. I think that was a double flash overall, so that's really well played by Tabs.
Yeah, really nicely done. And also some kudos to Hiva. He's hit so many bubbles over and over and over. And mitigating some of that damage, but that was the equalizer fight for Splyce. 3 for 5, closes the gold lead. However, a little slow on the defense, and it's actually Origen that now take the tower lead. Nahyun, he goes forward, leap in from Trashy, curtain call comes out. Tidal wave will at least stop the impending doom. Trashy's got the Void Assault. Where is Senkux? He was running.
Yeah, he was playing
lane.
bot lane. He was kind of fixing that wave in the bottom lane, and then Origen decided to punish it. I like it. Initiative when the Victor's on the side lane is very important, and they get the Shen ultimate on cooldown while still maintaining Rumble ultimate.
All right, so some growth here for Origen. Game 1 to Game 2. Origen are actually making successful proactive plays. They're not being excessively punished, and the team composition's working in their favor.
And they can run mid lane right now, because look at Senkux. He's zoned around the corner. Cocoon plus poke here. Good vision setup as well. Slight double ward over the wall, but that happens. This is a moment where the game could break open in Origen's favor.
No stand united for Wonder or teleport. He's backed and coming up the lane. But there's no minions for Origen to work with.
And their side lanes are in a bad spot, and they're playing against the Victor, so the wave was successfully cleared out. But they're hanging in there. Much more consistent, and they're finding openings. They're showing that, no, yeah, Splyce is a great team, but you can't just clear side lanes for free. There's always a trade cost. And Origen, better in this game at identifying when there will be one and proactively moving on the map to kind of cash in.
I mean, it speaks a little bit to Origen's mindset here. Game 1 was really one-sided. They've come back into this, and from the early game of Game 2, have been more proactive, you know? Wisdom helped get first blood top lane. They've pushed with a comp where it allows. Maybe a little over-eager at times, but they're keeping themselves even, and the team composition for Origen is like basically fully online. Nahyun and Tabs almost going to pick up their second items.
Yeah, they're still working through the Lethality Fiesta.
Yeah.
And then Satorius is building accordingly. No cheeky Zonia second, which kind of delays you. If you look at the matchup, a little bit of poke here. You want to get the Void Staff second, so you can always have priority over the Shen, and that's important. You can push in the Shen and then disappear, and then you kind of match his teleport or his stand united.
Do you like Wisdom going AP Elise? Would you like? Does it matter in a poke comp? Would you prefer?
I think you can defend it here at least, but I feel like Elises without any traction in the early game are just useless. Or you got to be a really smart player where you can get into a brush, but I don't think they have a good enough vision. I think AP Elise only works when you have immaculate vision control, and more importantly, vision denial, so you can actually be in a brush and assassinate somebody. But to me, it feels like Wisdom walks up to somebody, cocoons him, realizes his team isn't close, gets hit by any skill shot, ends up on 40% HP, flashes out and dies. That feels like the kind of the pacing of teamfights right now. So if they can have good vision denial, this build is worth it.
Okay.
If you play in full vision, no, it's useless.
I'm looking at the minimap in terms of that vision. Pretty good wards around the dragon for Splyce.
It also
nobody's touched it yet either.
It also means he can't tank Baron very well. They have really high damage on Baron, but somebody needs to like get hit.
Someone's going to get squashed down,
which is
scary if you consider Trashy and Senkux have got pretty good cleanup there.
All right, clear that wave Origen and then move to the Nashor buff. There's only one blue trinket that you can trade right here. You're not going to siege very well into a Victor. They'll at least clear the waves.
Decent damage onto Mickey, but no follow-up. Very good damage onto Trashy, and now Origen have got a minion wave.
Yeah, but the minion wave is so easily cleared out. That's my main worry here. Look at the vision they have. They have a straight pathway into the Baron Nashor. Nobody is actually, like, they can poke the enemy, but nobody walks up and hits his turret because Taunt Flash and Trashy's leaping. And their side waves are crashing into their bot lane turret, so I feel this right now is the moment where you run for Baron bait.
Origen, however, don't necessarily agree. Control ward in the river.
I mean, I'm only Diamond 2, so I might be wrong. But I still think it's going to pay off.
See some pings. Equalizer used just to zone away under the tower.
Just look at the wave. Is the wave dying? That's the question.
Not just yet. Trashy's looking forward. Leaps out. Chain of Corruption buys time. Wisdom gets taunted up. He's already flashed away, but he survives this time.
At least he has 200 AP, Trevor. Very useful.
Origen, they really threw everything at that siege.
But just look at the potential they had in terms of map control and what they give up here. Like, this is Origen selling their Apple stock very early, you know, whenever did they go like public? I don't know, 70s, 80s? Like, Origen's that one guy that's sitting there, damn man, I sold the wrong times.
Apple and Microsoft.
Yep.
Neither of them did very well at the start, but if you had the IPO, you'd be much happier now.
Yep, and look at it. They got like 70% of a turret with that play. Whereas maybe they could have swung the game open. Like, and even thematically, is a single turret gonna make you win versus Splyce?
So, probably not, no. But It's good to see Origen actually on the same page, more as a team.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, again, execution is somewhat lacking. But Origen now 22 minutes. They're even on gold. And Splyce's team comp is now continuing to scale. More lethality for Kabi. Senkak's double items. He's got that Ludens as well.
Yeah.
And Wonder's getting even beefier. Is this where like Origen start to worry?
No, they have a couple more minutes to play this game, for sure. I think Splyce are also showing some weaknesses here. I'm not the biggest fan of this Victor pick. Would I like to see something with way more pressure, mobility? Like a Victor on a side lane is essentially useless. Like that was the main gripe people had with Victors in last season, is that that's kind of how 1-1-3 got born, because nobody wanted, like Victor wants to play mid all the time. He doesn't really like playing on side lanes.
Does not. This time though, Victor with the Chaos Storm actually got Sartorius' flash up top. Managing to put some pressure onto Sartorius. All right, it looks like we're getting back to this Siege game.
Yeah, but there's a Scuttle Crab that's been taken, so Splyce can play this Siege much more kind of chill. When you know your opponent can't rotate into Nash, it influences how you play around your turret. Because you need to bear in mind maximum distance, maximum travel distance, base timings, and whether you are going to yield as well. They're so comfortable right now. They have much more room to play with because they have the vision.
Wonder, no flash available. Root onto Heaver, he's taunted as well. Trashy gets a kill, but look at that damage onto him. Curtain Call is firing across the Origen lineup, and Kabi is running for his life. The accelerated shock blast almost takes down Kabi. Defensive flash from Senkax. He used the Chaos Storm just for Sartorius. And Origen, they're still sieging the tower.
Yeah, they're still sieging, but look at the damage potential they have. Like, you saw how destructive their combo can be. Imagine if you're Splyce and you have to walk into that, as opposed to it's happening in full vision. That is the main problem. Here's Wunder again.
All right, Wonder gets a taunt onto Wisdom. There's at least some lockdown, and Senkax, the really easy death rate. Wisdom with his 212 AP by now.
Just gets 197, I
down.
think.
Is it 197?
Yeah.
There we go.
I was lying. It's not even 200.
It's all right. The point was what mattered, though.
It was alternative AP facts.
Splyce, they're not yielding. The pressure that Origen's putting onto them is not hurting, and you know there's no option for Origen right now according to their gameplay. Right, Origen are not playing side lanes. They're not pushing very heavily.
Brute force sieging, and it can work if you land every skill shot, but the power of a poke comp is that you can walk up to someone, he's like, do you want to eat this arrow in the face? No, step away. And then as they go far enough away, you take vision away from them. You take away choice. And then you walk into an objective and you force them to face check you, or they lose the objective. Instead, we've been seeing a battle for tier 2 mid lane turret for over 6 minutes now.
Yes.
While the majority of the side lane farm is going to Splyce, because earlier, about 3 waves crashed into the tier 2 turret in the bot lane. Senkux is playing on side lanes. They're trading the turret right now. So they're trading this 20% turret mid, if it even goes down, for 100% tower top. And that is a good play by Splyce, by all means. Like, we don't need to downplay how Splyce is playing the map here, but it shows you missed opportunity from Origen.
Yeah, missed opportunity indeed. Eventually, this tower falls down.
Here we go, Kha'Zix.
But there is a stand united. Wonder's looking for a taunt, locks down Sartorius. Spirit's Refuge is buying some time. Look at the Chaos Storm burning down Sartorius. Senkax continues to chase as Nahyun gets a decent shock blast.
And that's another weakness of a poke-up, especially if you move past 25 minutes. As these tanks get beefier, as you said, they're very prone to flanks. Especially two-pronged flanks where people can deliver and engage, like the Shen with the Kha'Zix, double gap close potential. You need to really mind the gap.
All right, Cocoon onto Wonder. AP Elise puts the damages down. Kabi with the Edge of Night. Looking to put some distance, needs to flash to safety.
Told you AP Elise was a great
Hey,
move.
you called it. In the bush with vision denial. That's where you get the kills, and that's exactly what Wisdom did.
Yep.
It just took 26 minutes
for it to happen.
Yeah.
But it could have worked out actually if they went to Baron. So like the build is never wrong. It's how you use the build that usually is what makes it not so great. Trashy sides up the wave, nice. Wunder goes in. Soaks a lot of damage, steps into Redemption. That's his Redemption. And then Senkux with the flank. You know, look at just everybody's so scared of this Victor. And Wisdom can never walk up either. Like there's nobody there to draw the aggro on this team. So unless they're forcing predictable movement by Splyce by removing their vision, it's really hard to hit your stuff.
Yeah, it is. And that means that Origen are now marginally behind. I mean, we talked a lot about Origen and focused on them. Obviously, it's the team that's struggling the most in the split. But Splyce, on the other hand, week 1 to week 2, significant changes in the team. Week 1, really heavy-handed defeats to H2K.
They had one of the largest like historical stomps happen to them.
Week 2, then, you know, really good performance from Splyce. And, you know, just contrasting the team deaths, they actually gave up 46 deaths in 2 games in week 1. They gave up 9 deaths in 2 games last week. How do you see Splyce continuing to grow and develop? They seem to handle the pressure well this game. They reacted well in game 1.
Yeah, they're playing a naturally very slow comp here. Ooh, Wisdom Flash, Trashy. Baiting Summoners or getting caught? Let's find out.
All right, combination of both maybe. Death Ray and Chaos Storm available. Sinkax's hands actually saves Trashy for now.
And Nahyun has a lot of damage. He's ramping up. One more item to go for the Holy Trinity of Lethality.
Well, this is obviously a different game.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to have perspective.
That's what would have happened. That's what it would look like in game 1.
Yeah.
Right? That's what it would look like in game 1 where Splyce pulled ahead.
It's what could have happened here if Origen went to Baron. That's basically what the stats team is telling us. They could have won. They could have snowballed. They could have had the peak in gold. Instead, the game is really even.
Yeah, Observer's highlighting that. Wonder's waiting in base. Got that Home Guard upgrade to his footwear. And teleport's available, but not enough
He's crouched
pressure.
down on the starting line. He's ready to sprint his way in.
With those SKT Thunder Sticks.
Yep. Wisdom finds the pick, uses the cocoon and dies.
Yeah, Wisdom's already dead. There's no tankiness.
What an
wow!
unexpected turn of events here, Trevor.
Even Tabs gets chunked down. I think that was 2 shots of the curtain call. And he's taken from the equation. I mean,
That's why Virus is really strong.
Right, and this is a lot of damage, there's tankiness, but look at the poke from Origen.
Yeah, the poke from Origen, and they have to commit. There has to be a Rumble ultimate, and they have to fight because their jungler is dead, so they need to find Trashy. And Splyce is figuring that out, but they were just luring them in.
Hiva, the Aqua Prison this time around doesn't find its target, will get rooted down in place. Equalizes okay, but won't matter. Chaos Storm sends Nahyun and Sartorius running, and Wonder just tanks up the tower. Splyce, now they're turning on the pressure and the gears.
Yeah. And it's another game where I feel like I'm talking in circles when I criticize the Elise build, so I might be wrong. But this is something I really want to find out more. Is it me who's wrong? No, it's the children. It's these young new players.
Well, Wisdom 2, 3, and 1, not had the impact.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's not really been helped. The team has been struggling.
This is where the damage does work. If you need to be fast and get that stuff down quick, jungle's not close. This could be actually a really good call from Origen. They might die in the process, but just like last week, they may get the Baron.
There's no Chaos Storm for Sinkax. He's running it. Baron picked up by Origen.
Flash.
But at what cost? Wonder with the flash taunt across the team. They've so far lost Sartorius. Looking for another. Nahyun's running away with his life. The curtain call misses every single shot.
Run, Nahyun, run. Let's see. Nahyun was the only one that could actually make it out of that Baron pit alive. Maybe if they left a plant up, you could repel out, but...
It's just, it's so is that good?
It's the best thing they could do at this point. At one point, when you make a lot of mistakes in your life, Trevor, you find yourself in a situation where you can do something really bad and something still bad but okay. And this is the call here for Origen. They would have lost this Baron eventually, so they decided to remove it as an option from Splyce and essentially neutralize and hope that they can get ahead, and eventually Nahyun makes it out as the sole survivor. He goes home to tell the tales of war. Jin hurts.
You know, it's just, it's...
Got him.
That's the goal difference now. I mean, this game has been much closer. You know, Origen held the lead for a fair portion of the game. Admittedly, it was small. The biggest thing is the context of that lead not growing and A-ramming down the middle lane, not really working out to do anything further for Origen.
In terms of objective selection, let's actually see what Origen is doing here, because this is crucial. They're attacking the side lane in the setup. They're essentially stealthing in. This is mission impossible. They're hanging from a wire from the roof. Why are you warding that? Oh. You can't ward every bush in enemy jungle, because that means you're going to get spotted. You got to hope that you haven't been spotted yet, because this is going to happen then.
Chaos Storm, and that means Hiva's flashing away. Origen get the tower at least, but it costs Hiva's ward.
And they're engaging on Rumble in the mid lane.
Okay.
He dead.
Yep. He got deaded. The engagement happened.
All right, they're looking to dive this Victor here.
Cocoon did not connect with anybody, but Senkux is able to flash away, and Crepo Stats is informing me that in 2017, this game is the highest number of towers that Origen has secured. But what is the cost for that record? Shutdown kill onto Trashy. Junglers traded back and forth. Wisdom dies as well.
It's a good hold from Origen. They were trying to do creative, but they had a Baron buff and they decided not to siege. They went for split and pickoffs.
Root onto Hiva. Where's the taunt from Wonder? Waiting for the cooldown to come back up. Flash forward for the bouncing grenade. Kobe gets another kill. Nahyun still running for his life. Split between the goalposts. Root, Nahyun taunted up as well. Kobe's got one more shot.
Like, if you looked at the minimap and you would ask yourself which team has Baron, it felt like Origen was playing as if Splyce had Baron. So that's what you do versus a team with Baron. You attack the side lanes, you hit him in the setup so they can't get that split push or the Baron push into fruition. Or just playing a poke comp with a Baron buff on 2 members. That is what you're hoping for, so you can actually group and siege. Like, it baffles me that they didn't elect to go for a 4-1. Yes, Teleporter was down, Shen was pushing, but look at how you open yourself up for pickoffs here. So omniscient from Satorius, no Baron buff. Nami was bot at this point. No predict juke here on Senkux either. Really, like, yeah, the classic skill shot. Senkux just calmly outplaying that. It makes you wonder why. Why did they go for this play exactly? What went through their heads?
Yeah, what was the calling? What was the communication? You know, well, best case scenario, and obviously this re-engage was a very long chase. And it ends in Splyce getting themselves 2 more kills, I believe it was.
Nathan has some sick deeps though. He smashed Trashy in the head right there. 1-2 punch and it was done. So in close combat, he can definitely deal some damage. But if he ever gets caught, obviously he falls just like anybody else.
Yeah.
Scores a nice goal there, though.
Just like that, you know? Locked down. Taunt comes up and Tab's the only person to get away. Ooh, that hurts. That really hurts. And, you know, at the end of the day, like Origen, they tried so hard. You know, they got pretty far. 5 towers, Baron. But in the end, it just doesn't feel like it matters.
It didn't matter at all. Sometimes, to me, it feels like they're just in too deep, you know?
Yeah.
They're in over their heads.
They're really trying to keep the gold from going up above their heads.
Yep.
And jumping onto Senkux like this is one of the options. He stays alive for a few seconds longer.
Senkux
Almost gets it. He does! He gets the reply! 1 for 1.
Even in a 1v5, Satorius ends up going under.
Kobe and the rest of Splyce then open up with a curtain call. Hiva anticipated more of an engage than what was actually coming.
Really important. Nathan here versus Wonder.
All right, let's see. A lot of armor on Wonder. Almost got that Randians completed. Sunfire Cape and the Titanic. Stand United's going to be a gigantic shield.
Like, Wisdom is essentially a trampoline right now. Trashy bounces on him and then bounces forward. That's why you built tank versus Kha'Zix.
That has to become a thing. The trampoline player. Flash away from Nahyun. Manages to survive. Splyce get themselves a couple more kills and time on this tower.
Like, you can see whenever this Kha'Zix leaps in, everybody's like, yeah, somebody else want to tank this guy? Like, I'm a squishy, like, I need something to zone for me. There's too much damage on this lineup. You can play this, but it is quite complex to play without a single tank player.
And now you've got a poke composition that's behind 8,000 gold, that's run out of towers, that's run out of pressure. Now there's no options, because Wonder just points and clicks with a taunt, and somebody from Origen basically dies.
Yep. That's the beauty of point and click CC or just being tanked, because it creates space in teamfight. And Senkux is going late game Victor with a hyper mobility build as well. This is the best build versus squishies, because all you gotta do is get to them. So you have this Ludens, which gives you movement speed. You have Lich Bane, which empowers your autos as well. More movement speed. Like, it's actually really fun to play this type of Victor.
You can one-shot.
Yeah, you can still one-shot, but you're affecting for items that don't scale necessarily that well, usually. Earlier spike items. Look at him, Wisdom up, dead.
Leap.
And there goes Trashy, because he gets a free reset.
Leap.
Well, he leaps down in the abyss,
yeah. Unfortunately, I think he was tanking the turret there as well. A lot of damage, but at the end of the day, 22 kills to 10. You know, Origen at one point in this game had the kill advantage. It was 5-2 a little while ago, and Splyce are just snowballing ahead.
Yeah, but in terms of VOD review, there was a key defining moment, and it was how they played the turret siege for Origen. We have to go back to it.
Yep.
And also for Splyce, by the way, because these guys, this is an easy game to come home. It's like, okay, we 2-0'd Origen. It was a little rough, but it was fine. I think we're happy. And then you move on. But like getting in that position versus a team means you played something wrong or you drafted something wrong, because you could have gotten checkmate like in 3 moves, essentially, if Origen played it well. So definitely something for Splyce to take down on the drawing board.
Against a higher caliber team with the composition, Splyce may not have had that opportunity.
Yeah, good team goes Baron, you lose your blue trinket, they go mid again.
Yeah.
Like it's just so they always have the priority. You lose your side lane push, you're always too late in terms of side lane pressure. They go Baron again, what do? You face check. You essentially flip a coin that you will survive and sneak away in where they're not punishing you.
Well, luckily for Splyce, the coin flip worked out in their favor, and the Splyce are, you know, back in this game. Taking a look at Mickey, by the way, 0-0-19.
They survived a lot of engages.
This Karma has done a lot of work. You know, one of the primary forms of CC, locking somebody down, allowing the taunts and the gravity fields.
And it's only getting worse right now, especially because he's getting that Mikhail's right now. At that point, it's over. Because any semblance of CC that lands will get negated. And the cool thing is, sometimes it's not worth saving your support, right? You shouldn't channel team. Like if you channel team Mickey, you keep him alive so he can help the team with redemption and lock it and more shield, so it's actually worth it.
Very valuable points, especially with all of the utility.
See, this is what a face check looks like, Origen. Maybe you should have done it earlier.
Add the note to VOD review. Baron is down, 3,500 HP. Wisdom is rooted, and Splyce look to be peeling. Where is the trampoline? The bounce hasn't happened yet, because it might be Hiva that needs to be the target. It's that Lich Bane Senkux that gets the kill. Baron was interrupted as Curtain Call doesn't find any kills. And Origen now in a 4-on-5, another potential siege.
Yeah, that was the best outcome. That's where you ward an Asher. They're all doing it. Nobody's looking at you, and they disengage from it because they don't want a 50-50. So this was still the best outcome that Origen could get right here.
If any team was going to avoid a 50-50, it should be Splyce. Yeah. Trashy lost Baron to a Lulu support Glitter Lance 3 days ago.
200 base damage.
Yes.
Rank 3 Glitter Lance. We looked it up.
So, I like, this is growth, Crepo. This is growth. Splyce look and they go, hang on, there's a Nami bubble. Let's back out. Let's back out. Like that Aqua Prison.
Tidal Wave deals damage.
Yep. We done
it's actually dangerous to go for a Smite Steal against an AP Elise, because she executes pretty well, and that's what junglers do best, is they go in on the range. Here, like Rumble ulti doesn't come out nearly early enough either. Look at what the damage it could have done. It's kind of late here.
And just like scattering, right? Origen just seems scrambled and scared.
Splyce setting up. Well, Origen is kind of desperate to reclaim the vision in their jungle because they now find out how much it matters. Splyce pick up a Constellation, Elder Drake.
Not the strongest. There's only been 2 Cloud Drakes all game long.
It just denies it as a trade objective, really. Wunder has to be careful.
Does indeed. Shadow dashes away. Caught by a bubble, caught by a chain of corruption. Will buy some time. There's a Guardian Angel available for him. That's going to bring him back to life, but will it even matter? Ahiva has been dropped down. Now Wisdom, the trampoline target. Wonder still so tanky after the GA. Sand United channeling onto Senkux. Senkux looking to run down Tabs. The 3 members of Origen are shut down. Exhaust onto Tabs. It's Wonder that gets the kill credit, and Wisdom
is looking to steal Baron, but you can't steal your Nexus, buddy. I think they're going for the finish.
Just feels bad, man.
It's a rough one.
Yeah, it really is a rough one. This is Origen going 0-8.
Naehyun is still looking for his first competitive victory. Not even series, just a match. He doesn't know what the victory screen looks like on stage. Unless he walks over to his opponents, but usually they walk over to him. Like, it's rough.
This will be a 25-game losing streak for Naehyun. He went winless in the LSPL, and that is not a feeling that Splyce will know.
But Splyce, they bounce back, they take the 2-0, and it's exactly what they needed to do, and it was clean enough for them to be happy. But I think they know.
It's tough, man.
I think they know they left a window for Origen to punish them.
Splyce went 1-1 on the week. They lost to Unicorns of Love. A couple of Baron steals that should not have happened. It was a learning experience. Seeing how Splyce peeled away from Origen, it's a tiny sample size. A little bit of development, a little bit of growth, clean reactions to Origen. And Splyce end up finishing the first round of the group stage, 2 wins and 2 losses.
Yeah, which means they can bounce back. Cross-group play will be so important for these guys. We can see the damage you can do if you can play currently in the European LCS a common collected style that gets you to late game without giving up too much losses. You can make waves. There's a lot of people still looking for footing, but it also shows you that to truly shine, you need a bit more aggression, or you need to be really good at that style, like G2.
What do Origen do? You know, 0-4 series, not picked up a game win, no Nexus killed. They've got players that seem to be outclassed. They've got a lack of strategic understanding. You know, it doesn't seem like they have answers.
I think you practice the hell out of one composition or two, and you just pray that you get it. I don't know, or you just focus on a single thing. You VAR review, but more importantly, keep team morale high, because you can't afford to get in team arguments right now. You need to get everybody on board with the mission of like, guys, this is a long-term project. We're gonna fight till the end. We're looking for growth, but it's so hard to sell that, because when you try and do that, your players can be like, yeah, buddy, that's all cool for you.
Yeah.
Because in struggling teams, every single player is like, am I even staying here next split? Like,
I think that's important. I think that's really important, because you cannot build a foundation of anything good on, you know, rotten baseline.
A good organization has players that will fight for their org even when times get rough.
Yeah.
In a very turbulent roster like situation, I've been there myself. We saw it plenty of times in the past. Is when you're losing, you're like, yeah, when's contract's over, end of the year, like I'm gonna peace out here. Let's start thinking about what's next. And then once if you lose the conviction, it's over.
Yeah, you're not focusing on what happens next to win a game. Yeah. What happens next in my career.
What happens next for me instead of what happens next for the team.
Well, these are questions that we might have to expand on later in PGL Crap. But for now, we're going to head over to Wonder to find out more about that dominant victory.
Thank you very much, guys. I am wondering a few things, and I'll start posing them to you. First off, congratulations on your 2-0, but Game 2 was honestly a lot closer. What do you think the biggest reason for that was?
Yeah, I think Game 2 was closer, both because they had a comp that was really annoying to play against, right? So it was kind of hard to, like, I would say they kind of outscaled us, right? So we had to play it really careful, and their team fights, if they executed a bit better, could have, like, really devastated our team comp, right? So I think we also made a bit of misplays, and we didn't really abuse that we had Shen ult, and I myself, I messed up a bit of flash taunts that I normally don't do, but I did on stage here today, which was kind of sad. But I mean, the game was just a bit messy from our side, and it happens, but I think we dealt with it pretty well in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you still managed to pull out the 2-0, so, you know, even against a team like Origen, sometimes you can struggle. I mean, solidly, you're sitting in third place right now in the middle of the group. You're going to be beginning cross-group play. Are you happy with your team's growth so far, the split?
No, honestly, I think we started really bad, right? I mean, obviously, a lot of people had high expectations of us. We went to Worlds, and we performed really well last split, right? So I think at the start of the split, we had a bit of, I don't know if I would call it nurse, but we have a problem with like pulling the trigger on the stage, right? We have a problem of like going for these plays that we do in scrims, and we have the problem of like committing 100%, and we're kind of shaky on that part, and I think that's kind of a reason that we are in the position we are right now. Even though we are 2-2, that I think we can improve a lot, and we should become better by time.
Well, we'll see if it has happened, and you guys are going to be facing off cross-group play coming up next. A lot of fairly unexperienced top laners, so as from Fnatic being an exception in that group. Is there anyone you're worried about facing personally?
No, honestly, I've played every top laner in the other group almost in scrims, so I think they have a lot of strong top laners, so I'm excited to play them. I think the likes of Alfari, Expect, and stuff like that is going to be fun to play on stage. Soas, of course, as well, as you mentioned, so I'm honestly not too worried about like the 1v1 matchup or anything, but I think there's good teams on the other group and good top laners as well.
All right, so if you had to make a prediction for how you think things will shake out after that section of groups, who do you think you'll beat? Who do you think you'll lose?
I think it depends on like the day and how we play on stage. I think we can win against any team, and we have won against a lot of teams, and we have a really good record off stage. So if we can just like bring this momentum and like kind of play as we usually do, then we can beat any team, but we can also lose to any team if the reverse thing happens.
True that. Well, spoken like a true diplomat. Congratulations, though, on your 2-0. For now, we're going to send it to break it down at the analyst desk. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Pyra. And of course, conveniently, following that interview, Wonder has been awarded our player of the series. Some phenomenal Shen games coming in, and curious how you felt about his performance overall that series, Cabo.
Yeah, I think they played well as a team, and like all of them played pretty well. Wanderer played really good Shen, so congratulations.
Good to see. Of course, still missed a few flash taunts as he wanted to point out, but of course, there were some positives coming in here for this series, despite it being, or for Origen in this series, despite it being a 2-0 for Splyce. Splyce obviously should feel pretty good about the series overall, but it feels like Origen was at certain points making the right decisions, but the execution just wasn't there. Yeah,
there were a couple of situations where it was better for Origen. Tabs, again, picking up like a triple kill in a select fight where Tabs shows us what he gave us in Season 4. That doesn't always show up, but then Origen at the same time kind of backing away at different times. I did like how they kind of pushed Splyce a bit more in Game 2 than in Game 1. And I mean, you look forward now to Origen Giants, Origen ROCCAT, and you think, okay, maybe Origen do look like kind of the second of the three. Maybe there's enough to pick up a win there, but it's certainly not convincing.
Yeah, interesting, of course. We take a chance now to look at that final fight where we saw, you know, pretty chaotic once again, as we've seen from the majority of the fights in this series, but once again, kind of exemplifying the issues that we see on the lineup on the side of OG.
And this was Wunder going in for the engage to start. And from here, the curtain call comes out. Such good performance from Kobbe on Jhin. High kill participation the entire game through. But at this point, Splyce have got such a gold lead. Trashy basically solos down Nahun with that red buff picking up the kill. And from there, Senkux, we're into late game Victor. He's standing across the rift from not too many champions that can really withstand this burst. And there's nothing Origen can do. Once they're scattered like that, once they're fragmented, Splyce is just so much stronger.
When we're focusing a lot on the late game, once kind of Splyce has built a gold lead, but the early game did feel like it kind of went well at certain points for Origen, especially when it came to playing on that top side. And Cabo, how did you feel about Wisdom's early pathing and the way that they set up that Rumble?
Yeah, early game was much better. Like we saw that's as well why the mid game was better, because like they had room to grow. And last game they lost the tower so early that the map was like all pressure from that. Here we can see that the counter game from Wisdom early is actually a pretty good setup for like when Shen is 6, Rumble has TP to back it up, so it's cool. But then I guess they play on the wrong side of the map, and I guess we have a replay for that.
Yeah, we can bring it up. We were talking a little bit about the miscommunication here, because the team all seemed to be on the same page for like 1 or 2 instances, but when it required to group as 5, we always see that fall apart. So as we look at Nahun kind of fumbling around in the mid lane as we get that next replay up shortly, you can see how everything sort of went south in this tower trade overall. It's going to be him wandering back and forth, and keep your eyes kind of on the mini-map as we play this out, because there's a lot of action across the map, and Nahun can just not decide where to go.
This is such a pivotal moment, and we don't know whether it's miscommunication, inexperience, you know, the lack of trust in his team here. Nahun just sits in mid lane, while Wisdom is solo pushing top tower, and Sartorius is dying bot tower. He could have gone to either lane and assisted, tries to just sit mid. They would have been able to take a tower trade had he gone up, and he just sits there and realistically does nothing. And a lot of people have given him criticism. It's moments like this that he could have had a pivotal effect in this game in favor of Origen, and there was just no decision made.
And still, I mean, it feels like the defense of the tower was really, really risky from OG. Like a gambit that I don't think most teams would take, with Rumble TPing down there, with Hiva coming back with a tidal wave to try to clear out a minion wave. It feels like a desperation play, but I mean, it really does feel like it all came down to Nahun kind of not being where he needed to be.
Yeah, well, I think that they have 2 choices. Like from the start, when they know they have TP on the Rumble, they can just go bot side and try to play with the Elise. If she's already there, then with the TP, like they can maybe try to pull something off. But here we can see that I think they wanted to 3-man dive top. That's why we see Jace moving towards there at first. But then, like they TP bot when the jungler is top and Jace is staying mid when they can get first tower. So yeah, it's a lot of miscommunication. Like the decision making was not the best there.
Yeah, overall, pretty big fumble coming in on the side of Origen, but they are still seeing some positives for this team, despite their 0-8 record thus far. Maybe they're going to find games in the coming weeks. We're going to have to see how they develop. Splyce looking a little bit cleaner. We heard, of course, from Wunder that, you know, things aren't where he wants them to be. We'll see if they can improve as well. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our final matchup of the week between ROCCAT and Fnatic.
Trashy is already jumping in on the squishies. Tabs and Hiva, they've been opened up on. Stand United will deliver Tabs to Wunder's hands.
We need to call this, like, that they're doing this. No information. Just call, please.
Tabs finally closes out the kill with the piercing arrow. Hiva tastes their fear before he's shut down. Kobbe goes over the wall. Tabs is doing well. All of that passive attack speed stacking. Messy fight. And it ends ends with Splyce acing Origen.
But what is the cost for that record? Shutdown kill onto Trashy. Junglers traded back and forth.
But Splyce, they bounce back, they take the 2-0, and that's exactly what they needed to do, and it was clean enough for them to be happy.
1, 2, 3, Splyce!
Welcome back to the EU LCS 2017 Spring Split, where we are about to get into our last game of the week, ROCCAT versus Fnatic. ROCCAT, once again, kind of a story of struggle, as we've seen them so far, yet to find a series win. And for me, the guy that I always want to know about when we talk about this lineup is Maxlor. What do we need to see from him today?
I mean, you're a professional player, Kabashar.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched that many games of ROCCAT this split, but yeah, Maxlor in Giants back in summer was pretty good jungler. Like, he had a good idea of what to do, and his champion pool was pretty good. Like, we'll see now. I think he's really good at setting up his lanes. Like, that's why I think we saw Knight maybe being better in summer, and yeah. Smith was good as well. And like, no, I think Faxi has had a okay start actually. So we can see if they maybe want to enable him more on split pusher or something.
I think he's just a really good enabler, right? Maxlor is not a carry type jungler. When you go into like history and you look at like which junglers carried a game, like how hard did Peanut destroy people? Like Maxlor, It's not even close to Peanut. Don't quote me on that one. But he's also not that style, you know? He just wants to help people and he wants to bring good team environment. But to me, it seems like there's not enough talent on ROCCAT to make it far. Even when we're looking at like team rankings, not even into playoffs. But it just seems like there's just not much happening on that roster right now.
Well, it's kind of hard to see, but once again, if we have a jungler that's so good and fantastic at enabling people, we need someone who can carry, right?
Yeah.
And you mentioned Foxy doing pretty well, Cabo. What are your opinions across the team? Should the focus be onto Foxy? Should it go to Betsy, the bottom lane? Where do you think ROCCAT is strongest at this point?
I don't know, actually, because I think he has been doing pretty good, but it was mostly on champs like, I don't know, he played Maokai, Rumble. So it's not champs like really hard carries like Fiora or something like that. And maybe they will let Camille open, we'll see, but... Otherwise, I guess you can try to set up Betsy to be the carry player, I suppose.
Betsy, of course, kind of hit and miss here.
I think Betsy's worse, and I think Hjarnar did not make a great return. I think a lot of his strength came from the synergy with Kasing back in the day, and he's not evolved well. Similar how Tabs is just not kind of evolved into the new season, where he's still he's okay, but just people are just getting better.
And to be fair, did have some high moments in that last series, some pretty good Varus team fights overall, but Tab's still lagging behind. We'll see if Hjarnar can pick it up, but looking on the opposite side for Fnatic, similarly struggling. And I think a lot of that has been a little bit due to draft. We saw the Zed come out and not quite work so well for the team. Additionally, Amazing feels like he's been getting caught more and more as these games have been progressing.
I was really critical of Amazing, but also in hindsight, I think the main problem whenever a jungler or support is underperforming is within their synergy. Like, it's impossible as a jungler to get vision if your team's not helping you, but that can also be your fault for moving before your support is ready. Like, there was one instance where Fnatic was trying to make a play on bot side, and right after, Amazing walks top left to face check and dies. Sure, like, you need to be on the same page, and Jezz and Amazing, for me, don't seem to be on the same page at all. And then Fnatic as a whole are playing sometimes really complex compositions like 1-3-1. Like, Cabashard, you as a top player know how hard it is to play 1-3-1 without vision set up for you.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's important, as you said, sometimes the jungler wants to farm one more camp and the support wants to go, and like we saw that already last year, I think, and it's still as important to have that jungle support synergy going, and as you said, they don't seem to have it right now.
Maybe not having it overall, still putting a lot of pressure on the Caps to perform, but we are about to get into, or hand it over to the casters here, some curious predictions, gentlemen. Who do you think is going to take it in the end? We have a lot of things to say about both teams, a lot of criticisms, so someone's still got to win at the end of the day. We'll start with you, Crepo. Who's going to take it? What's the score?
I mean, since they're already on my screen, I'm going to keep it really short, real quick. I would have said 2-0 before this week, but 2-1 to Fnatic, but I don't think it's going to be clean.
I think exactly the same, yeah. 2-1 probably. I think they can pull up a win, actually, ROCCAT, but probably Fnatic is going to end up winning.
All right, well, you already saw the casters on your screen. You see the coaches now as well. So let's just send it over to casters and get this one started.
Thank you, Dracos. Hey, esports enthusiasts, I'm here with James Tresto O'Leary for this best of 3 between ROCCAT and Fnatic. Yes, I'm still mixing it up.
That's okay, we're still ready. You saw us already, you've seen us enough.
We're ready to go.
Let's get through these rosters, Pyra. Let's get into champ select.
Yes. Let's run it down on the blue side. It's going to be Team ROCCAT, which means up in the top, we've got Foxy. In the jungle, it is Max Lore. On mid, Betsy, ADC, Hjarnar, support Wadid, and their coach, Grabs.
Yeah, that's the blue side for you. Facing them tonight on the red side of the Rift for game number 1, it is Fnatic. In the top lane, it is Soaz, jungle, Amazing, mid lane, Caps, AD carry, Reckless, support, Jezz, and their coach, Nico the Pico.
Well, I have to tell you one thing. I mean, it may be only one team gets blue side, but they got to both be feeling a little bit blue coming into this one. It's not all doom and gloom. Fnatic have picked up one game, or one series, I should say, but for their opponents, you know, they're still hunting for that elusive victory. It's going to be rough against a team, even though Fnatic is struggling.
And it's surprising you say Fnatic only picking up one game. To put that in perspective, if ROCCAT win this series, ROCCAT will tie Fnatic. That is a world
own the head-to-head.
That is a world that a lot of people would never have expected. So this is a critical series for both teams.
Absolutely. Starting cross-group play next week, you want to get the wins in your own group where you can. You'll have another chance to face them later on. But right here, right now is what we're looking at. ROCCAT on the blue side, starting off the ban phase. They take away the Zyra, and the LeBlanc is followed. So far, so standard.
As always, LeBlanc, Rengar, Camille likely banned out from Fnatic on the red side. Double support ban for ROCCAT indicates either that Varus or Kha'Zix's first pick coming through. You're not looking for either the Zyra or Mal's first pick on ROCCAT's side. Ooh, that's
the Syndra ban, okay.
That's
Caps.
Just kind of highlighting how Fnatic fairly comfortable getting Caps onto that Syndra, not wanting to play such a blind pickable champion. Camille will come through here from Fnatic.
To be fair, he has picked some pretty wild ones as well, so I think we could be in for another crazy Caps game. We'll find out. But Fnatic still in the final phase of the ban. Let's see what they're going to remove next. Obviously, I had to guess. Oh, I would have said Camille, but it's Jace.
FNC instant pick Camille here. You have to look at it. ROCCAT, everybody that has had that Camille available on blue side first rotation. The decision-making process now has to be, do you value Camille or Kha'Zix more? And it's going to be the Kha'Zix coming out for ROCCAT, which means Fnatic likely going to have to reply for themselves. Very few teams have even let Camille through onto red side, if any.
Yeah, I mean, that is really surprising, and it shows you where ROCCAT is putting their priority, trusting Maxlore to really be the one stepping up. And you talked about on the analyst desk him being more of an enabler than a carry. Well, we'll see if he can shut the Camille down.
Elise likely to come out from Fnatic as well. Amazing has played a whole bunch of it. Elise can be good into Kha'Zix as long as you have a mid laner that can kind of hold mid lane, push out, assume river control, but as always with the rest of the meta, it's AD carry that comes in this first rotation.
Yeah, the Varus more often than not, and that's going to prompt ROCCAT to lock in the Shen for FNC. So this is a combination that we have been seeing quite a lot of success with. The Shen submarine ability, I guess it's over the top, more of a helicopter attack, and then the Rise is locked in for Betsy.
I like this out of ROCCAT in the sense that prioritizing their solo lanes, making sure that they can get through. This draft's going a little bit faster. This is one of the first times we are actually seeing Amazing on this Ivern. It's a big departure. I'm looking forward to it in game.
Absolutely. I mean, something's got to change. They were right to criticize how much he was getting caught, and focusing on this Elise did not seem comfortable with the meta champions.
So let's look forward. Where do we now pinch? Fnatic likely to pinch AD carry with the Jhin and the Ashe potentially, unless they don't fear Hyanen's Ashe. Hyanen's gone to Sivir when he hasn't really had those champions available, whereas ROCCAT now pinching mid lane, have the Rise for themselves. They know it's Camille in the top lane going up against Shen. Of course, Camille has been played other roles, but with Ivern locked in, not likely to go there. So Ashe could be the pickup or the ban away for Fnatic unless they want to target more supports in this draft.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much you worry about Hyanen playing on that Ashe. The only win ROCCAT had, he was playing the Sivir, which admittedly, according to Memento, kind of caught Giants by surprise, but there is the Ashe ban.
With Syndra, Corki could be the next ban here if they really want to put the pressure on mid lane rather than supports. They're going to leave Corki available, take away a team fighting mid lane. Of course, Camille, Oriana sounds like a very scary.
Oh, yeah.
The shields, the Ivern shield and everything alongside. That would have been a very tumultuous team fight that you have to take off the board. So for Fnatic, it's support and mid lane, unless we're going to see the gate special.
Maybe. Okay, so the Maokai, I mean, this means actually...
That means it's either mid lane or it is Camille support.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to think right now.
Well, I mean,
but it's a big front line at least.
If any of the new mid laners you would imagine would have, the fortitude to have been practicing Camille mid, Caps would be one of them.
There's the Sivir lock-in. I mean, this is a pretty good run at UComp when you think about it.
Could pair it with a Karma here as well. Yep. That would facilitate that. And then we get to see, is it support, is it mid lane Corki, or perhaps something like a Tom Kench could come out for Fnatic if they are running that Camille in the mid lane, would give them global presence up against some of what ROCCAT are offering and more protection for Reckless.
So Fnatic continue to throw curveballs in their draft throughout this week number 3. Let's see if it's another one. It's a Soraka.
Okay.
So that's mid Camille.
So I'm assuming on top of this mid Camille, you dive on either one or a few members with that Camille, get the zone set up so your one target can't escape. Then you put down that Equinox, the silence on top of it. Silence them, lock them in place further than that, little pad can keep them there. And by that point, Reckless and Caps should have done enough damage. Now you bring a lot of healing on top with the Ivern, the Maokai, everything on top of that provides a very tanky front line. And ROCCAT, at least in the mid-game, don't have a tank-busting composition. You've got Kha'Zix against high-health targets. You've got a Sivir who's waiting for that 4-item crit point in team fights. Fnatic could have this good phase where it's difficult to kill anyone.
Yeah, and it might be difficult for Maxlore to find an isolated target, especially with Soraka being able to kind of run to allies on a constant. I don't know, this is interesting. Grabs, you can almost see a flicker of uncertainty there. We'll see if ROCCAT's draft panned out for them. That's interesting, man. I like what Fnatic's bringing out. I just wonder, is it going to be enough in terms of damage? Well, if you guys think so, you know where to go. Hop on Twitter. At LOL Esports is the plays, hashtag FNC win. We always see a lot of those, but keep on tweeting. Hashtag ROC win if you think ROCCAT's going to take game 1. Ooh, I can't wait to see how this early game shakes out.
Instantly, the excitement about this game goes up. Caps has his hands on Camille. We've got an old NA favorite of Soraka down in this bottom lane. Of course,
Well,
Jez
he
spent some time coaching on Immortals. It was Adrian that played a lot of Soraka, so I wonder whether he learned a few tricks that he's bringing over to the EU LCS. Good,
Bring some of that
good,
stuff back.
fun setup. I like this. I like
right.
it. Very, very different out of Fnatic. And keep in mind, coming into this week, we were saying Fnatic, when they were playing meta comps, actually looked a bit better. So as on the tanks looked better. This is kind of meta champions put together in an order that we haven't really seen before, and then a Soraka put on top. So
yeah, I like the creativity out of Fnatic. It's something we'd mostly seen from teams like the Unicorns, but now, you know, Fnatic is also embracing it. Let's see how this early game goes. Line of scrimmage start up. Nobody's going for any trickery here, but Jez's will send a couple of autos flying with its dodging a bit.
Now, there are a couple of questions with this Camille in the mid lane. Against a Rise, if you end up getting camped and fall behind, can be difficult. There's such a big propensity to snare. Allows you to kind of capitalize on any lead you have later on in the game with Rise fairly easily.
Right.
Also, the long lane is a benefit for Camille. That insane jump range that can't really be utilized in mid lane, but both Rise and Camille looking for that mobility edge with wind speakers, and as you'd expect, exhaust on that Rise. Don't want to let Camille try and snowball.
Any chances, but yeah, as you rightly pointed out, the double TPs. Betsy's going to be able to match it somewhat with the Realm Warp, but we could be in for some seriously big divey plays. Caps is going to throw some vision deep and spot that. Of course, it'll be the blue side start for Maxlor. Heads back to lane. Betsy's already in it.
Okay, so fun start with the draft. I want to now see how it transitions in. So Jez with this Soraka.
Very aggressive positioning right now. He's throwing those autos. Oh, they've thrown the exhaust on. It's matched onto Reckless, but they're pushing him all the way back to tower. The heal is burned and everything. Reckless is stepping very far forward. He's actually in danger of going a little low, but he's holding onto his heal. This time it gets used. Summoner spells just blown left and right.
But the thing is, this is ultimately going to end up favoring Fnatic with the amounts of sustain they're going to have, the damage they can put down. ROCCAT kind of got a little baited into trading onto Jez's early, thinking, well, if we can take control of Soraka's health pool to start this laning phase, then surely we can kind of keep Fnatic back, keep them down. And unfortunately, Soraka able to kind of facilitate a lot in that. Had the Q, heals herself back up, puts the damage down.
So here's where I would ask, with all those summoners burnt right now, it's flashes and flashes available for Jez and Reckless. Does Maxlor now start to come down and maybe make an early move? But he was spotted on that red buff. So they kind of have this vision locked up, and he's actually going to look mid.
Yeah, Maxlor's going to look mid. This is what we were talking about with the difficulty of getting a Camille against a Rise later on, if you end up getting put behind. But for this bottom lane, Reckless and Jez is going to try and offset some of the push potential that Hjanen and Wadid you would expect would have on Sivir Karma. Normally a fairly heavy push lane, but Soraka and Varus can do fairly well themselves. And with Hjanen taking a step back from the wave and no summoners, they have to pick and choose their little trades carefully. On the bot side, of course, the other advantage of having Varus is a 3-potion start with Soraka. Incredible sustain compared to Hjanen. Doran's Blade start. Only 1 potion.
Yeah. And, you know, no biscuits to speak of. Amazing is actually going to run into Maxlor. Aye. He has had some trouble getting caught, face-checking a few times, but he has more tankiness. Threw the trigger seed on himself and threw up a brush as well, but he still had to burn that flash.
And that's one of the difficulties. Ooh, Hjanen.
Very low in that bottom side. Reckless and Jez is pushing forward very aggressively.
One of the difficulties of that Ivan, if you do face-check into somebody like a Kha'Zix that has this early game damage in that jungle thing, you can really punish the Ivan, get the flash, and this is a very early roam, spotted for a brief second bot lane. Hjanen, the shields are down, in he goes!
Shot right onto Yarden, nowhere to go, and it's first blood. It's actually picked up by Jez's, who got the last hit.
Yeah, Jez's is going to get it, but keep in mind, Caps now with this early roam, playing off the teleport mid laner, can recall and TP back into lane. This actually forces Betsy to go back and buy right now, otherwise he'll never make it to lane in time. Caps will lose maybe 2 minions off this, as Amazing comes into the lane. Thankfully, it was a cannon minion, so actually I think only lost 1 from that when you look at the experience and the farm. So despite Caps not getting the kill, it's not massively detrimental. but that assist is going to help him recoup some of the goal difference that he's currently down against Betsy. It's not the easiest lane for Camille.
No, definitely not, but building it for the team fighting. Soaz getting taunted into tower range. He's actually gone quite low here, and he has to walk away. He's going to be backing off for now, but still hanging tough. We won't talk too much about the top lane because the action is definitely going to be in the mid and bot like we've been seeing.
And now you can see how this first blood in going to Jez's actually will cascade through this bottom lane in the game. This early Sightstone, 5 minutes is very early on a Sightstone buy. Typically it's just past the 8-minute mark if you're getting it pretty early on support. So for Jez's, it's going to transition into bot side wards. They're going to be safe in the laning phase.
You know who's not safe? Neither of these mid laners.
Yeah, because here come both junglers.
All right, there's the tack sweep, and they're just going to back off. Ah, that was disappointing.
Well, I mean, Caps isn't really looking to go all in at this point.
Yeah, they're both
yet.
level 5.
Yeah, Caps will get damage down, but with Maxlor around.
Yeah. And the junglers definitely have focused a fair amount of time in this mid after they've been farming it out. I am really interested to see how differently Amazing can play this Ivern, because it did seem like he was shying away from some of these more emerging meta picks, and it's refreshing to see him changing that up in the later stages of this week.
At least in the first few weeks as well, they'd heavily banned out enemy Kha'Zix, as well as the Rengar that you would come to assume is basically banned in every game. So I'm liking seeing the Ivern out of Amazing. Bit of a change up in playstyle from him, but certainly we've seen the impact that Ivern can have, and, you know, pairing it with the Maokai, you got yourself a Varus to poke people down as well, who, by the way, has a significant lead in the bot lane.
Yeah, and a lot of that has really been the pressure they've been able to exert and the vision that they've been able to deny anything from Maxlor, even if he wanted to come down towards that bottom side. I mean, really, the level 1 trade kind of decided a lot of things, it seemed. Caps, though, could be in trouble with Maxlor hanging out. He's got 6 right now, and he's caught in prison, but he hooks shots out. Flashing, and it's followed by Betsy, who just can't get the last hit.
Yeah, flash for flash, Caps gets out. Utilizing a lot of that mobility on that hook shot, getting himself available, out of the fight. That's one of the things that a lot of mid laners outside of the likes of Corki don't necessarily have.
Yeah.
Is that giant mobility radius.
Yeah, and you got to take a look at the difference between these two junglers. I mean, it's been a little bit, I would say, more disappointing almost for Amazing, to be honest. But, you know, this game, he can turn a lot of that around.
Yeah, he can turn a lot of it around. I mean, the weird thing about ROCCAT when you look at their jungler is the fact that they kind of go through these peaks and troughs of erratic jungle proximity, where one game Betsy will have like 40% jungle proximity, the next game Maxlor will do nothing and just sit back. So this time Maxlor's been more heavily focused around Betsy. It's been one of those more camp mid games. Understandable when the opponents get Camille in the mid lane.
I mean, they gave it to him, so hey, but they got themselves the Kha'Zix for it. We'll see if Maxlor can really, you know, step it up and start picking up some of those kills or starting to snowball lanes. But obviously the lane phase could end up being a little quieter since it is only that one kill that we've gotten off the rotation bottom. Amazing is actually hanging out in this brush. They've spotted that Betsy is sitting under tower and that Maxlor is hanging out towards the bottom side. Don't know if Fnatic spots that one.
Easiest blue buff of his life for Caps.
I didn't even have to do anything.
Walks over, gets it. Interesting for Caps, we're seeing a departure. We were talking earlier with Cabochard about top lane Camille and how Sheen first is a great damage spike. You get a lot of damage from that based on the trading that Camille can actually offer. Caps opting away for that, going towards, you know, long swords, more towards what looks to be the beginnings of a phase. A lot of items build out of this mix of components. So I'm interested to see where Caps is going with this build. A lot of Camille's have gone that Trinity Force route overall.
We'll definitely have to keep an eye on it. And Caps is somebody who's not shied away from building for the most damage as much as he possibly can. The other day we saw him pulling out, you know, the Zed, the Katarina. Didn't get them any victories, but he's definitely been trying to step into that big carry, big assassin role. We'll see if they're able to snowball him ahead. Soaz roaming for vision right now. Amazing will cover in lane for a moment. And you can see ROCCAT rotating their duo laners up top side. See if they get a fast push on.
Yeah, trying to get that fast push. ROCCAT have done this a couple of times. We've seen teams starting to rotate out when they feel like they're losing the bot lane matchup. You can see 86 CS to 59 right now in favor of Fnatic. They're going to try and push bot side out. They're bringing Camille down with Ivern as well.
Oh, they got the taunt on Reckless. He's not going in tower range because Jesus was the one who was tanking. And now Caps is incoming with the hook shot. See, they dive onto Faxi. He knows something is up. Will he be able to get away? He's got his flash, but he's in the ultimatum right now. Blocking damage. They flash in. Reckless throws down the chains of corruption, and it's going to be Caps that follows through.
Caps follows through, gets the kill. Big kill to start that snowball going Soaz topside.
Yeah, Max Laura's on him. He hopped, skipped, and jumped and throws the spikes. Soaz knows he has to back away, so it's a race to tower first blood. We have 0-0, but that is about to change. Looks like Fnatic should secure that one up just first, and Amazing is even going double time to pick up the Cloud Dragon. There it goes, Fnatic now, increasing that gold lead.
And they get tower first blood. Remember, it was ROCCAT that recalled out to try and get this play going first with the Sivir. Ultimately, Fnatic coming out ahead on the play, bringing their mid laner down early. And Caps even managed to recall out and get mid lane to hold that tower in time. There's the Sheen we were talking about. It's going to give him a large amount of burst damage. On top of that, Caps is maxing E for Camille. A lot of top laners typically max Q to try and get that trading damage on hit, but in top lane against Shen, where you can mitigate a lot of the damage, you want that burst damage on E. So Caps opting for the same kind of thing in mid lane as well, wanting to burst down any targets up front and try and get himself out. So this was the dive play. Reckless taunted under the tower. Didn't really end up doing too much, and Foxy right now knows he's basically dead, despite there being a ward. Camille is so mobile that you just get into the lane, get that massive slowdown, and this is the layering Fnatic are going to have for the rest of these small-scale skirmishes. It's Camille ult, into Varus ult, into Equinox silence, and everybody kind of just dies.
Yeah.
That was there.
Yeah, before the season started, I was actually kind of thinking to myself, hey, with all the mobility, you know, we see like some Talon plays coming out. I really want to see that kind of champion. Well, I mean, who needs it when you can get your hands on Camille? It's a good gap close, just ridiculous. Fnatic have to be very happy with how that went down. One kill to the mid lane Camille. They got tower first blood. They got a dragon on top of it. And now they're wailing away up top, and Faxi's a little late to the party here. Reckless will get locked up, though, in the mid. Exhaust is on. Betsy running through all of them. They're bringing in the Shen. Reckless, the heals are just not enough, and Betsy will get the kill. But Fnatic get a tower, and they rotate down. Bottom teleport spent by Soaz, looking for Yarnin. Should be able to clear him off.
And because they just saw Shen and Ryze mid lane, Soaz can hold the bot side tower. That just took 4 people from ROCCAT to actually take Reckless down in the mid lane through the heal, through all of Soraka's heals as well. And that's only going to get more difficult. There's going to be a Maokai in that fight. You're going to have a Camille keeping on top of people at the same time. You can see what Fnatic have started to do. And yes, it was risky to put this Camille in the mid lane up against a Ryze. Yes, it's kind of risky to have outside of that what could be perceived as a low damage comp, but Reckless has enough damage himself. All of these heals and shields and you name it, Reckless had it, and it took ROCCAT a while to get it. So they ultimately get the kill, but lose out on the tower trade thanks to the teleport out from Soaz. Hyunum would have liked a little more time on his own in the bot lane just to push that wave in, get the tower damage down, but Fnatic were right on top of that.
As you said, ROCCAT still trying to buy some time, but they may not have it as Caps run smack dab into Maxlor through the ultimatum. He's going to have to flash back, and Daisy taps in, blocking ROCCAT. Betsy coming through the middle. Caps is coming back in for round number 2 as the teleport is channeling here. It's going to finally finish, and Foxy has joined the fight. This has gone pear-shaped for both teams, and they back off, no kills.
Yeah, Caps didn't quite have enough damage to finish off Maxlor. He thought he could, but through everything what it was bringing with the shields and everything else to keep him alive, wasn't quite enough damage. After that Triforce, I feel like that fight is going to go a little bit differently, and Maxlor's probably going to be dead before the help arrives, but ROCCAT turn it around, and Fnatic appear with everybody else. So back and forth fight, Fnatic instantly move to the bot lane, and look at the strength of this Fnatic composition. They have enough survivability to push 2 towers at once.
No hesitation from them, but Maxlor is jumping in, and Caps immediately has to bail out of there. Still, Fnatic, almost guerrilla warfare, in and out before ROCCAT can really respond fast enough, and this is what's helped them build up this 3K gold lead. 2 towers to 1, Cloud Dragon available, and it is not going to be Elder Dragon next. That is not correct.
No, it is not. The dragon it will be is Cloud next when it does come up.
Yay for speed boosts. Foxy's up top.
I mean, that's a significant help for the likes of Caps, who's looking to just assassinate and get everything they can. It'll actually help compensate a little bit for the fact they're against a Sivir and a Karma, who are going to try and run at you quickly. So as long as you're not in combat, Fnatic double Cloud Break will help.
Betsy, trying to trade with Soaz under towers to distract him a little bit before he pushes the wave out. He's able to do it. Maxlor there. Just waiting for backup. A lot of vision invested by ROCCAT in this bottom side of the map, mostly throughout that river. Yarnin and Wadid pushing in the mid against Rekkles and Jezza. So ROCCAT are definitely holding. I mean, there's some hope for them. They have some shields, some sustainability like we saw earlier on for themselves. So Caps has a hard time bursting people down. Rekkles, even though he can poke from afar, may not be able to do it for long. But at 15 minutes, no, ROCCAT are not doing too bad. They just got to stop this gold snowball.
Yeah, they got to stop that snowball. The problem is Maxwell would like to do that by picking people off. Difficult when there's a Soraka on the enemy team who kind of just casts Wish and suddenly they get half their health back again, and then if Soraka's anywhere nearby, she just continues to heal and heal and heal.
True.
Means Maxwell needs to basically blow somebody up before anybody can reply, and that is difficult when you're facing off against an Ivan, you're facing off against a Maokai. Of course, Camille will end up getting some damage reduction if she tags you. So not a lot of squishy targets available for ROCCAT to kind of exploit, but ROCCAT have a pretty insane late game with Sivir, with Ryze, with this Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. And you've got a Shen on your side, too. I mean, we've seen what the Shen-Kha'Zix combo can do when you just leap in there with a massive shield. This means ROCCAT should also really be trying to contest this Cloud Drake when it comes up in the next minute. The question is, can they do that?
Right now, I think they're probably wanting to avoid it. Looking at itemization, you can see Sivir still not on one completed item. Rekkles has the first. Here they go.
Here comes Maxwell. He's a little bit behind the 8-ball there, and Daisy's going to try to block some damage, but they've caught chances. They blow him up before it even begins, and Foxy getting one kill there. Yarnin staying back for just a second as Soaz tries to come and get some knockup. They melt through Maxwell. They take down Foxy, and now the rest of Fnatic are cleaning house. Betsy on the run trying to pick off Caps, but that damage from Camille was just too real. And ROCCAT take the worst end of that one.
Daisy's a little excited at the end of that fight, jumping forward, trying to catch down Betsy.
That's one scary cupcake, Stress.
I know, right? And that was a scary cupcake that actually kind of deterred the fight just long enough for Fnatic to turn themselves around and win the fight convincingly as they get another tower from mid lane. This is what we wanted to see out of Amazing. This is less about going Elise, trying to just snowball one lane and trying to build AP and do everything you can to win the game, which can be the right tactic. But everybody that is getting their hands on Ivan is seeing the strength of utilizing Daisy in these fights as almost a bodyguard, as a deterrent that can just push back the start of a fight for so long. And Amazing does that very well in that fight. It's going to be a second Cloud Drake going over to Fnatic as ROCCAT can't do anything.
Yeah, really not a lot you can fault Amazing for in this particular game. We were a bit hard on him early on, and he did get caught out at that level 1, but did not die for it. Now here was the attempt from ROCCAT that just did not work.
Instant Daisy as Foxy goes in. Jezzy gets blown up in this fight, and that's important because that Soraka really is one of the key points of this. Caps had enough time to get back out of the lockdown, or at least the zone from his ult. And Rekkles, because Daisy was next to him this entire fight, has just been able to pop off damage time and time again and stays safe. And the fact that Caps is a big enough deterrent, Daisy's a big enough deterrent, they only get Jezzy's, means Fnatic have so much damage at the end of that fight that Hyanen's low, Betsy's running away, Maxwell can't really survive either.
And you talked about them needing to scale as well. I mean, this is a scary late game team, but I mean, Fnatic have a fair amount of power here. You have the Trinity Force completed on Caps. He also had the Tiamat, so he has some damage. You've got a 2-item Ivern here that's going to provide a hell of a lot of protection between the Redemption and the Locket. And then you've got a big frontline Maokai. I mean, it's hard to melt through this, so I like that ROCCAT focused Jez's, but they just didn't have enough on the cooldowns to make any more happen.
Well, that's one of the things you've always kind of got to do against the Soraka. Otherwise, she runs around and heals everybody up.
It's a good old game tactic. Kill the medic first, and then, you know, you
Please,
can
we need him for Challenger tomorrow.
You're right, not that medic.
Join that
general. I'm speaking in generals.
Of course, Challenger will take place tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just a small little plug. Because,
nice.
I mean, one of these teams, if they end up at the bottom of the group, which ROCCAT are currently, at the end of the split, will be playing against the Challenger team for their spot in the LCS. So a lot on the line as Fnatic are looking to maintain distance from the bottom of the group in this setting. 2 dragons already in their favor. They're ahead in kills, ahead in gold, ahead in towers, you name it, they've got it. And they have a fairly scary 3-0-2 Camille that's got Trinity Force and a Tiamat alongside it. So this is the kind of basis they want to be out on the side lanes with this Camille, push down towers, and then kind of regroup a little bit when Soaz is ready to come into the fight alongside Amazing.
Yeah, talking about being a little bit risky to pick this Camille, but it definitely seems to be in Cap's wheelhouse, and he's made a lot of work happen with it. If he can keep to those side lanes, this is exactly where Fnatic are comfortable right now. We're getting close to that 20-minute mark, just a few more seconds. The gold lead above 5,000 now for Fnatic as they've controlled both the dragons available. They have a lot of speed available outside of that combat. There'll be a Mountain Drake coming up next, but Fnatic haven't needed that much help knocking down objectives.
No, they really haven't. And honestly, a lot of this comes from not only the level 1, but the play that came a little later when Caps roamed down to the bottom lane with Amazing. They broke open that tower, got the first Drake, got the first kills, started the snowball going. And they haven't really looked back. They've been able to utilize a lot of this vision control on the bottom side fairly well. And now they're swapping it over to the top side. They want to try and focus on Baron control, trying to focus on these inner towers as well, just trying to catch anybody they can coming through the jungle. Because if Maxlow gets caught out by Caps, Maxlow's basically dead.
Yeah, and he did get caught out by Amazing, but fortunately for him, Licorice doesn't do that much damage on its own, but there's a Realm Warp coming in for Betsy, and instantly Daisy's there to intercept it. Fox is stopped up for just a second. A hail of arrows comes in. ROCCAT are pushed back, and there's a teleport now coming as we see everybody from Fnatic turning on that immediately, and Cap's going around the side looking to hunt down Betsy. He hook shots over, gets put in room prison, but he's going to hop forward for an ultimatum. Betsy can't go anywhere. Soaz Twisted advances on. He's going to flash, but it may just be too late, and Caps with a rampage kill. Betsy, meanwhile, is keeping everyone busy, and it's going to be Maxlor that goes down next. Attack sweep to sweep ROCCAT aside. And it looks like they're heading for Baron.
So as slams the ground, flashes forward and makes sure they can get a second kill for that to open up the Baron. It was fairly clean from Fnatic. Teleporting right into the middle of the fight causes ROCCAT to run back away from any kind of engage. Caps just walks down from the top lane. Faxi's here, he's dead.
And that's a Shen that they just melted through, and they're right back on top of the Baron. ROCCAT looked like they were going to high-five into that one as he stepped a little too far out, so no chance here for ROCCAT contesting this Baron, none whatsoever. As it's 22 minutes into the game, they now extend that gold lead all over.
That's a Shen with 0 completed full items right now. So this was the engage that Maxlor was looking for with Betsy. And Faxi, again, get Daisy into the front of the fight, blocks off a lot of the things. You can see Betsy not really able to output a lot of damage there as Daisy was stuck on the corner as Caps jumps around. If this is a 1v1, maybe Betsy can get out, but between the ultimatum, Betsy even uses exhaust here. Soaz comes through, locks Betsy down. That's kill number 1. Watch Soaz. I believe it's a Q flash here as he connects with Maxlor, gets the CC through, and is able to pick up that second kill. Fnatic turn for the Baron. Nicely played by Soaz. We had a lot of criticism for Soaz and Amazing back on Thursday, their series where they got caught out again and again. This time, 0 deaths so far. Fnatic is snowballing.
And he jumps right on to Betsy. Once again, Caps, no fear, no hesitation. They lock him up in the chains, and Reckless is even able to get a kill for himself. Yarnin on the hunt backwards. Soaz is tanking the front of this all as they take down the tower. Betsy will tag in forward, and with a wave of Baron-empowered minions, ROCCAT are looking to try and hold on to their base, but it won't be so easy. 23 minutes, Fnatic are knocking on the front door. They've got one, and that inhibitor's gonna look very tasty.
We mentioned it briefly earlier, Pyre, about how ROCCAT needed time in this game to get Sivir and Ryze to a point where they had damage. The damage output is not there yet. ROCCAT don't even have their tanks up to a point where they can sustain through the damage that Fnatic are outputting. I mean, this is going to be a slow kill because Maxlow's going to get hit by Betsy and Amazing's going to run away.
Yeah.
So.
In fact, he's just going to swag walk away. That's kind of where Fnatic are at in this game. And yeah, this is way too early for ROCCAT's liking. It's just kind of falling to pieces for this team right now. And Grabs is taking the time to take the notes, but I mean, he can't be super happy with how this is going.
I think first note should be don't let Camille go to red side if available. Honestly, I think it's such a significant thing. This is the first game we've had in Europe where that has happened, right? Camille has been available and it hasn't been picked. Fnatic knew what they were doing with it, building a composition that they could very easily run off 2 carries and then 2 tanks, and a Soraka that is just healing everybody up, and Fnatic have done a very, very good job in setting themselves up for a quick win against ROCCAT.
Now, it has to feel good after the performance they had up against Misfits. Very redeeming for this Fnatic squad who's looking to
be a little bit better than their placement would suggest, but they're going to have to fight it out first. The ultimatum lands onto Foxy here. Maxlor in the back, but he's dealing with Daisy, and he's just not getting the best of it. Flashing backwards now, the rest of ROCCAT, and their base is falling apart. Betsy's going to get the Shen shield, and it might just be enough to keep him alive, but he's running towards the wrong part of the map, and he's gone down. Foxy now, they're flashing for him. They finish him. The base is in shambles, and 3 ROCCAT members are left to deal with all these waves.
And this is a big shot fired back towards all the critics from Fnatic earlier in the week. They had a pretty insane draft with what they picked up. Difficult maybe to predict Caps playing Camille, but Fnatic have done great in game 1.
Absolutely, and they're going to finish that one off in style. Caps goes godlike as he flashes in for the finisher, and with the Baron-empowered super minions in tow, they will take down the Nexus turrets, they will take down the Nexus, and they will lead the series 1-0 over Team ROCCAT.
I don't think we're going to see Ivan and Camille on the same team ever again in the EU LCS this split. That's the caveat on patch 7.2. But anyway, that combination is disgusting. Ivan is strong, Camille is maybe even stronger, and you put them together and you're like, okay, well, we'll handle it with a slow scaling comp is never going to work.
Yeah, and even though they had some early power potential in the Kha'Zix, he was unable to get a single kill that game because apart from the shields, you've got a Soraka. Jez is bringing out that NA flavor, and it worked out.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. Honestly, a lot of this game, that early play with the Ivan, the Camille roaming down towards bot lane, the fact it worked out so perfectly for Fnatic was a big foundation on this win, but Caps...
He popped off, man.
That guy looked insane on Camille.
He was 8-0-5, 100% kill participation. He was everywhere, and he was flashing, hookshotting. I mean, you can't predict for that kind of distance, and he made it look so easy.
Yeah, we were wondering, like, hey, if the Ryze can get ahead, that's a big if. If Ryze could get to the late game, shut down the Camille, but Camille went to other lanes and just completely got all of the glory.
I mean, this looked exactly like what he was trying to do on the Zed, on the Katarina, but I mean, on the Camille, it worked down. So now, to break down how Fnatic took game 1 over ROCCAT, we're going to send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pyro. Of course, to really break this down, we're going to start with the pick and ban. We want to look into some of the interesting choices that came out here on the side of Fnatic. Particular surprises, of course, Camille making it through, Soraka showing up, but I'm curious, what stood out most to you, Cabo Chard?
Yeah, it was interesting to flex it to mid lane, but I think it had some flaws in the Fnatic draft. Like normally we expect bot lane to get pushed in, like the Silver Kama, it cannot get pushed. Top lane, Shen is playing against Maokai, which is like fine early, and Ivan is not so much pressuring him, so he can push as well. And we saw Ryze at the advantage actually 1v1 against Camille, so they normally should get all pushed in, but it all crumbled a bit because of the level 1 bot lane trade that I guess Crepo is going to talk about.
I mean, yeah, I love my bot lane, but yeah, I definitely agree with Cabo Chard here. This is one of those situations where we look at a game, wow, Fnatic, 25 minutes stomp, they can be so proud of themselves, but they have a draft with 3 losing matchups in the early game and a jungler that has a really weak moment at level 4 that can't actually duel very well. We saw it, if Ivan gets to duel Kha'Zix pre-6, he dies. So technically speaking, from like a holistic point of view, ROCCAT have a way into the game right there. But the main crux is that your bot lane pushes, and that went wrong. And we have the replay that we can watch again because it's just, there's so many mistakes on like a fundamental level. And it's really smart for Fnatic to, look, they're early aggroing the wave, so they should never get 2 hits on the minions before the enemy team. Wadid misses Mantra Q. If you are a professional League of Legends player and you miss Mantra Q early game, like, you can FF. Like, you just forfeit the lane here, right here. This is like, and you don't even have to hit the Soraka. If you just send the Mantra Q out to the creeps and the ROCCAT bot lane just played on top side of the lane, no jungler will be close. There's no level 2 gank shenanigans going on. You can get the push, and then you push in Soraka Varus, and they do nothing all game. They just farm. But then this then happens down when Caps starts showing up, and obviously Cabo mentioned it, Ryze had the advantage 1v1 versus Caps. If Caps doesn't get these kills on side lanes, then he will start snowballing.
I mean, on the other one hand, while the draft does kind of leave a lot of vulnerability for Fnatic, I think we do have to praise them. They get the early flash advantage, and Caps immediately capitalizes on it.
Super well played. Yeah. But the amount of effort it took to like get there and variance is just like, I don't think this should happen with this draft.
Yeah, probably not. But then we saw like they actually snowballed it pretty well. They get bot tower, and then They get top tower when they send the Camille there, and then in team fight it was really well set up with Ivan, Maokai, Soraka. Like when you're ahead in this comp, there is no way you can lose it. So
I like what Cabo says there. The combination of Soraka and Ivan with 2 redemptions. Soraka's main weakness is that she eventually runs out of health if she doesn't get caught. With double redemption, you get healed twice, so you can just keep healing people in return. It's just so hard to play against.
I mean, it felt just once again, nearly insurmountable once that lead was built. I want to take a look now at a replay where we see kind of where Fnatic started to extend that lead. And despite ROCCAT building a good comp, once again, it feels like the decision-making was just not there from them.
Yeah, Cabo, we see Maxor and Wadid here run to the mid lane to make a pick instead of kind of trading turrets, what Fnatic was kind of forcing them to do. Do you think this is the best choice to go for these picks, or would you rather see them trade the turrets?
yeah, no, they have to trade for sure. But I guess once again they are slower on the play, so they are thinking maybe we can get mid kill and then get mid tower. But here they just get 1 kill. The wave is pushed in, they lose top tower, and ROCCAT TP's bot and he defends the tower. So it's 1 kill for 1 tower, I guess, worth it.
Not really worth it, especially since Soaz gets to soak up that experience, and Shen falls further behind in the matchup then as well, because he was zoned off. And they were trying to make something work here, ROCCAT, but they were accelerating at the wrong points. And I think that was forcing them to struggle a lot against Fnatic, who were in complete control.
So this looks honestly pretty bad from ROCCAT's point of view. This is exactly how you don't want to lose a game. Get a good draft and then throw it away based on individual mistakes. Now I'm curious, as we come into the next game, what needs to change here for ROCCAT? Because if the drafting is good, is it just a matter of changing your in-game performance, or is there something else that they can draft to make this easier for themselves?
I don't know. I think they need to understand what are their composition strength and play that out properly, because with that early game bot, as we said, there is no way you can get out after.
Yeah, curious. Of course, Maxlor, we expected him to be potentially on more supportive champions to enable his lanes. He took the Kha'Zix, much more, kind of self-centered, wants to snowball ahead. Do we think that will change coming in, or does the Kha'Zix play fine? It just came down to the early game execution.
Like, Kha'Zix is still a really good champion, and into Ivern it was fine. And maybe if they know they can all push, then Kha'Zix invade Ivern, and level 3, Kha'Zix can never lose. So maybe we can see that next game.
Yeah, if that's the plan. If you're jungler, I don't think we can blame anything on Maxwell here. If you have expected lanes to win and they lose not only the lane but this hard to the point where enemy mid can just dive bot level 4, then you have bigger problems.
Yeah, falling apart in the early game, never what we want to see. Kind of disastrous, of course. Quick cleanup by Fnatic. We'll have to see if they can repeat it in game 2 or if ROCCAT will bring it back. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will see that second game, and we'll see you guys in 3.5.
For a brief second, bot lane Yarn, the shields are down, in he goes!
Shot right on the Yarn and nowhere to go, and it's first blood. It's actually picked up by Jesus, who got the last hit. And now Caps is incoming with the hook shot. So they dive onto Faxi. He knows something is up. Will he be able to get away? He's got his flash, but he's in the ultimatum right now. Blocking damage, they flash in. Reckless throws down the chains of corruption, and it's gonna be Caps. That follows through. Put in room prison, but he's gonna hop forward for an ultimatum. Betsy can't go anywhere. So as Twisted advances on, he's gonna flash, but it may just be too late. And Caps with a rampage kill at the Baron empowered super minions in tow. They will take down the Nexus turrets. They will take down the Nexus, and they will lead the series 1-0. Welcome back to Berlin, where Game 2 between ROCCAT and Fnatic is about to get underway, and today we learned Camille is triple flex pick.
Yeah. Well, we kind of knew that. We have seen Camille mid in the opening week of some of the regions, and then Camille got permabanned.
Yeah,
so
we don't see enough of it to really know exactly all the time. And I mean, Caps, it looked like it was his kind of champion, and it was a big part of that victory. A very, very smooth one. ROCCAT looked like they were holding up for a little bit, but it just was not enough. They needed time to scale up. Fnatic did not give it to them, and they looked every bit the decisive team that we expected them to be coming into the split.
They really did. They looked actually clean, which is, considering their last couple of games, is a far cry. And it's a good sign for Fnatic going into cross-group play that they're able to very handily take out a team like ROCCAT, who are sat at the bottom of the group right now. You can essentially kind of extrapolate their performances against some of the lower half groups. Teams in Group B should therefore go their way. And for Fnatic, that's a really good boon.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Still, though, there's still ROCCAT to get through for game number 2 at the very least. We'll see if ROCCAT can force number 3 as we get into picks and bans. They're on the blue side once again.
Interesting. So ROCCAT, again, maintaining blue side on this. I don't think Camille's getting through.
No, I got a feeling, but I mean, if they make ROCCAT ban it,
well, I think
give it to them.
Yeah, this is a weird one where the Fnatic are likely to ban it, because otherwise ROCCAT will pick it. I don't think ROCCAT will make the same mistake again. Yeah, they're going to ban another kind of different champion. First game was Syndra. Second game now it's going to be Shen as that third ban. Fnatic will leave Camille open. It won't leave Camille open because ROCCAT will take it. Sorry.
All right, so it's 15 seconds. You can tell they're still chewing on it, though, or at least wanting to think ahead to the first picks and the possibilities that have been left open and available. If the Camille gets banned, we should expect to see the Kha'Zix once again. Let's see what it's going to be. Timer's ticking down. There's Camille ban.
Yep, that's as expected. Took a little bit longer than you would normally imagine a team to ban Camille. So Kha'Zix, Varus are the
first pick.
Tiers. Amazing's only played one game of Kha'Zix, and with Ivern available again for Fnatic, I actually think that might be the route that they should go.
Well, we'll see if they do. Would be surprised to not see a jungle pickup in this first one, so they lock the Ivern. It's going to give that Kha'Zix over to Maxlorn. If ROCCAT don't take it on their next rotation, it should be banned out. The Corki's also picked up very quickly.
I actually don't mind this. They're blind picking a fairly safe mid laner right now. ROCCAT probably going to have to prioritize something like a Syndra on this rotation, or a Ryze for Betsy if they want it. Again, that Kha'Zix suddenly goes up in priority, as Fnatic would be likely to pinch that champion pool if ROCCAT don't get it. So potentially Kha'Zix, Ryze as the lock-in here on this rotation, and then Fnatic probably will round it out with either the Jhin or the Ashe, whichever they feel a little more comfortable with.
All right, let's see if it ends up being the way. So far, you're 1 for 1. You got the Ryze. Are they going to lock the Kha'Zix on this rotation?
If they want to go the Elise, they can. It's okay. It's probably not quite as impactful as Kha'Zix. It has better scaling when you look at Kha'Zix versus Elise specifically.
Maxlor's played a few interesting ones, though. I mean, he's one of those guys that brought in the Nocturne, but they're not going to decide just yet. He's going to lock in the Karma.
Well, one of the things that Ivern on the other side, being seen so early, gives you is the freedom to basically lock almost any jungler that you really want, because Ivern doesn't have a lot of pressure. It's not the likes of facing an early game jungler like a Rengar or a Kha'Zix, where you're kind of wondering how the early trades are really going to affect things.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
He does it again. So, I mean, with the supports banned away, I mean, he's pretty comfortable on this. So it looks like they're building a similar composition, but with a Corki in the mid instead of that really big powerhouse Camille. Corki can do a lot of damage. What else are they looking for to round this out?
Well, it actually does a kind of similar job. If a Corki snowballs, it'll look just about as good as that Caps Camille snowball. And now Fnatic turn their attention to the jungle with the Lee Sin being banned away. ROCCAT probably going to turn to the AD carries that we mentioned. Ashe, Jhin are the top tier AD carries that remain. So on Fnatic's side, they're also looking for their top lane pick alongside this. And there we go. We saw this yesterday at a trick. The Graves jungle.
It's going to be banned, so Fnatic continue to try and squeeze the jungle pool. The Jhin is banned, so the AD carries have been as well. We'll see what Fnatic want to pick up for Reckless. It's the safe choice, the Ezreal.
This bot lane is we're never dying in lane bot lane, but also has no pressure.
I was going to say, we're never dying, but neither are you.
So you've got no pressure in the bot lane. You've got a low pressure jungle against a scaling mid laner and a pushing bot lane on the side of ROCCAT. So if ROCCAT take an early game jungle, something like a Warwick maybe, if Maxlor has been playing
the
it. Or the
Kha'Zix
is still up. Either one is an option here. ROCCAT could look to exploit a little bit of the early game on the bottom half of the map. Top lane, we got the Maokai still available. Shen is banned away. Do Fnatic want to go Rumble and have at least a lane that is pushing out? Put Soaz on that big damage dealer up in the top lane. He's been playing the Alawi as another lane. The Poppy is another lane he could play into the Maokai. There's a couple of options for them available.
There definitely are. So with the Maokai locked in, they have the big front line available to themselves. They have the Kha'Zix, they have the Rise. It's still going to scale up for them. And there is a big old tank for Soaz. It's going to be the Nautilus.
It was the one tank I didn't read off, but it's a pushing lane for Soaz up against Faxi. So at least maintaining some presence on the top side as well. Corki able to kind of shove Rise in for a little while in this matchup. So interesting setup for Fnatic on the bot side, giving away so much presence. ROCCAT are likely to push in for first tower and then look to go from there.
Question for ROCCAT always has to be the execution. Will they be able to do it? We haven't criticized their drafting too heavily. Fnatic have been the more creative ones, but this is a little bit more standard. The Soraka notwithstanding. We'll see if they can get it done as well, but they don't have a lot of pressure early on. And they need some time there. ROCCAT, they can push in. They might be able to get themselves off to a flying start and start blasting off. Not. Well, they'll be sinking down to last place once again.
Well, Fnatic have got this composition. They got a Corki, they got Ezreal. Good poke, good setup at turrets. Soraka to heal them through. You've got the Ivern as well, which is always good alongside these poke champions. So if ROCCAT don't get at least a little bit of momentum onto that bot side, I do wonder whether Fnatic will end up doing a similar thing as in game one, where they just ended up turning things around and pushing towers in. Of course, remember that horrendous trade at the beginning of game one for ROCCAT, where it just turned the entire laning phase over.
Yeah, just completely. And that could happen again if they, don't watch themselves. We'll see if Yarnan and Wadid can make it happen. And don't forget, keep on sending your predictions on Twitter, but we're going to load up into this game. We're heading on to the Rift. ROCCAT are hanging on and trying to find a win here in their group. Will they be able to do it? We'll see in game number 2.
We got an Ivern again, which means Betsy, Daisy, all the E's in this game. Daisy, the proverbial 6th cupcake, I guess, did a lot of work in game 1, denying fights, disrupting ROCCAT. See if Amazing can have the same impact. That was a lot better in game 1 out of Amazing than before. Bottom lane, ooh, face check. Oh, right onto the Mantra Q.
Ooh, the piercing arrow. This time Jesus gets punished for it.
Oh, doesn't have to burn Flash. No summoners yet, but Wadid was running Ignite, so if that kind of thing happens again in the laning phase, Jesus may very well get punished. And of course that Ignite going to try and cut through a lot of the healing power.
All right. So he's going to back away early, but because the minions haven't gone through yet, it's not going to punish them too much. It does allow Yarnan and Wadid to take an advanced position on this. There's still a ward down in that river brush, but everything else looking pretty standard to start. Do want to keep an eye on Amazing this time around. He looked a lot more comfortable on the Ivern. Had some questions if he was going to be able to play these more emerging meta junglers, but he definitely answered them this last game.
Yeah, he really did. Was feeling a lot better about his performance, so it was less reliant on Amazing snowballing caps, specifically in the mid lane with the Elise that we saw earlier on in the week. So without that pressure on him, it certainly went a little bit more in his favor. There was that one moment where he traded into Maxlor fairly early on, face checked him, and
had to burn that flash. Yeah. But he got out alive. I mean, that's more than you can say from his Elise performance. So honestly, it's nice to see him going towards something that is more meta rather than comfort. And obviously, it's a different story for ROCCAT. What they did last time with the Sivir composition didn't really get rolling, but that has been how they've tried to pick up wins. It worked one game against Giants. This time, they've kind of gone back to, all right, what's good? We're going to pick it.
And in this bottom lane, it's not Sivir. We mentioned about the level 1 trade in the last game, turning it the other way. Well, it's ROCCAT that have come out ahead at the beginning of this game, and it feels pretty bad to play into Varus as Ezreal.
Yeah.
You get pushed in, and then you're under tower, and then you really hope your support doesn't mess up the wave for you. Otherwise, you lose a bunch of farm.
Yeah, talking about the champion pools, it is a little wonder. I mean, I would have liked to see Rekkles pick up the Caitlyn this time around. He would have been able to match pressure a little bit better.
That damage.
He just keeps taking the arrows.
I mean, a lot of the Korean AD carries were playing Ezreal when the top-tier AD carries were banned, but haven't seen it too much more recently. Caps jumps away.
Oh, Maxlor's right on top of him, and Betsy's right there as well. First blood, flashes, and exhaust burned. But at the end of the day, ROCCAT come up with the gold.
That was a good little gank out from Maxlor and Betsy. We're talking about how Betsy and Maxlor have sometimes this high jungle presence around mid lane. Well, Betsy this time's the first to flash in, catches Caps. And that's the power of this Kha'Zix early game. If you can get into a lane, get the mid lane snowballing. Now you've got a Ryze that's got 1 kill, has the tier at 3.5 minutes in already. So good start for ROCCAT.
Yeah, Amazing's looking to be heading up towards this top side. See if Foxy pushes out a little too far forward. Definitely kudos to ROCCAT so far, though. It's the first time Betsy's been able to pick up first blood. Worked out for him. Uh-oh, though. Amazing's coming towards Foxy. The anchor's on. He's going to have to burn his flash this time. Soaz has still got his. Amazing still got his. I only see this one going one way. Flash forward, and Amazing finishes the kill.
Yeah, Soaz flashing forward just to try and get that kill, but Ivern comes up top, says, no, I want my redemption a little faster. And
whoa. He's not built it yet.
Gets the, yeah, getting it faster. Kill adds to it. It's good. It's good. He's going to try and get there. It's always funny when Iverns take like 6 kills in a game, and you're like, well, you're very useful and very tanky, and Betsy does a whole load of damage, but I'm pretty sure you're a top laner.
I mean, it also feels bad because Soaz flashed on top of it and still didn't get the kill. A little unlucky there, but it happens every now and again. Caps was backed up a little bit, and he pushes back with the Gatling gun. Betsy has no flash available, but he has the exhaust, and out of the bushes comes the bug, but Amazing is ready for it this time.
Yeah, Amazing.
He's throwing candy at him.
Was quick on the trigger seed to be able to shield his way through a lot of that engage.
That's how you deal with void bugs. They can't deal with sugar.
They just get really, you know, like a moth to a flame, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. You smash them. But Maxlor did have a big part in that first blood onto Caps. Let's see if he keeps hanging around that mid lane. This time he was in the jungle. Threw some ward vision down. Amazing. Now moving on to bigger and better things, but he is spotted out. Betsy's actually moving towards him here. No, he's come back to lane.
He was moving towards him just, I believe, to drop a ward. Is that a fresh ward that's sat by the Raptor pit? Yeah, I think it was actually Betsy just dropping that one ever so briefly, making sure he was safe. Did mean he was crossing the Fnatic ward himself, but obviously catching sight of Amazing, knowing he would maybe have to back himself away. No flash, as you mentioned. But Betsy still in the lead in this mid lane.
Yeah, but
heavy
down
snowball.
in bot, I mean, this is exactly how we looked. This Yarnan was going to be able to push right now, and he has been doing it. We've gone a little fuzzy, but we're back to the vision, and now Caps is taking a lot of damage from that. He's forced to play very careful. Corki mid-game can definitely be deadly, but he's not got any items just yet, and Betsy has the Tiri stacking, and you can see Kha'Zix incoming. Oh, flashbacks from last time. Flashing forward, there's a shield on. Is it enough damage? He just might get away from this one. Maxlor being blocked by Amazing. What a bro move from the Ivern.
Yeah, important block from Amazing. Gets Caps out of there. Betsy doesn't pick up anything from the exchange. Actually loses his exhaust. The one thing they did get, though, is Caps flash. So as, drifting down. Betsy stuck around.
Oh, no, and in comes the Nautilus. Betsy did manage to take down Amazing, and Soaz has done a 180.
Yeah, Soaz couldn't get his way into the lane. Had the depth charge available, but couldn't really find any position to get a hook. Get a knock up with the depth charge, but Soaz holds on to it, will go back up to the top lane. Soaz was trying to roam down, but it wasn't quite enough. That's a 2-0 Ryze at 6 minutes 45.
Oh, that is a little unfortunate for Soaz.
I mean, Nautilus not exactly the best at like show diving. Deep sea diving, great. Olympic diving, not so great off that bounce board.
Yeah, he might get a chance to redeem himself later on, but Fnatic, they've been trying to make these plays. It's just been ROCCAT that's been getting the better of it, and I like seeing Maxlor focus on this mid lane, giving Betsy the chance to become this scary Ryze.
Oh, the
boy.
double Q.
Oh, the damage.
Ooh.
Oh, Jez's.
Lot of damage.
How much health is that?
Probably about 40 on Jez's at the end of that. Nice double Q through the minion wave for Hyun. And you know, while Hyun's been playing a bunch of Sivir, his Varus has actually still been okay. You can see in the laning phase, putting the pressure down onto Fnatic, as you'd expect from this Varus Karma into Ezreal Soraka matchup.
I mean, they first picked this and left the Kha'Zix, the Ivern, and all this other stuff open and available. And I mean,
they pinched the AD carries as well. You can see why. This game plan seems to be working out. Reckless and Jezz have been forced back on this low-pressure bottom lane, and it's resulted, among other things, in some free map movement for ROCCAT, as now Caps is locked under tower, trying to push away, still dealing damage onto Betsy, but still.
And it's the same type of thing that H2K tried to do earlier on this week, where they picked the Ezreal bot lane, and Nuclear and Shade just got pushed in and never found themselves in the game, and H2K just lost against Vitality. That draft really hindered them. This time, Fnatic not quite in that same position. They got a losing bot lane. Mid lane would have been okay, but now Ryze is 2-0 in ROCCAT's favor. Soaz, on the other hand, is doing fairly well in this matchup, so it's not like they got 3 losing lanes and they're falling behind. Fnatic are at least holding it at an okay spot for themselves right now.
The question is, where's the damage going to be from Fnatic, since they are going to be delayed on the Corki power spike. They're going to be delayed on the Ezreal, which takes a while anyways. It seems like ROCCAT have definitely got the ball in their court for a long time if they keep playing this way.
Yeah, ROCCAT for now at least, and they have the scaling advantage as well. With
That's
this
true, they got the
Ryze.
Ryze. It's kind of an automatic scaling advantage in most cases.
Most cases, yeah. Corki does have good damage later on into the game after that 3rd item if you're going the Infinity Edge route after Triforce. But it's still a Ryze that is getting ahead.
Yep. I mean, the way they're playing, too, they're making some plays, but they may overstep their bounds.
Daisy.
Out of the brushes comes the Ivern, and Daisy following through. They've got Wadid knocked up, and Yarnan took some damage, but they didn't have enough to follow through. And Maxlor's not even fussed about moving off this dragon.
No, Maxlor doesn't really seem to care too much.
It's okay, guys, I got this.
Should be able to do this. Of course, from Void Spikes, will get a lot of health back and Smite. Means that if Amazing were to come across, it would put him in a tricky situation, but they know they just forced him up through the lane.
It's risky, but I mean, definitely well worth, and they had so much vision covering to see if he was going to come back. And now ROCCAT, they get an early Ocean Drake, some more regeneration. Looking good for them early.
And on that trade in the bottom lane, you can see Reckless and Jezz were pushed so far back away from what eventually was the fight that Amazing was there, kind of 2v2 with Daisy in that bottom lane still, but wasn't able to actually deal enough damage to Hyanan and Wadid on his own, and that caused everybody to back away.
Yeah, definitely like what ROCCAT are doing. They're playing this out a little bit more meticulous, a little bit slower. And honestly, when you're in a situation like this where you're on the cusp of leaving your group play without a single victory, just the one game they had against Giants, you kind of need to do this to grind out some victories against teams that can't explode like Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a difficult ask now in game 2 where you've given over an Ivern again. ROCCAT's draft is better. You can see half of Reckless health goes.
Not giving away Camille is definitely an advantage.
Definitely an advantage. Fnatic certainly rolled the dice leaving it available in game 1, but paid out dividends to them.
Seriously did.
Jezz is able to just heal Reckless back up. That's the one advantage of sustain into poke, is if you can out-heal the poke, then...
but you can't out-CS the poke, unfortunately.
And not only that, you can't heal the tower. And the tower is the key thing in this, because Hyanan and Wadid have been pushing the entire game long.
Ooh.
And it's translating into that tower basically going down on this wave. Fnatic aren't fast enough rotating up to the top side off this recall that they can even the tower out basically immediately. So they have to stick in lane for now. They've got Ezreal ult for the next wave.
They've got Amazing here too, but look at where Betsy's coming from.
Redemption.
Oh, through the river. Redemption's down. Okay, so they've got a little bit more health bars. ROCCAT were looking potentially for a dive, but Maxlor wasn't there. 3v3, they don't want to take it.
Yeah, Maxlor wasn't there. You can see Betsy wasn't quite in position either, and with the Redemption coming through, that was Fnatic denying what is a very common play, dragging 4 people down to the bot side. Maxlor is still hovering around, but Fnatic can deny maybe one more wave or 2 whenever they decide to use that Ezreal ult. Maxlor's coming through, though.
They see the Kazakhs coming. Ivern incoming. Oh, flashed on the Chains of Corruption, but there's the Realm Warp. They're looking to dive behind the tower, and it's Betsy and Maxlor. Instant exhaust, but it's just enough for them to secure tower first blood.
And there's no response possible from Fnatic because they got locked into this lane into basically a lose-lose situation. They either took a fight that the numbers go against them, or they end up losing their tower. Fnatic will try and push onto the mid lane. They've only got 1 wave right now, and Corki and Nautilus don't have the most amount of damage. They've got a half health, which is a fairly good
There's a teleport.
start.
Hold up. Foxy's looking to come in. They want to try to collapse on this one. He's going to cancel.
Yeah, it was the right choice to cancel it. I actually think they would have backed away without the teleport coming through, so I think that's a bit of a waste now, and TP advantage goes over to Fnatic, but the game state advantage goes to ROCCAT. With a tower in their favor, the kills in their favor, Rise fairly decently farmed right now, only a little bit behind, but obviously 2 kills help him out.
Yeah, and all that, it's added to a 2,000 gold advantage for ROCCAT. 13 minutes into this game, no, they're looking slow and steady. Wins the game. That's the game plan, it looks like, for them right now. They can scale up because they know they have the Rise. Maxlor has a little less pressure on him because there just isn't as much counter pressure from Fnatic's side. And there's nothing super explosive. We talked about the Corki, but it's kind of been shut down a little bit.
At least it hasn't got to the point where it's had impact in other lanes. Corki is the kind of champion where you grab the package, go to other lanes, or at least try and skirmish, like ROCCAT are trying to do here. They have themselves a Varus that's doing it instead, so as dropping fairly low. But ROCCAT, this is better out of ROCCAT. They've gone from bot tower now, with Soaz out of lane, Faxi pushed out top side, they've got damage on the tower. This is a much, much better start from ROCCAT than the last game.
Oh, it absolutely is right now. ROCCAT, they're going to be able to, even with the Winions, take down the top tower, so Fnatic just been unable to answer so far. ROCCAT are just trying to play the macro game out.
And without the TP, they actually had to walk down to mid lane. They were hell-bent on keeping mid tower alive to allow them to have more pressure elsewhere on the map. Bringing Kiana mid lane just to push in again, using him basically as a sieging tool, lane to lane to lane, pushing people back. He's gone for this tier build for a couple of reasons. It allows you to throw out those Qs fairly often, at least lots of them, with those cooldown boots as well. And the fact that he's got a Rise in the mid lane who is not ever going to let him have a blue buff, which some Varus do find themselves in that fortunate position, but not very rarely, not very often. So just that additional mana is going to help him out as well.
Oh, we've seen a lot of different Varus builds, and that's going to be the one that allows him to just pop the arrows pretty much more or less consistently. Taking a look at the damage that's been dealt this game, it's no surprise that the biggest poke champion out there is going to be the one doing the most, but the Karma's also really contributed a lot.
Yeah.
The bot lane's seeing its fair amount of action, even if the mid laners are occupying it.
And that's the other thing, Jez is, because he's healing Reckless back up, that's more health to kill. Again, you can just keep
one way to look at
up and down and up and down. A lot of heavy trading under towers, but it's a significant boost for Varus. Some of the lethality changes, you know, the poke under tower. You've seen the fully charged Q take like 40 to 60% of someone's health down. There's like a third of it.
And it's
heals it back up. Next Q's gonna come through. Same thing.
But I like what Fnatic are doing here, securing the vision around the dragon, because it is an Infernal Drake. It's spawning in 10 seconds. ROCCAT have the map advantage. Fnatic are actually going to back on this with Amazing going out. And they're going to Realm Warp behind Caps to see if they can finish him off. That's a quick flash, but they follow him right over the wall, completely isolated, and Maxlor gets his first kill of the game.
Despite the vision advantage, level 11 Betsy says, hey, let's Realm Warp up behind Caps. He doesn't have the package, can't really get away. Good kill, great dragon for ROCCAT.
But that was the decision-making from ROCCAT that we've been kind of waiting for, to see them make the jump when they have the advantage, and it just paid off so well for them.
And at the same time, Hyanan and Widid were holding mid lane. There's no way for Reckless and Jezis to punish on the mid tower, despite it being so low. The lane now, the waves meet in the middle of the lane. There's no play on top side. There's no play on mid lane. And this is Fnatic continuing to struggle from being behind the play on that bot tower. They have no real good answers yet. Those answers are likely to come from a package play once Caps can pick it up next.
What
Top lane is where Betsy's going.
What a swing from game number 1 for Fnatic, and now it's Soaz who's in some trouble. Amazing was trying to help out. He did get the root stun onto Betsy, but with 3-on-1, Soaz is going nowhere, and Betsy picks up kill number 3 on the Rise.
This is a type of game where Betsy gets to show us one of the later game carries that we've seen him be good on in previous splits. We saw his Vlad, we saw his Rise, his Swain in the summer 2016 split, but we haven't seen much out of him yet in the spring split. This is his game to really make a mark, and evening a series against Fnatic would be a very significant message to send.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Fnatic, yep, that's going the wrong way if you want to make a play, but Caps had to get out of a bad situation. Yeah. He still doesn't have his Trinity Force, and he might not live here.
Again.
Oh no, and Maxlor doesn't even need it. He's going to hop and flash forward, and Betsy looks to finish this off. I've seen this game before, and it's going one way. Betsy with a rampage at 17:30.
Uh-oh, I don't think Fnatic have got enough to really hold on to this. Yes, Ezreal can have good damage in the late game. Yes, Corki can have good damage throughout the game as well, but when both are behind, when both are behind a Varus and a Ryze that have significant damage right now, I think this might be a tough struggle for Fnatic to overcome, because ROCCAT are looking in great shape.
And they can finish off this last tower. The True Shot Barrage comes in. Daisy is going to try to deter them off, but they have backed away successfully for now. Get the Inspire. Give them a bit of a speed boost. Fnatic, they're just behind the curve of this game, and the gold lead keeps growing for ROCCAT. They have 2 dragons in their pocket as well. Let's take a look at that one more time. Caps very quickly burns his package, Valk. And
Caps was just waiting, trying to buy the time from the fact that Karma Q was out, didn't want to get slowed down by it, didn't really respect the fact that Maxlor was already crossing over. Betsy was in the area for the Realm Warp, and fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
You're dead.
Shame on Caps at that point.
Yeah, for real. I mean, and it's just, honestly, this Corki pick, it hasn't worked out because there's been so much pressure on the mid for them, but it also seems less comfortable for Caps. He likes to play these big flashy assassins. We've seen him on the Katarina. We've seen him on the Zed. Yeah, it didn't work. He's also played quite a few Ryze games, and he's had a lot of success. But this is very different playstyle, and it doesn't seem to be adapting to it well.
Yeah, it is fairly different. I'm wondering what ROCCAT's play here for mid tower is going to be. Maybe they'll be able to whittle it down in the conventional way with Hyanan. Another play that we've started to see teams do is stand there with the Ryze, and if you only see 1 or 2 people under the tower, you just cast Realm Warp out of vision, and it forces Fnatic back away, because if this Ryze appears at 4-0-1, maybe bringing a Maokai with them, you instantly have to respect that kind of damage and tankiness, survivability under the tower. So even just a fake play out of ROCCAT will be enough to push this tower down, because it's so low health already. All it requires is some vision control out of ROCCAT. Look, Ivan's not here, Ezreal isn't here. This would be the type of play to do it, where you're just walking forward, daring Fnatic to actually defend.
And that's exactly what Betsy's doing, but Daisy now is moved in to try and intercept the True Shot Barrage, melts through the wave, amazing. Is able to push in onto Maxlor, but Daisy's gonna just get smited down, and they save the tower for now, but look, they've got a pushing wave on bottom side. They can head up to top at some point too. Fnatic are doing an okay job holding this, but you know, that may change very quickly. Yarnan is starting to hurt with these piercing arrows.
You're getting sieged on by this Varus. There aren't many champions that can actually survive through a lot of this poke damage. Soaz tries his luck going in, gets caught.
Chain of Corruption, Soaz, though, he's able to tank through most of it, but what ROCCAT really want is this tower. They cannot get it just yet. Amazing hiding out in his own brush. ROCCAT are going to back away, but they still keep pecking away at this tower, slow but steady.
It was a fair amount used, though, by ROCCAT, and you can see the call is to back away. The Soraka is benefiting Fnatic fairly heavily here, because what's happening is the poke lands, Soraka heals it up, and ROCCAT, it's not an all-in fight yet.
Oh, they
now it
blow
is.
through a did! And now the depth charge is coming. Yarnan takes a lot, so as flashing forward. The moment of poor positioning punishes ROCCAT. And it's 2 kills like that for Caps, and now it's ROCCAT that lose their mid tower.
Betsy went to push out top, Faxi went to push out bot lane, and Fnatic pushed straight through mid, because Hyanan and Wadid were a little too far forward. They were wanting to just maintain pressure and the illusion that ROCCAT would still be able to hold off Fnatic. But Soaz, from out of the brushes, out of the darkness, catches on to Hyanan and Wadid. And instantly, Fnatic have turned that whole situation around.
ROCCAT were doing so well.
They were.
And then this happened.
Respect the brush. We did you out of the minion line. Fnatic, you hadn't seen them on the map. You knew your top laner and your mid laner weren't around. That is a frustrating mistake from ROCCAT after what was such a good passage of play. Cracking bot tower, cracking top, already putting the pressure on mid and backing away when you realized it didn't quite work, resetting. And the only thing that ends up resetting is the countdown on when Hyanan and Wadid are going to come back alive.
All right, so let's take stock of where the game is at after that. The gold has been shifted to only 3K advantage. ROCCAT still have the dragons, they still have a fair amount of map pressure. They can't afford to let their squishies get caught like that again. With the Ocean Drake live, it's going to be Maxlor soloing, and he should have no trouble. But this time you can see Yarnan and Wadid are not stepping past that mid-threshold. And this is a big part of why they've been able to repel so many of Fnatic pushes. This poke is quite heavy from Yarnan. It's only going to get more and more heavy.
Varus is a pretty good champion right now.
First pickable if you're ROCCAT.
Yep, and has firmly found his way above Jhin and Ashe. Have not seen a whole lot of Ashe with a lot of bans that have come through. So
All right.
I wonder when that's going to swap around, that it's the Varus ban and the Ashe pick. Now, actually, a lot of the reason for it is the pacing on how many OP champions there are considered to be by teams. As in, you always have Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc, and until that changes, Varus is getting through.
I think last game is definitely a good indicator that the Camille part is not going to change.
Yeah, we've seen teams toy with the LeBlanc getting through. I've been speaking with a couple of teams about like, hey, you know, what? Oh, that's for another time.
Yeah, because Jesus is getting blown up. He's going to have to flash out of this. This is the chance for ROCCAT to finish off this tower. Yarnin just poking around the side. Finally, they find an opening when Fnatic are not all there. But there's a teleport coming in for Soaz. Daisy on the front line. The anchor. Soaz has got no flash to follow through. And Foxy is coming to join the party as well. ROCCAT feel they may be able to fight this one out, but no, it ends up being a teleport trade.
Double TP when there's actually no real fight to speak about. ROCCAT, oh, they caught it again.
Gonna go down this time. Oh, they belted through his health bar. Yarnin gets knocked up, and ROCCAT are only 4 members strong. Maxlor jumps in, but wishes he hadn't. He's all the way out. Foxy has a huge health bar and a hell of a lot of shields, and he's absorbing it. But Jesus makes a wish for his team to win the fight, and they might just be able to do it now. Foxy's caught. The anchor comes in, and Caps is on a killing spree.
Oh, Fnatic just too tanky, too much healing from Jesus and ROCCAT. Despite Betsy just unloading spell after spell onto Soaz, he didn't even get through the health bar because Jesus was untouched. The health bars just replenished the entire fight through, and Fnatic have turned the game around.
Betsy's caught, and now Soaz is on top of him again. Let's see if he can get out. He hasn't been shut down this game. The redemption is there. Caps is dodging out the damage from the piercing arrow of Yarnin. Meanwhile, the tower is felled in mid. Oh man, this game has gone topsy-turvy for ROCCAT.
Oh, it is all Fnatic now after the last couple of fights. Soaz with some key hooks. Caught Betsy.
Oh, Caps just valked immediately, and he still has flash.
Still has flash, as you are saying, and Caps not quite as flashy a game as the last one on that Camille.
Definitely not. But he's got 3 kills, and he was shut down for so much of this game.
And he's not even reached the point where Corki is considered to be exceptionally strong. You can see he's on the way to building that Infinity Edge right now, but this was the replay that started it, or how the fight started. Wadid again getting caught.
I was about to say Maxwell did a great job dodging, and then Wadid got, so...
Yes.
Yarnin nearly did too.
And again, Fnatic making good use of the Ivern brushes around mid lane, able to kind of set up the vision control. Watch Betsy try and kill Soaz. Soaz's health bar comes all the way back up, and then Betsy has to run back out of the fight because he can't do too much more damage. Shanna gets a good Q onto Reckless, but Fnatic sticking as a unit, fracture ROCCAT. And ROCCAT try and run for the hills and don't get anything else.
Really unfortunate for this ROCCAT team. It's got to be a heartbreaker after they were playing it out so well, so smart, dragging Fnatic around for the objective game, but now the gold has closed to just 1,000, and it's 26 minutes in. They may have Dragon advantage. They're toying with the idea of the Baron, but Fnatic are wise to this right now. ROCCAT are going to start this one up, see if they commit to it. True Shot Barrage comes in and melts through a few health bars. Amazing is on the back, and immediately ROCCAT are going to back away.
Yeah, ROCCAT's starting to just respect the Baron prowess of Fnatic. They, of course, have a fair amount of poke, so you don't want to be sat in that Baron pit just trying to take the Baron as he's taking a lot of damage.
I mean, it is so crazy to think that in a game with the 4-0 rise, a Kha'Zix that hasn't died, you're on the back foot. And they've still got scaling on their side.
Yeah.
But for ROCCAT, it always has come down to misexecution when it matters. Fnatic, they're the ones who've been able to come back from big deficit.
They have, and honestly, it looked very dire for Fnatic early on. That bot lane did not go their way. Mid lane was going against them as well. They've managed to recoup off 2 good hooks from Soaz. Soaz has been a big proponent in setting these last few fights up. And it's done fairly well.
Yeah, and some credit to the carries as well, because Caps and Reckless have been able to dish a bit more damage. Reckless with that Duskblade. And of course, Caps, you know, he's got the eye edge on top of his Trinity Force, so he's starting to hurt a little bit more, and those kills have helped him get there.
Duskblade Ezreal, not something we've seen here in Europe. Yeah, it's only a few games of Ezreal.
I was wondering what Reckless had up his sleeve when he was like, I don't need Caitlyn.
Yeah, not only that, feels like he doesn't need Trinity Force, feels like he doesn't need Tier, feels like he doesn't need... well, he got Tier, actually, sorry. It's moved to the end of the line. Oh, fight started.
There we go. Soaz, amazing, tanking up all on the front. The Chains of Corruption are going to lock up Soaz for just a second. Amazing backs out. Daisy absorbing all the damages. Foxy continues to go in, but the redemption is just in time to keep Fnatic healthy. ROCCAT not so lucky there, and Maxlore is stopped up, but Fnatic have already decided to disengage from this.
Yeah, disengage. You can see Fnatic just too difficult to kill for ROCCAT. They can't really get enough from these fights because every time they start dealing damage, the heals just come out and out and out. And Fnatic is starting to get damage in response. As you said, not only the Duskblade, now we're getting further and further into Reckless build. More lethality focused than most Ezreal builds. Of course, lethality got that buff.
Welcome to 7.2, yeah.
Yeah, that flat upfront damage from the extra penetration that it gives you. So Reckless looking to go for that.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get real good for Fnatic because they're able to just walk into the Dragon Pit with the Infernal there. Only Foxy able to respond, and you cannot outsmite if you don't have it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
They have
Caps has been caught a little, but it's only Foxy here.
Okay, hold on a second. The Realm Warp's coming amazing. Immediately, they do have to respect that because Wadid and Betsy were there, and now Foxy jumps over and follows Caps. It's a shutdown from Maxlore. That's going to embolden ROCCAT for a moment.
That was Caps being out on his own. Nobody else from Fnatic was around. Oh, Chains of Corruption.
They've got Soaz. Can they melt through his health bar? Not if he can just anchors away. But now the vision is on the Baron. Yarnan taken incredibly low from the True Shot Barrage. Fnatic are not going to give this up.
Cannon pops his Edge of Night later, just for good measure. It's only a 30-second cooldown now, so you can kind of throw that into the wind a lot of times.
Yeah, you got to channel it early, though. You got to be expecting.
Yeah, you do have to be expecting, but you got to be expecting Reckless to step out with this lethality Duskblade build, and just the first auto attack or Q that hits you does insane damage. Because of course, after you've not been spotted for a while, that first attack.
Oh, it's going down quick.
Feels a lot. That is going down quick.
Betsy's in there. Get him, Betsy. Oh, no. Gone down. Okay, they peeled off the Baron. See if they can get the damage they need. The redemption for ROCCAT's side now is keeping them healthy, but the Baron is still doing damage to Yarnan in the back, and the Wish comes in to keep Fnatic. The shields, the heals, they're everywhere, but Jazz is taken out by Maxlore. He's got the reset, but he's a little too low. He doesn't want to take this one. Betsy on the front line, forcing the package Valk away from Caps. ROCCAT do not secure the Baron, but they do secure Jazz's.
Yeah, they secure the Soraka, which means they can kind of reset this fight a little bit. Realm Warp coming through.
Oh, amazing. He's going to have to walk away right into the red pit, but Maxlore coming out of the brushes on top of him. Amazing. Has got nowhere to go. Yarnan with the kill.
And now they can look for it.
Oh,
Here
Betsy,
we go.
no!
Oh, Betsy.
Shut down, and they don't even blast cone into the pit.
Oh, ROCCAT were a lot more focused on the gymnastics to get into the Baron pit with 4 members and just let Betsy out on his own die. Betsy died with exhaust and flash there.
That was real burst. I mean, Caps is hanging around here. This is blind, and there's no vision. He throws down the Foss Bomb. I mean, they've got Smite available, no problem. It's going to go down. Maxlore's there. That looked a little close for a second, I know, but once again, the Smite advantage is always enough, and now Soaz is going to get caught as he tried to sniff it out. So ROCCAT walk away with the Baron on 4.
And after it looked like Fnatic turned the game around, it all comes from Caps getting caught. Then we get the follow-up fight around the Baron where ROCCAT were looking for it. Daisy's the one that goes in there and gets caught out. Soaz tries to tank up on the front line and eventually finds himself running out of health and has to run back. Redemption does so much work here for Fnatic to keep him alive, and ROCCAT are pushing forward, pushing on as Caps has to package his way back out of the fight. ROCCAT reset, and that was where they inevitably end up catching out Amazing in the top side.
We can't even show it. It was too brutal, unfortunately. So back to the action. ROCCAT, they have the Baron and powered minions. Let's see what they're able to get done with them. You can see Betsy heading up towards the top side. There's a big juicy wave there for him to pick up, but Reckless is trying desperately to push back on the mid. Maxlore and Wadid are both there and available. Jez is flanking. And we'll see what they can get done. Now they have Foxy down bottom. This 1-3-1, let's see if it works out.
We'll see if it does. Betsy incredibly strong. Foxy's had a couple of good plays in this game.
Yeah. And he's hard to kill at this point. He's got the GA completed, so I mean that's a pretty tanky Maokai. Soaz can say the same about his Nautilus, but at the end of the day. ROCCAT have won more of the fights, and they've started to get a bit of hope back from themselves after it looked a little rough there. Maxlor jumping in, tasting the fear of Amazing, and they're moving real quick onto him. Daisy, though, is going to deter. Piercing arrow comes in. Maxlor taking a lot of jump damage. In the redemption, he gets out. Reckless is caught and sniped down by Yarnin. That looked like it could have gone either way, but ROCCAT come away with the kill.
Oh,
Anchor, gonna land onto it
again.
Okay, and sends the depth charge. Yarnin walking away. Foxy is in the middle now. See if they can get the catch on as the Maelstrom was not nearly vengeful enough. And meanwhile, Betsy's up top.
And you can see without Reckless alive, there's just not enough damage. Caps wasn't in the fight, so you've got a Soraka, an Ivan, and a Nautilus. None of them are really going to take anybody down. ROCCAT looking to push further.
Yeah, it's looking like some of the scaling for ROCCAT right now. Betsy with Foxy leading the charge into this base. There's not too many more minions as Fnatic were able to clear them away, but they're on top of Soaz, melting through the shields. Can they get through the health bars, though? That's the real question. Betsy doesn't want to step too far into the base now. Amazing in his own brush, throwing out the candy to try and push them back. Beware the cavities.
Beware the cavities, and also beware Maxlor, because he's got himself the Executioner's Calling. And to go with it, he has evolved the Void Spikes. A lot of the time you'll see Leap or Void Spikes. This time it combos fairly effectively now if you can get an AoE in the fight to cut through the healing. That's what kind of helps them here against Amazing. And when Reckless jumps in, it looked so good for Reckless, but Maxlor manages to keep himself alive. Gets
timing on the chains.
The heal from Hyanan as well. Hyanan doing good work to keep him alive. And then cutting through the healing of Reckless to take him down.
Yep, how's that for a mortal reminder? Yarnin still dishing a hell of a lot of damage as he got that final snipe onto Reckless. 34 minutes into this game, ROCCAT back in the driver's seat, and just in time for another Infernal Dragon to hit the Rift. They could definitely use that extra 8% AD and AP. They've got the scaling already in their favor.
And this is where some of these Ocean Drakes as well help, is in between the fights.
It's amazing. Just ignoring Daisy for now. They take him out. Yarnin is on a rampage right now, and Foxy is just pushing Reckless and Jez's away. The super minions, or rather the Baron empowered minions, are marching into Fnatic's base right now. And even with the True Shot Barrage, they can't clear through him. Foxy's going to jump onto Soaz, see if they can melt through him. The redemption is there. Caps has a package to deliver, but it's hostile territory. I don't think he wants to go in there.
It's 4v5. Reckless loses half of his health before it's given back to him from Jesse. So ROCCAT pull back for the Dragon. It's the last Elemental Drake of the game before Elder spawns later.
This is ROCCAT going back to the controlled game plan. Don't overextend, don't over-push our luck. We got punished once. It almost gave Fnatic the game back, but now they are firmly in control of it. They'll take down the last Elemental Dragon. 2 Oceans, 2 Infernals.
Yeah, that's a powerful ROCCAT lineup, and I mean, they've started to finally address Fnatic's survivability. The Morellonomicon's been in the game for a while here for Rise, although that has relied on Betsy getting people low in the first place. But now with the Executioner's Calling, anybody that gets hit by Maxlor or Betsy basically just starts losing health and hemorrhaging the ability to get it back from Jesse. So Jesse's impact is starting to be reduced to the fact that he's going to be a silence and a couple of heals here and there, and that's really where it ends up leaving this Soraka. Soaz hiding up in that top brush. That's where ROCCAT are heading next, trying to push in that remaining inner tower.
And the last one they can get for themselves, trying to take this one as methodically as possible. Foxy has forced Soaz to back away. They see the rest of ROCCAT coming up towards this top side. Caps has already positioned himself, but it may be too little too late, and they are going to have to give that tower up. ROCCAT show a force. They keep pushing themselves deeper and deeper. Fnatic backs against the wall.
Fnatic really in trouble at this point with a Rise this strong, a Varus this strong. You can see it's the Lord Dominic's that Hyanan has picked up, trying to just do some extra tank busting. A lot of people kind of looking at that, thinking about, could that have been a Mortal Reminder too, but wants some extra potency. Not only the lethality plus the blight stacks and everything else. He's like, I just really want to kill this Nautilus. I'll leave Maxlor to deal with the healing.
Well, Maxlor certainly done a good job of cutting through. A lot of the Fnatic team has not been shy of really jumping on top of anybody, and he hasn't gone down this game. Could almost have said the same for Betsy, but unfortunately, just before the Baron play, that kind of got ruined. But as it stands, 11 to 6 in kills. and a fairly sizable gold advantage. Even though ROCCAT had made a few mistakes, they've stuck to this clean game plan and have left Fnatic little options to respond.
Yeah, very few options to respond, but Fnatic's one real crux could be that fight where Caps and Reckless just get insane damage down. Betsy's going to the back line.
They've caught Soaz, and the Realm Warp was just a fake out. They turn for him as he flashes back into the team, ignoring the Betsy, ignoring the Daisy, excuse me. But now they'll take it down, and Fnatic have gotten out with their lives. Flashes and flashes burned left and right. ROCCAT have forced Fnatic to back away yet again.
And look at how much was used. Wish was used, Flash from Reckless's ultimate. Yes, these are some fairly shorter cooldowns, but a lot of ultimates used right as the Baron spawns. And it means that Fnatic don't have too many options. Soaz is coming back into the fight, but they don't have vision control over this Baron. ROCCAT kiting back down, looking to re-engage.
They will not commit to the Baron while Fnatic are still 5 men strong. Foxy's caught up by the Root Caller for just a second. Rest of Fnatic still playing very scared, and they don't have any vision in this pit right now.
No vision on the entire top side. Top lane pushing in as well. Soaz, he's got Foxy on him.
Yep, still going there. He throws down the sapling to try and push the rest of Fnatic back. They do not want this fight. They only want to get themselves picks. But the Baron game is a dangerous one. ROCCAT are looking to take that dance. Fnatic looking to respond. Reckless having to run up, but look at the top minion wave right now. Fnatic know they have to respond to this, but the Baron is a big priority.
Yeah, Baron is started by ROCCAT. Here come Fnatic. They're going to try and send Daisy in. Oh, Foxy's found Jez's.
And there's the Realm Warp right on top. Let's see if they can get it done. No, they don't take it. It's going to be Maxlor going incredibly low. He's out of this fight right now, but Soaz is as well. The heals keeping all of Fnatic healthy. Betsy trying to wreak some havoc on what did. Daisy trying to wreak some havoc, excuse me. And now Daisy's going down. Soaz still tanking everything up, and Maxlor seeing if he can find a target, but it's just not enough. Once again, no one goes down.
None of the carries were found at the beginning. You can see they got onto Jez's, but it was only Foxy that did it. He utilized his flash to get into that fight. ROCCAT are going to try and just rush this down because of the redemption. I say rush, they didn't start it yet.
They were hesitating, but now they're on it.
Checking for wards was what they were looking for. Fnatic believe the ROCCAT have backed away, or at least just don't want to try and take the Baron. Fnatic with no answer to ROCCAT's Baron attempt. They had no real summoner ability, no real ultimates available to contend with that, and they back away.
ROCCAT have managed to secure themselves another Baron. We're getting close to that 40-minute mark in the game. The Rise, well, you thought it was scary before. It's going to be real scary. He's also picked himself up a Guardian Angel to survive a little bit more, even though the only death he had was, you know, just getting caught. But, I mean, it's going to be the two teams bashing heads. Fnatic are holding out. But how long can they do it with ROCCAT leading the charge in 2 lanes right now?
Well, Rise isn't getting too much stronger. He's only got those boots if he wants to trade them out.
And he's looking to get capped up.
Caps has reached that point, has Rapid Fire Cannon alongside his 2 core items of Trinity Force and the Infinity Edge. Has had that for a little while now, opting towards the Void Staff by the looks of it as the next item. Get extra Magic Pen. There's a fair amount of magic resist on the enemy team, so trying to just eat through that. But Fnatic at least have held. We're getting to a point now where ROCCAT's early game leads don't really add up to too much. The Dragons have a fair effect. Now the Baron buff will. But one botched fight for ROCCAT turns this game completely around for Fnatic, as the death time is going to be so long. But ROCCAT do still have a good lead.
Yes, they do. Fnatic trying to fight back, but ROCCAT looking to push in, looking for the end game, looking to stay alive and force a game number 3. It's 10 seconds until Elder Dragon, but ROCCAT are eyeballing this base right now. They're already on to the inhibitor tower. They should be able to finish it off, even though with Daisy trying to hold the line, it's just not going to be enough. Smite it away, and the inhibitor is bare. ROCCAT on top of it. Caps has got a package, but he doesn't see an opening to deliver it right now. Maxlor chunked out a little bit, and ROCCAT are not going to push their luck for now. Betsy hanging around the side is going to pop the Redemption, or rather, the Redemption's going to get popped on him.
And if Betsy had been full health, maybe he would have jumped in. Maxlor's gone.
Oh, he's on top of Caps, but Caps is immediately going to Valk away from that. Still, they might get this next inhibitor turret, and it's gone down. The inhibitor is once again open up top this time. Fnatic trying to hold on, but they can't do it in 2 lanes. So one's gone down mid, the other's going to go down top. ROCCAT making great power plays. They didn't have to kill anyone to do it.
Yeah, carefully ROCCAT pushing in, making sure the poke lands first, getting Fnatic low, using some of their abilities to keep Fnatic down, and ROCCAT are going to try and push in on the last
Realmore.
Wave.
They're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
bring a
all
few.
of ROCCAT that have come down.
Just
from
using
that
it as
Realmore.
an express route right now to try and clear themselves into the last part of the base.
Oh,
But Betsy's
Betsy.
caught just a second. He's got Guardian Angel. He might need it as he's going to get popped down. Amazing Soaz on the front. Foxy can't take this. They're going to have to leave Betsy for dead for just a second. He's not out of this, though. They melt through Soaz. Not just yet, anyways. ROCCAT have not lost a man, but it looked close for just a second, and they're blowing through the health bars, and now it's Team ROCCAT that are leading the charge to victory. All of Fnatic looking to bleed out here, but ROCCAT, they will not end it just yet, or will they? The last inhibitor fired down. Instead of backing, they were teleporting back in. Foxy just wanted to heal up. And they're not going to finish it just yet. Wadid almost gets caught, but he flashes.
Defender's advantage comes out for Fnatic, though, as they're able to get back onto the fountain. And now they're going to chase ROCCAT down and try and deny them the Elder Dragon. It looked to have been a bit of an overextend from ROCCAT, but with so many minions in their base, Fnatic have to draw back, have to keep their Nexus towers alive, which means ROCCAT can take down the Elder Drake. It looked to have been an overextend when Betsy got caught, but they just hang on.
Yes, it did. ROCCAT managed to keep all their members alive. And I gotta say, taking out 3 inhibitors and grabbing themselves an Elder Drake, you gotta call that Baron worth.
Yeah, that's a good setup to end this game. ROCCAT now have been fairly difficult to teamfight from Fnatic's perspective. And now they've got the Elder Dragon on top of it, enhancing those Infernals, enhancing those Ocean Drakes between the skirmishes as well. Fnatic have one more chance, by the looks of it, to hang on, or this series is going to get tied 1-1.
Well, ROCCAT looking to hang on in their group. They have only won a single game so far in the spring split. They're looking to double that number right here, right now, with Super Minions marching into the base. With the Dragon enhancement, they've caught Maxlor. Daisy's there, but they are healthy enough to hang on. Maxlor is just trying to get out as he hops over to Caps and makes him back off of this one. And now it's time for Nexus turrets. Jesus is going to make a wish, but it may not come true. Maxlor does get shut down, so maybe there's something to it right now. ROCCAT has split focus. Daisy helping out, and Foxy's being pushed back, but they've taken down one Nexus turret. They're looking for another. Foxy's keeping everybody occupied, while Betsy and Yarden look to finish the game. But Dim's there too. Caps is back in. Betsy's got shields for days, and he's hanging out. Oh, it's Soaz going down. Wadid's taking around, and he grabs that kill. Amazing, way too low. He's got to go back to Fountain, and there's nothing Fnatic can do. They're trying, but it is just not enough. ROCCAT with the win on the board.
A clutch exhaust from Betsy on Caps was the difference between Betsy falling at the end and being able to survive long enough to push through with Gyanan to get that win.
Well, I think exhaust is the right word for it, Stress, because you look at that game, 45 minutes almost, and ROCCAT grinded it out to get that victory, gave Fnatic few openings, but the tenacious team really did take it to them.
Oh, they did. Our 2 longest standing remaining EU LCS teams, and ROCCAT have taken it to 1-1. It was a good start out of ROCCAT.
Oh yeah, and they really did keep it going. There were a few mistakes. We did in Yarden, we're looking at you. But I mean, all the same, big credit for them to come back and just finish that game off the best they could. Now, ROCCAT and Fnatic are now tied at 1-1 in our last matchup of the week. We're going to head back to the analyst desk for a closer look at game number 2.
I'm going to be honest, I have no idea how this happened, how Fnatic drafted a composition like this and got away with it. Let's take a look at picks and bans. The first thing that stands out to me is the Ezreal pick. Was Ezreal the right choice here for Fnatic? Cabochard, what would you have preferred to see, or was Ezreal kind of right on the money?
I don't think it's so good, but maybe they practiced in Scrim and it went well. I guess like they could have gone the Caitlyn was the other choice, I suppose, and like they early picked Soraka. Like it's always gonna get pushed anyway, and we saw that like early on they lost the tower pretty badly. I think 10 minutes or something, and then once again taking bot tower makes you snowball the map so easy. Then ROCCAT played actually much better, we can say, I suppose, and it was good early game from them.
Yeah, this has to be kind of a moment where Fnatic fans get scared, because this is what they did, especially at the end of the season last year as well. They just draft these super passive compositions that work fine in team fights, but nothing else happens. Like Caps is playing without cleanse in mid lane versus a Rise, so he dies very early on. Like this bot lane will get pushed in. Like there's nothing you can do that prevents you from getting pushed in. Reckless got lucky; he was only 10 CS down at one point, because if Wadid and Yarden played like slightly better, he's down 20 CS in the hole, and there's nothing you can do. Like this comp has 2 damage dealers. If Rise actually plays on a side lane, this game is over.
Well, of course, we didn't quite see that as much as we'd like to. ROCCAT did figure it out as the game went forward. They did kind of grind this win out, but they started off by very cleanly snowballing the game, and I feel like this is kind of what we wanted to see more from them in game one, and it was a good look, especially for Maxlor, a guy we haven't seen as much from.
I love this gank, and it's so easy for Betsy to decide to use the flash there, because the only counter would have been a flash, and then here as well, Amazing kind of going overly aggressive and not respecting that there's still people around here, so communication issues between Amazing and so was on that play, and then I'm really harsh on the lack of cleanse. What's your take on it, Cabo? There, should you just run cleanse versus
I don't know if it's so bad. Like maybe it's a bit handicapped, but then if jungle play around you, maybe you can get out fine. I guess you have to take care on the level 3 because that's the most obvious gank, and if Ryze flash W, you're gonna get 2-second cooldown if EB4. But yeah, I think ROCCAT snowballed pretty well because they knew that bot was gonna push in, and they get the snowball from mid, so then they have free pressure to rotate bot. Like Corki package early was not so much of an issue because bot's already pushing in, so you're not afraid. And yeah, top lane died once because like I even ganked him early on, but it's not that important.
Doesn't matter in the matchup because you saw later on it was your favorite matchup in the world where
exactly.
they have a couple of items. Cabo Short kept telling us how excited he is to play Maokai into Nautilus, Nautilus into Maokai. It really warms your heart, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've only watched that matchup this game, so I can't talk anything else.
All right, well, it's good to know that you're not so excited to talk about it, because we know you know everything about it, but I kind of want to go back to the first rotation that came in here from the side of Fnatic. Corki, Ivern coming out so confident. Is it right to pick Corki this early? Is there a reliable counter pick? Like, what should you be doing if you're picking a Corki this early?
I don't know, yeah, I'm not sure it's so good to pick it early. I think they went like with the, you can get the double buff and then you can actually get some really good pressure, but maybe in this case you need to play around mid with Ivan and get actually a 2v2 bot lane that's gonna pressure. Like, yeah, the choice I was to go for Caitlyn Lulu or something along those lines, I think.
Yeah, the Corki, yeah, as Cabershard points out, does get the bust from Ivan if he gets ahead, but then again, you need to play more careful. I think Fnatic maybe in their head wanted to give over Kha'Zix's first pick and then get the Varus, Corki, Ivern draft that's the Misfits was running. That worked so well. I think that's where they picked up the idea. But then I think what happened was that ROCCAT threw on the curveball with the first pick, Varus, and they just didn't have a reaction ready.
Well, they still, in the end, they went with the Ivern Corki. They got the Soraka again in that first rotation of picks. And we saw kind of in the second replay how strong that healing composition can be when ROCCAT choose to team fight, when they look for these extended fights against Soraka and Ivern. I'm curious, Cabo, playing against a composition like this, do you ever feel like you're really winning a team fight?
Yeah, I mean, you can, like, here, obviously, it's Walid not respecting the bush at all. But
Fnatic
like,
bush.
Yeah, indeed. And then, I guess what you can try to do is Maokai TP behind flank. Like, Maokai TP are pretty insane, and if you can get Soraka, like, your W on Soraka, she's pretty much dead, so it's that, either that or play on Ryze split push. Like, if Ryze would be split pushing, I guess there would be no answer as well, so Scrippo said, so...
Yeah, I mean, despite them not consistently using the split push in the end, though, I feel like they did still find opportunities to take some fights on their terms, to pick Jesus off, to pick Caps off once or twice. It looked pretty good.
Yeah, it was a final pick off onto Caps that generated the Nashor in the end. And that is what kind of makes me sad for ROCCAT, that it took this, because Cabochard during the game pointed out multiple times where Foxy could have looked for a teleport flank, where we could have put Ryze on the side lane and then win in a more kind of elegant way. And this is your favorite, isn't it, where laners flash when Twisted Advance is already on them?
You can go even further beyond.
the taxi out, but this is eventually where ROCCAT picks up the Nashor, and then they can start pushing in, because you saw at the end they were just sieging onto Fnatic. Fnatic was healing up. There was a span from 34 to 44 minutes where not a single person died. It was literally resident sleeper, but 3 nibs died anyways.
A lot of people got healed, though. There was a lot of healing, Crepo, and Fnatic kind of holding on for dear life here. So while it wasn't the cleanest from ROCCAT, I still think we have to say this is a pretty big improvement over game 1.
Yeah, decent macro.
Yeah, early game was definitely correctly played, so definitely.
Yeah, good to see. Now, coming into this, of course, you guys both said 2-1 in the favor of Fnatic. Do you expect that that will still be the case after a game like this? I
mean, Fnatic chose red side for this game, which means ROCCAT should have side choice right now and just go for blue again, I imagine. And I don't know, this Soraka Ivern cheese, like, we have to remember, Fnatic should have lost the first game. That composition should have gotten stomped in 3 lanes, and their jungle should have just lost. Like,
yeah, I think that's why as well they banned Camille and didn't want to go to exact same draft. Like, they wanted to make maybe more pressure on mid, and top lane winning this time was maybe good as well. But I feel like with Ivern, like, a lot of teams are going to go siege with him. But here we saw if bot lane is losing, Ivern was bot, but 2v3 for ROCCAT, they don't care. They just keep pushing, and they're going to get the tower at the end of the day. But yeah, once again, if you have your bot lane pushing, Ivern sits with, like, your Caitlyn or something and keep shielding, and you get the advantage.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, we saw ROCCAT take that game, moving it up to 1-1 in the series. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the final game of the week, the decider between ROCCAT and Fnatic. Stick around.
Haven't seen it too much more recently. Cat jumps away.
Oh, Maxlor's right on top of it, and Betsy's right there as well. First blood. And now the depth charge is coming. He already takes a lot, so it's flashing forward. The moment of poor positioning. Oh my god. Piercing arrow comes in. Maxlor taking a lot of jump damage. In the redemption, he gets out. Reckless is caught and sniped down.
My bad.
Dit's taking around and he grabs that kill. Amazing, way too low. He's got to go back to Fountain, and there's nothing Fnatic can do. They're trying, but it is just not enough. ROCCAT with the win on the board.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS, where our final game of the week is about to get into picks and bans. It's between Fnatic and ROCCAT. How about that, Stress? We had a series.
You just had to say.
Yes.
You had to say it. We do.
I got one finally.
I'm just happy we have a tie right now.
Yeah.
Like you
I
have
know
a tie,
I know you love
I
ties.
have a tie. We have a tie. It's all great. ROCCAT right now picked the blue side. So
surprise,
the same
surprise.
thing 3 games in a row. It was ROCCAT's choice for games 1 and 3. Game 1, they made a fatal mistake with Camille being left open. Game 2 actually looked a lot better from them. I prefer their draft. They kind of had good lanes for the most part. I like the Varus Karma lane. I like the Ryze lane. I like the Mao lane.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it really worked out for them. There were still a few mistakes that got punished by Fnatic, but they gave little to them after that. And now here we are into game number 3. Picks and bans, and it's the Malzahar ban once again for ROCCAT.
So it'll be Mal's, Syndra, Mal's, Zyra, and then either Syndra or Shen if we're repeating the last games. Fnatic will do the standard red side, Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar bans. Nothing out of the ordinary now. Will ROCCAT look at the Shen again? I like that ban. Yep, there we go. Varus first pick coming out from ROCCAT. If it's not banned by Fnatic, it'll be the same again.
It was huge for Yarnan last time around, and Fnatic actually gave over the Kha'Zix. They picked up the Ivern for themselves on first rotation. We'll see if it happens again. The Varus is now locked as expected.
So, Fnatic, I don't think will pick Corki this rotation. Ivern they can take. I think it's worked very well for them. They can also now look maybe at the Ryze if they want to take it away.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Give it to Caps.
Means ROCCAT now look for that Karma to go alongside Varus. They aren't rushing for their jungler right now, at least in previous drafts.
Well, it's going to be the Kha'Zix though this time. I mean, I guess if you want to hide other things or avoid it being banned away, they take the Corki for Betsy. Interesting.
I think they're fairly concerned it will go over. Now 80 carry has quickly been locked in by Fnatic, otherwise it would have been pinched by the Ashe. So we're into support bans for both teams potentially here. It's also top lane that we're looking for. Shen has already been banned, so we're looking at Maokai bans, Poppy bans, the likes, you know, that we've seen a couple of times here. Jace
has been available,
is still available and could be banned.
Oh, they banned the Thresh against Wadid. Okay, so
will it be a Soraka ban?
That is a big question because Jez has had one great ad. It answered yes.
So now Maokai...
Not even talk about it anymore.
Maokai maybe, with Jace being fairly high priority. Soaz has played Nautilus as well. Quite a few tanks under his belt. Maybe if Faxi is scared of the Alawi from Soaz, we might see that ban, but I'm not actually expecting that.
The Alawi, a few picks the other week, didn't do quite so well. Now, the Jace is taken away. So last ban over to ROCCAT. Do they choose another support? It is the Lulu. So that's done, and now it's back over to Fnatic side, and they're going to snatch themselves the Karma.
Yeah, taking the next highest priority support. So Tahm Kench now forwarded if he's looking that way. Bard is another option. He has currently played quite a few champions. Played a game on Bard, a game on Misfortune, but that wouldn't fit in here.
Maokai is the one they end up blocking. Makes a lot of sense. Faxi having quite a bit of success on that, and they've actually gone all the way down. If they lock this into the Nami, still considering it, they have time on the board. They want to pair that, give the sustain to Varus. And they do.
They do. They want to give the sustain a little bit of a touch extra poke, but against the Karma, really hard to outpoke her as a support. Nautilus, if they want the same matchup as before. If they want more damage, you could very well see the Rumble come out, but I think Fnatic will stick with what kind of almost worked for them in the last game. Soaz's Nautilus was pretty on point. The hooks were good against Widid, catching him out, punishing some of the mispositioning that ROCCAT had in the mid-game.
Oh, but they mixed it up. And it's the Gnar.
Okay, we're going side lane presence instead of just a Nautilus as a big tank. We're going for somebody that can facilitate both roles. Gnar had a good few nerfs on him over a long stretch of time after he was very highly tuned. So it took a lot of the potency away. We'll obviously have good laning phase, good trading against the Maokai, and have good side lane control later on into the game. It's been a while since we've seen Gnar here in Europe. Fnatic looking to control the side lanes, bring themselves back in. Just wondering what Soaz is going to be able to get done on this Gnar.
Absolutely. So it's a bold decision by Fnatic to put some more pressure into those side lanes. I mean, they have some scaling potential. They have the Ivern combo that they've been pretty much opting for consistently and giving up the Kha'Zix for it. They have a solid bottom lane this time around. The Jhin and Karma has a lot of push, and they've got the Ryze that they stole away. So ROCCAT, we'll see if they're able to take it to them here. They have some power for themselves, but between the Corki and the Varus, a lot of it's in that poke. Let's see what's going to happen here. If you guys think ROCCAT can take their first victory of the split in a series, you guys know what to do. Go over to Twitter, tweet that ROC win at Lil Esports. And Fnatic, they got fired back on, but They didn't make it easy for ROCCAT, and they might be able to take them down here, and that would look good for them heading into cross-group play. We'll find out what happens as we hit Summoner's Rift for the final time in Week 3 here in Europe.
Game on. Not a lot of people would have thought, perhaps, coming into the split, that it would be Fnatic and ROCCAT tied in our last part of the group stage, or the first round robin, at least. But that is where we find ourselves. ROCCAT had a decent early game in the last game, stumbled in the mid game, but kind of crushed the Fnatic base at the end of the game. So here we are, 1-1, ROCCAT versus Fnatic.
All right, let's keep an eye on this top lane this time around, because this is the curveball that Fnatic pulled out. The Gnar that we haven't seen in Europe in Spring yet.
Yeah, haven't seen it too much, but will still maintain some of the strengths that Gnar had before. Lane bully, ranged auto attacker while in mini Gnar. Has to play around Mega Gnar fairly comprehensively though. Once that expires, obviously it has a lot less potency in team fights. Fnatic, fairly common strat, just pushing down through bot lane, making sure you can secure as much control over that duo lane at the beginning. And we've seen this a good few times as well. Early warding onto Ivan's Red allows you to track his jungle pathing fairly quickly. Of course, he has to start off by tagging a load of camps and going back through, and has a lot of different variants on which starts he can actually have.
All right. It is looking, though, to be a fairly standard start, even though the Ivern is spotted, of course. Both junglers starting up on the top side of their maps. Very advanced position taken by Reckless and Jezus, and that is very true, Ivern. You got to be careful. You don't want to drop these games going into cross-group play.
So Fnatic know, obviously, that it was spotted. There were pings out on the ward. So Amazing is going to start tagging camps red side, which means he's going to end up back at red side on that top side at around about that 3-minute mark. That's when it has evolved to the point where he can just click it, tag it, take it away. Gonna hop over to blue buff, take that one, go back through Wolves after Gromp, and work his way back up through the jungle.
It's a very formulaic jungle pathing for Iverns.
Yep.
And Maxlor, sensing that he might have a chance to go counter jungling right now. Let's see if Amazing moves there up in time.
And now is to do with the minute pathing details. They just spotted Maxlor going in. So as long as Amazing can get there, he doesn't actually have a smite available, so can't quite get it instantly, but obviously it should have got to a point where he can just tag it.
Okay, he's going to have to take the Blastcone Express, I think. Here we go.
Yep.
Hops over, has to give the red buff away, and then gets smited down by Amazing, or rather taken by Amazing.
That's all Amazing needed, was just that moment of open play around it. If Maxlor is contesting, it's a little bit more difficult, but that's why Maxlor had to jump out. Knew that Amazing was close enough. Couldn't do anything else. Now Amazing looking from that brush.
Instant Valk away.
Yeah, trying to get his presence known, because he knows Maxlor's only level 2. Yeah. Maxlor hasn't been to his red buff yet, so is just trying to get further and further ahead on this one, now heading towards the top lane. Mega Gnar is about to expire.
Amazing knows there's nothing in this jungle right now. Sent the Scryer's Bloom through.
So he knows Maxlor is heading bot side is the key factor here. He can move around wherever he wants to on the lane. Amazing now heading up top. Actually looking like he might be about to sneak into lane if he wants to, but the fact that Maokai's pushed so far up means there's no lane gank available.
There's a lot of damage traded mid. Betsy a little low on mana, so is Caps, but he has enough left in the tank to do some more. So as pushing Faxi here under tower, this is what a Gnar can do.
Yeah, and Gnar was pulled out of lane a little just to defend for Amazing against Maxlor. You can see Amazing now tracking back down through his jungle after smiting those Krugs, getting it instantly. But top lane, maybe a little bit more active than the top lanes we've seen recently.
Caps had a lot of trouble last game, but this time he gets the rise. Betsy is put onto the Corki, so we'll see how this matchup actually shifts a little bit. As Betsy had backed away, he picks up a control ward on that back. Amazing's going to take the Blast Cone over the wall. Yarden taking a lot of poke damage from Reckless and Jezus. They're having a much easier time of it, and he's going to come around the riverside. Oh boy, Yarden and Wadid don't know this is happening right now, and suddenly, out of the brush that he made, they find Yarden, and they stop him under his tower, but they can't finish the job. Amazing took a lot of return fire for that. The piercing arrow nearly had him too.
Yeah, Amazing with an unorthodox entry into the lane, flashing to explode that trigger seed. Normally, you just open with the Q and see if you can get there, but
maybe Amazing still needs a bit more practice on the Ivern. He's had a few games of it, but you need more.
That's an ambitious one. We saw a flash trigger seed for a kill yesterday, but to start a gank off, I'm not exactly convinced that that's how level 4 Ivern should do it.
Yeah, I mean, you did get some summoners.
Yeah, he did. Just looked funny.
It did look well. I mean, everything Ivern does looks funny. Let's be real.
That is very true.
But back to the mid lane, it has been a very even affair. It should be a little quieter when you have a safer pick like the Corki. Amazing continuing to get some vision out.
And I want to see how Caps can survive through against this Corki. We saw the reverse matchup in the previous game, and you saw the stat earlier, 4 isolated deaths in the game. Actually tied the most with Vizichachi and Hachani.
Oh.
The two ends of the scale.
I was gonna say, I would not put those guys in the same category, but apparently for that particular one it is.
That is the truth. So the three of them all traded. Caps maybe looking isolated again here.
Yeah, Maxlor's there. This time, though, Caps has his flash and exhaust both available. Betts is going to Valk for it. Meanwhile, down bottom, we got action again. As Yarden taking a little bit low, and Amazing's come to return to the scene of the crime. But Reckless might be going down. What did is on him. Oh, the trigger seed saves his life. No first blood.
Candy shield just in time.
But Maxlor.
Oh, Maxlor's hunting.
Oh, boy. Oh, he flashes, and there he goes. Finishing off the kill.
Maxlor knew he couldn't quite close the distance without the flash, but very worthwhile. Reckless had no summoners, no possibility of getting out of that. And Soaz had just TP'd back to lane. Now he wants to trade against Faxi.
In the Mega Gnar, he can definitely do it for now. Level 6 on both top laners, but Soaz used his in Mega form, of course. Faxi didn't want to trade too far back, and he's able to tank up most. Content to be pushed under tower as he's matching the farm for the most part. Yeah. Got tense for a moment there.
Yeah, it did. So Soaz had his TP available here, but was actually backing from the lane just to try and get the advantage. This is where the exchange happened, so there was no real way of Soaz getting deep into this fight unless he went to a minion. At this point, Reckless looked like he was able to trade into Hyanan well enough. Whew. Just in time before that last little auto hit. Maxlor.
I got this, guys.
How many hops, skips, and jumps? Even Rift Scuttler's a little bit afraid there. Scurrying along. Reckless falls to Maxlor. It's a good start. Maxlor's last 2 games have actually been pretty good.
Yeah. He's had this Kha'Zix, has been able to do some work on it. And for Reckless, unfortunately, just couldn't quite get away. It looked like Fnatic might have had some miscommunication. Amazing kind of hesitating, and then he eventually commits, but only in time to give Reckless the shield.
Yeah, just in time. Back up to top lane, though, looking at Soaz. Has gone that Phage route. I wonder whether we'll see the old Black Cleaver Frozen Mallet build that we saw Nas build. Had a lot of potency over in the side lane, just kind of whittling people down, just keep auto-attacking them, applying the slow. Very difficult to get away from Na. It is a onesie party up there, though. Dino Na going up against Meowkai, so a lot of fun, comfy fighting up in the top lane, apparently.
That is another way to call the wet noodle fight for sure, but it has a bit more teeth when you've got Gnar on the Fnatic side of the map. But just
one's
taking
like a possessed tree, the other's
I mean, that's not usually what I would call cuddly, but I guess, Gnar can be. There's the curtain call being opened up onto Yarden. He stopped with the tether, and in comes Amazing and Daisy. Daisy's bubbled up, and Maxlor's coming in. Yarden going incredibly low, and the curtain call is just not done yet. Amazing is going to be able to finish the job. But Din and Maxlor are in some trouble right now, and they've stopped Maxlor, caught him up. A double kill for the Ivern.
Ivern comes into bottom lane. It didn't even matter that the bubble hit the cupcake. It was just enough to close the gap. Amazing's not done here yet. Woodid is still backing away, though. We've seen supports fall prey to that in the bottom lane again. Faxi gets traded on. Good dodge out, though, by the Twisted Advance.
Yeah, nice timing on that one. Soaz is going to go mini once again, and Faxi's going to have to be pushing things back under tower right now. No teleport still available for him. He wouldn't have been able to react to that, especially with Soaz breathing down his neck. But let's take a look at the fight once again. It all started when Reckless opened the curtains.
Yeah, opens them up, hits Hyanan a couple of times, but it looks to block at the same time. Bit of a wet mixture in this cupcake mix, but still enough to be lethal as Amazing comes in with Daisy. Jez's and Reckless there to help him clean up, and Ivern, what do you know, takes 2 kills, finishes off Redemption.
Yeah, I don't know if it's totally fair that Amazing got one of those kills. Daisy did the work.
Yeah,
Just happens sometimes. But that's a fairly fast redemption right there. Maxlor is going to look to equalize.
Hey, that's the difficulty you have with the AI on Daisy. Sometimes it gets all the kills, sometimes it's just flailing around. Who knows?
You never know. All right, so Dragon, despite it being Mountain, obviously, with a little bit of action in the bottom lane, haven't really seen it finished off just yet. And you can see Maxlor actually had to pop out of the pit because Amazing and Jez's were hanging around. What did Yarnin? Pushed out again. On the bottom side, Amazing's returning.
Again.
Man, he is camping this lane.
The third or fourth time.
There's no vision in this bush.
Yarnin and Winnie, stop pushing up. Here comes Daisy again.
Yeah, exhaust on. I think I've seen this one before. I'm having deja vu right now. The wave comes in, but it might be time for Yarnin to wave goodbye. One shot of the curtain. Two, it's going to be blocked by Faxi as he teleported in. So as is followed. He's actually going to back right here. Maxlor is joining the party, and Jez is going to run right into his face. Maxlor picks up one. ROCCAT managed to salvage something out of this after all.
ROCCAT somehow keep Yarnin alive with conga line, almost as if they're trying to avoid a T-Rex. Everybody just stood still, and there was no real way of getting through that one. Fnatic brought Soaz down to the bottom side as well. It's only really the one kill as Jess is face checked into Maxlor, but you can see Fnatic have been trying to just push back, trying to punish ROCCAT for every time they push up in the lane.
Yeah, and for all those efforts, they may have gotten some kills, blown some summoners, but they haven't been able to get that much damage on the bottom turret. And no one's been able to secure this Mountain Drake.
And neither have ROCCAT with the damage on the tower either. Normally with Varus, with you know, any kind of lane that can shove out, typically that's the lane that's getting the tower damage. But Jin and Karma push fairly quickly as well. The amount of poke, the punishing from Amazing as well. Oh, Soaz jumps in.
Okay, Yarnin's a little bit low right now. Jez is Soaz, Reckless, all there to try and push this, but they're going to have to back away. Maxlor threatening.
Betsy has the package.
Everyone wants to be in the bot lane.
Yeah, Betsy was roaming around towards the bot side with the package.
Caps
a little bit
is
of a tense moment here.
I don't think Faxi got the memo.
The old switcheroo. Betsy returns to the mid lane with the package. Yeah, and this is Caps coming down now. No ultimate. We'll see. Don't really know whether ROCCAT have tracked that one, but still close enough to the bot lane to push the tower.
Yep. Brought enough members, called the bluff, and Fnatic are able to take the first tower of the game up in the top. Faxi is quickly trying to push back, but he is just one Maokai.
Yeah, he's done a good job, actually, of the tower push game.
Considering he's up against Dinar, I mean, so has to spend some time out of lane, but this is going to be good for them if they can finish this off. Another wave is coming. He should get it.
Yeah, should just about get it. Will with one more auto attack. Pick the tower. Maxlor saw this earlier. Mountain Drake is a little tougher to take down.
There's a lot of danger pings right now.
The thing is, Mountain Drake doesn't deal as much damage as some of the other Drakes.
Just harder to kill.
He's harder to kill, so Maxlor's actually a lot healthier.
Yeah. No one's going that intercept. Amazing is up in the top side right now, so for ROCCAT, that actually looks pretty good. Let's take a look at this again with Amazing coming down at the start of this party.
Another attempt to punish here as Jesse's flashes onto Hyanin to try and get the chains down, but Hyanin just had a few too many heals coming through from Woodid.
He almost died so many times, though.
Good block by Woodid. Everybody stand still. Quick. Got him. And Maxlor face checks, or Jez's face checks into Maxlor as he was trying to ward. Ironically, trying to ward to make sure Maxlor wasn't coming down, or Betsy.
That is what I tell my AD carries when I do that and die. But back into this game. Betsy pushing Amazing back with the ROCCAT. The fight has shifted a little bit more into the ROCCAT jungle here. 13 minutes into this game. The gold is very close. Fnatic got the first tower blood, but with the kills, it's fairly equal. However, Caps and Amazing are looking to change that in mid lane.
It's a good little push, utilizing that Ivan brush just to give Ivan the added damage, the added range on his auto, so you can not have to be right next to it.
16 solo dragons for Kha'Zix. Fun fact.
That's, you know, it's a fun fact. Kha'Zix is able to, and there's a lot of junglers actually right now that can still do it. But
he is the Dragon Slayer.
Fair.
Got nothing, it's okay.
Is Rengar like a dragon then in mythology?
I don't know, we're going too far with this one. Speaking of too far, Soaz might have pushed a little too deep there. He's still gonna toss a brick house at Faxi, and now Daisy and Amazing are coming back up. Faxi's a little low, he's got himself a flash. Maxlor is on his tail, and he's gonna hop right in. Blast cones!
Gets himself out, Amazing with a little position change. Goes from looking to blast his way into the lane to blasting his way back out. Redemption used just so they can try and push this tower, but obviously Redemption's not the longest of cooldowns.
There's not much of a wave either.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
Maokai is fairly effective at pushing back that wave like that, but again, Amazing will have that back up by the time it's really important again.
All right. About 15 minutes. You know it's that time. Time to check in with the items. Betsy just got himself a finished Trinity Force. Caps is still trying to build up himself to the Rod of Ages, has that tier stacking up and available. Yarnan has not been able to finish an item just yet either. And Soaz up top side does have that Black Cleaver, and he's using it to try and push in, but Foxy's still pushing him back right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's going alongside that Black Cleaver. We spoke about Frozen Mallet earlier. Want to know if there's any lethality coming through? Anything else on top of this?
It is trendy lately.
It is. It's the fashion for anybody that auto-attacks.
Fortunately, Soaz is part of that.
I still think Frozen Mallet is probably going to find its way in.
So
there
maybe
were
not
a couple
second
of nerfs to itemization on it, and to Gnar in general.
Oh, why it's a bit of a surprise seeing a Gnar, but I mean, Fnatic, they have been the ones throwing the curveball in the draft. We saw in game number 1 that Camille that ended up going mid. They were allowed to take, but still worked out well for them. Yarnan's caught, and the damage is on, but he flashes as the exhaust was there. Wadid's going to have to tank up. No more curtain call available for Reckless. Just can't find the kill, and there's not much of a wave left, but they might just try to do it anyways, and Maxlor finds himself caught as well. He's going to have to go out.
They're tanking with Daisy for a moment, but doesn't end up playing ball on that one. So as trading again with Faxi top lane.
But he's in tower range, and even though there's a big Gnar ultimate there, Faxi still gets the better of him, and he's actually chasing on.
He's
Twisted
in
advance. He's got flash. He might have to use it. He does. Faxi, he's trying to bait this one out. The 1v1. Soaz with the boomerang.
Boomerang catches it. Soaz flashed away from what looked like almost certain death. As did Faxi. Managed to widen the gap, but you can see that
was close.
Soaz, while holding 1,500 gold, wasn't quite able to do anything. Oh, no. Max.
Goodbye!
Maxlor is feasting on the scraps of Fnatic when Fnatic somewhat succeed and then stick around a moment or two too long.
Soaz, you just got to back away, man. Oh, boy. And, considering that 1v1 and how crazy and close it was, it's just funny to highlight how much experience gap there is between these two players, right? Like, Soaz is like a name that you go back to the earliest days of the LCS, the old Fnatic and everything, and he sometimes still makes these mistakes.
Well, I mean, yeah. He, first of all, gets the 1v1, which I think we should give him a little praise for.
Yeah, it was a sick flash.
He was under tower, got a little bit of damage down, Soaz takes a trade, knows he's got Mini Gnar coming up soon. So he's able to utilize the hyper passive fairly effectively. Watch for the flash. Oh, got him.
And then Foxy.
Yeah, knows he just has to outpace the little sapling, the little kitten.
And all looked well until
Maxlor was so far back in the lane. Okay, yeah, that is kind of fair. Soaz could have recalled out after this, but got greedy to get the tower down.
Ta-da!
Yeah, okay. Great, good like 1v1. And then Soaz is like,
Yep, that happened. But the good news is Fnatic did manage to knock down the turret. They've got 3-1 right now. So the gold lead is in their favor, but it has been a very close game. ROCCAT have been keeping pace with them well. Maxlor's all three kills. So they can definitely look to try and snowball on this Kha'Zix.
Yeah, they can. Maybe won't get quite such an early kill, an easy kill on Soaz again. Soaz will have healed up a little bit after that, and maybe wouldn't have lost so much health. Gotten the MR route after, so it won't help him against Kha'Zix, but at least against Foxy, he can maybe end that fight healthier.
Yeah. I mean, you got to really also give credit to Foxy, even though that was a super close 1v1, just overall this series, he really has done his job as he's needed to, and this is a guy who came into the LCS as a very untested talent. I mean, this is his 10th competitive game ever.
And he's looked fairly good. I mean, we've seen more worrying entries. Not to pick on him, but Parang didn't have the best start for ROCCAT last split. And I feel like Faxi's done better than Parang did when Parang settled. So maybe there's building blocks to go from there.
Yeah, I think so.
ROCCAT.
I mean, there's definitely a way up. I mean, this series, if nothing, is an encouraging thing for them, which is hard to find when you are a team that has not been able to find a win in series. Fnatic are not going to make this easy, though, but if ROCCAT can pick up a win, they can breathe a big sigh of relief heading into cross-group play.
Yeah, they could breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time, it's going to be one of those ones where it's also disappointment goes with it. Dropping the game to ROCCAT. This was the series where Fnatic would have loved to have said, okay, we are better than Giants. It was a one-game kind of fluke. Now they've kind of done the same performance so far against ROCCAT, where they've looked shaky in a game, just like Giants did. And honestly, Fnatic, they are yet to really attain those kind of highs where you can say they're definitively out of this mix at the bottom of their group.
Absolutely. There's definitely a lot of question marks for this Fnatic squad. There's always a lot of scrutiny on any players that, wear the Fnatic jersey. It's a long-standing organization with a big history of success. There's always a chip on the shoulders.
And one of the biggest stories of the split was Soaz returning to Fnatic. As you mentioned, long-standing member not only in the EU LCS, but up until his time on Origen on Fnatic. So there's a lot of expectation on the veteran top laner. And after a shaky first couple of weeks, he settled himself. We'll see if he can get a TP into this fight if he wants it, but ROCCAT have backed away at the same time. Soaz has stopped with some of his shenanigans.
There's no other way to describe that. I do want to highlight that ROCCAT right now are doing what they did in game number 2. And that's what won them the game. Even though they made a few mistakes, they stepped a little out of position. You can see now they're respecting the closing distance possible.
Fnatic want to go.
There was a flash there from Betsy, and in comes Daisy onto
Meganar. He's jumped in.
Big Meganar. They make him surf the wave, but he comes in anyways onto a did, and they've managed to finish him off. Maxlor was already out of that fight, and now Betsy is going nowhere, but not before he equalizes onto Caps. It is going to be a big fight in Fnatic's favor. And Soaz still going forward. Reckless with the flash. Soaz gets Foxy. It's a 4-for-1. Fnatic.
Fnatic utilizing the Meganar, getting the engage they were looking for between Jezis and Soaz, getting him into the fight, disrupting 3 members, and ROCCAT couldn't really hold. So Fnatic, they're going to utilize the strength now against the Baron. They can TP in with Soaz. Maxlor not even alive here. So unless Hyanan can get something magical done, I don't think there's any way of stopping this.
Well, Jezis is low, but he's playing it safe right now and just backing off before they finish. ROCCAT are not offering a response. They want to cut their losses here. So Fnatic, it'll be a slow and arduous Baron at only 22 minutes, but they will be able to secure it up without any resistance from ROCCAT. Jez is actually hanging around just in case.
And Hyanan was trying to push out mid because they were trying to finish this play. ROCCAT stepped forward into the mix. Soaz had already built up his Meganar bar, jumps in off Maxlor's head and catches the 2 of them. Good curtain call out from Reckless. You can see just how safe he is for the majority of this fight. Betsy actually gets a kill that he probably shouldn't have on Caps. That should have been Caps being fairly safe.
Too.
Yeah, nearly does, but Fnatic with a good setup on the fight, good finish to the fight. ROCCAT didn't really get too much.
Yeah, a lot of it was Soaz on the front. He just hopped right over. And I was saying, it looked like ROCCAT were respecting that distance, but there was a big Meganar, or rather a mega-sized Nar that was coming right at them that I don't think they'd really planned for, and they got locked up under it.
Yeah, they got locked up, pushed into the wall. Nothing really else they could do in that moment. And I mean, Soaz, he's brought out the Nar. Haven't seen it in Europe for quite some time. And it's actually looking really strong. He's looking very good up in that top lane role. He's in the bottom lane currently looking to push through. Of course, this side lane presence is one thing Nar has in leaps and bounds when he's in mini Nar.
ROCCAT support staff looking on, hoping for their team to find a way out of this group with a victory. It's looking harder and harder for them. Fnatic having the turret advantage, having the push advantage with the Baron empowered minions right now, but they are not overcommitting.
Faxy's waiting for the TP, seeing if they can get it. There are a couple of wards there, and Fnatic are split here. Soaz is not building his Meganar bar yet, but Maxlor's come down to the bottom side as well, so it's not mid lane that ROCCAT are looking for a fight on. Soaz will build that bar back up fairly quickly, though, now that it's available again. And Fnatic look to push.
Should be able to get it. Caps is still there. No, they're going to back away right now. It's gone very low, but there's no more resistance down bottom. So isn't amazing are throwing boomerangs from the bush.
ROCCAT holding for a moment. Slowly but surely, though, Fnatic will push in for mid and that bot tower. Soaz is actually recalling, but doesn't have TP.
Well, Spire Shield. Throws the house. Daisy's coming in. Maxlor turns onto Amazing right now. There's a Realm Warp coming in around the backside, though. The tower is taken out by Reckless, and he opens the curtains. Caps comes in. They look for Maxlor, and they find him. One shot of the curtain call, and Yarna is going to dodge the next, but it doesn't even matter as Fnatic look to open up this base.
Fnatic looking to continue the push. They're going to get the inhibitor towers. A lot of this.
And Foxy's
dead.
He's gone. Nowhere to go right now as he's locked up, and it's going to be another inhibitor without Maxlor and Foxy. Fnatic are going to get this inhib easy.
With Gnar and the AD carries, this Rise, everything can push towers fairly quickly here for Fnatic. You can see where Soaz is going ultimately with his build, but we'll see where he was going for this fight. We thought he was recalling at first. He had channeled it, but cancelled. Comes down to the bottom lane in Mini-Gnar. Takes a lot of health off Maxlor between Reckless and the rest of the squad. Maxlor just kind of crumbles down. And then it's all about the tower push. Redemption comes through, heals them back up. Fnatic look to push again.
Yeah, I wonder how much would it change if Woodid had actually hit his ultimate onto Reckless. It kind of spaced right by him, and then as he opened up the curtain call. I don't know, maybe not much, but Fnatic have definitely widened this game in their favor. They've pushed in, they have the power to fight, and there's that frozen mallet you were talking about.
Yeah, and it makes it incredibly difficult. If it wasn't difficult enough for Foxy to maintain any kind of presence in the lane, now you've got a Mini-Gnar that is able to just kind of auto-attack you down, and after 4 or 5 auto-attacks, you've lost most of your health.
Speaking of.
Fairly squishy, though, if he gets caught by the damage from Kianan.
Yep, he's almost got Mega Gnar available. Maxlor is stepping forward to clear out the Jhin Trap, gets hit by the Boomerang, and now it is going to be a game of Siege for Fnatic, looking to push back out here as Betsy takes the special delivery right into Soaz's face. Just almost gets popped.
Yeah, Soaz doesn't punish him on that. Flash!
Oh! All right, come back, try again later.
Yeah, Soaz
takes a swipe.
A little baited by Betsy maybe at that point.
Yeah,
I was
some
thinking,
misses.
like, if they're close enough, that either the ult flash ult, did not hit.
Betsy nearly delivered himself right into Fnatic, but not quite far enough. So we are 26.5 minutes into this game. ROCCAT very much on the back foot, down about 8,000 gold, trying to hang on, trying to keep their hopes of winning a series in their group alive.
Bot lane's pushing in, though, for Fnatic, as Soaz is back up topside. Foxy has Betsy with him. It's going to be a change to Mega Gnar soon.
Oh, he's almost there, but he's going to Valk over just in time for Soaz to wallop him into the ground, but it doesn't matter. They get the shutdown, but they're losing mid tower here. The wave comes out, but it is their tower that has to wave goodbye. Fnatic trade Soaz life for an inhibitor turret in mid.
Yeah, Soaz out on his own without flash. Wasn't expecting both Betsy. Here comes the TP from Foxy coming through.
Throw down the captive audience. Amazing is topped up by Maxlor, but he's got Betsy at his back to tank the damage for just a second. Reckless, Caps, they're looking to push back Foxy. Betsy, he's going to force the flash out of Amazing. Fnatic are disengaging well.
That is probably the most taunting champion, as everything is pushing in through mid lane. Amazing distracted 4 members of ROCCAT, pulls them down as he had a flash. That's a Nexus tower that is actually down, so Fnatic trying to just chase ROCCAT, delay any kind of recall attempts.
There's the Realm Warp. Caps is going to take it into 3 right now. But the curtain call was open. Redemption came down. Caps takes out Betsy. So at the end of the day, it was well worth it. And now Foxy's locked up by 3. Not for long will he be alive as Soaz takes out one. Woodid and Yarnan trying to push away, but the minions have done their job, and it is bare Nexus right now. Fnatic on top of it. They fire back. They're going to take this one. ROCCAT, it was a chance for them, but it just was not enough. Fnatic will finish this 2-1. Heading into cross-group play. GG, boys. That's it. Not the cleanest series we've seen out of Fnatic. A lot to answer still. But they pulled out the victory, and that's what matters.
Yeah, they pull out the victory, still kind of relying a lot on a somewhat risky draft. But this time they bring a winning lane, they bring the Gnar to the game. They know they can push in the Maokai. Saw that presence time and time again.
And the Ivern really paid off some big dividends. Amazing adapting here, shifting his attention to some newer picks in the meta, working out for them. And for ROCCAT, well, nobody wants to lose to a giant cupcake. But unfortunately for them, they will end this first phase of group play without a series victory.
Yeah, without a series victory on the board. A couple of game wins, but
some encouragement. I mean, this is not a team that is getting crushed every single time.
No.
They are fighting back.
They are fighting back. And honestly, for ROCCAT, I think ROCCAT Origen is going to be a fairly interesting series. If Origen, that's kind of their contenders that they'll be looking at. But for Fnatic, a couple of improvements between the games this week. The Ivern coming out, as you were alluding to, I actually think is a big pick now for them. I'd be a little worried if Fnatic get that in some of the cross-group games. But I like what Fnatic are trying to do. They're one of the teams that are bringing a little bit different style to the gameplay, but it's not always as successful.
Yeah, that's very true. And I think that you talk about teams trying to adapt to each other. Speaking of Origen, you know, kind of 5 guys coming together trying to make it happen. It hasn't worked out yet. But for Fnatic on their side, I mean, they've brought some new members together as well. Jez seems to be meshing well with the team. Reckless, the old cornerstone, is there. And of course, Soaz coming back. There is a little bit already in the way of synergy, but there are still some lingering issues. We'll see if they're able to plug those holes. But I think Fnatic can be happy that they were able to pull out the victory, even if it took them 3 games.
Yes, yeah. Fnatic fans can breathe a sigh of relief on that series. I think there's a moment after game 2 where it's a little scary.
Yeah,
you're thinking...
I mean, ROCCAT played that very clean, and Fnatic did everything they could to try and punish them. You know, I think the draft may be some question marks as well, but honestly, ROCCAT are showing a lot of heart to try and continually fight back and never give a game away, and it was honestly hard fought to the last.
ROCCAT have at least got some building blocks that you can see. ROCCAT's issues aren't unfixable. There's still areas of the game where they still are looking fairly strong. So we are only in week 3, the end of week 3. So there's still
we're not riding it out just yet. The results are still, we still got a while.
Yeah, until those playoff spots lock. But next time the group meets itself, they have to beat Giants. They have to beat Origen in a couple of weeks. Maybe the likes of a Vitality or a Splyce who have looked more vulnerable over in the other group. Those are the teams you've got to beat if you want to be in that playoff race.
There's definitely some possibilities there, and it is still very, very early in the split. But, man, we have had some great action over 3 weeks. It is really encouraging to see a lot of those stories. And, you know, Fnatic definitely building themselves back up once again after last year. You know, fairly disappointing run for them. So we'll see, you know, how things change overall. Now, for more on that victory, Quick Shot standing by with Soaz.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, congratulations, Soaz. Hard-fought victory in the end. Game 3. Much cleaner, much more convincing. So I'm going to start on the tough question. What on earth happened in game 2?
Well, basically we have two carries that are supposed to deal damage, and Caps got behind early on. So it was really hard to, because we can only team fight. We cannot play 1-3-1. We cannot do anything besides team fighting, right? So since Caps was behind and got his build delayed, then it was really hard to possibly team fight. And that was the main issue.
What is part of the thought process that allows Fnatic or lets you go, we're going to pick a team fighting comp that can only team fight? Was it because of your enemies or was it because of the meta?
I think it's more about the meta right now. I think UL is playing this style very well, and most teams are not necessarily playing the same style, but are adapting a bit towards this style, at least in Europe. We felt like we played a lot of UL in scrims, and we felt like this style was pretty strong. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely didn't work out, unfortunately, in game 2. I'm going to ask another question about some of the Fnatic thought process. Camille, you leave it open in game 1, you pick it up in that rotation, and then it goes mid lane. What's some of the thinking here, Camille mid?
Well, we are pretty flexible with Camille. Caps really like the champion, and from what I've seen, Camille mid is really good against most heroes. There's only, I think, one that is good against it, but against most of the meta champions right now, Camille mid is pretty good. And as you can see, he can roam from level 4 or something and just dive bot. So if you have any pressure top or bot, he can just straight come and dive because he's really mobile, and he can just E in the jungle and stuff.
Yeah, really exciting to watch. It worked phenomenally in game 1. I want to ask some personal questions now. It was great to see you play the Gnar. I really enjoyed watching your Ilaoi a little while ago. But why are you playing so many tanks? Is this a team decision?
Well, I think we struggle a bit at playing 1-3-1 as a team. So I think the team feel more comfortable if I play a tank if I group with them more than if I'm splitting.
How does Soaz feel? Are you okay with tanks at the moment? I know there's the meme, but I really enjoy watching you play your carry champions, and it's great to see you on a Gnar where you can outplay.
I think I'm pretty flexible. I think I can play tank very well, and I can play split pushers fine too. it just depends about like what the team needs more than anything.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, team play at the end of the day. Fnatic, it's been a slow start in the spring split, so just one or two more questions about expectations. You know, there was a lot of hype. Soaz returning to Fnatic, bringing Amazing with him. Caps, you know, all the jokes around Baby Faker and whatnot at the beginning of the split. But you guys seem to be struggling on stage. Can you tell me why?
I think we had like a rough week of practice, and it's mostly like, I think it's G2, it came down to like more team comp, for example, and I believe like we had like a rough week, and for especially this week we didn't adapt too well in terms of the actual meta, so we had like different mindsets, and we couldn't translate what we got in scrims. For example, you know, when we play Zed or Katarina, you can imagine it's much different in scrims than on stage, right? So we kind of have to like change this mindset a bit and play more, practice more like how it is on stage.
All right, so hopefully the practice does change. Looking forward now, you touched a little earlier about how Unicorns of Love have been one of your scrim partners. Looking forward to some of these matchups against UOL, against H2K, against Splyce. Who's going to be the most difficult opponent of the lot?
I think UOL is really strong right now.
UOL is really strong. That's it, simple? All right, well, I look forward to it so much. Congratulations on the win. We're going to head over to post-game lobby. Dracos, take it away.
Welcome everyone to the post-game lobby, where I'm joined by Crepo, Vitality's Cabo Shard, and Fnatic's Reckless. And we're going to wrap up the week so far and take a little bit of a look back at the spring split. So first off, welcome Reckless.
Thank you very much.
Coming in after a win. Now, the first series we want to focus on is your series versus ROCCAT to kind of wrap up the week. And we talked a lot about it, but we wanted to get your perspective overall. How did you feel the series went?
I think obviously the series went a lot better than our series against Misfits, but since we only really had one day, as Soa said, since we weren't fully prepared going into the Misfits game to prepare for this game, I don't think we had still the full grasp of how we wanted to draft, and we had some questionable decisions, especially in the second game. But I think all in all, we figured it out pretty well, and I think we went away with a well-deserved win.
Yeah, I think earned it overall in the end, and it was good to see. Curious, Camille coming into the mid lane, is that something that you guys had planned for, or is this something that you kind of prepared on the fly?
I think Caps is a player that plays pretty much everything, so when we got the opportunity to play Camille, we were kind of aware that they would most likely go Shen into it. So we already decided beforehand that if that was the case, we would put it mid instead and try to get a better match up top. And I think these kind of things is what we didn't necessarily do against Misfits or generally in the beginning of the split. So if we can continue with those draft priorities, I think we will have a much better time playing out the game.
Would you not say that if you run 2 physical damage dealers in an Iron tank comp and you have a lane on bot that actually lose, that you maybe even lost the draft game 1? Because I feel like you had a really strong trade level 1 the game, but if they play it half decent, I feel like you get pushed in.
I think Varus is just too OP, so it didn't really matter game 1, but I think game 2 and game 3 were much closer in that regard. So since we were giving away the Varus, as soon as we did any draft mistakes, it would cost us the game. So I think like draft 3 was okay, but draft 2 wasn't that good.
Did see some adjustments to the draft, a lot of early priority on the Ivern, and conveniently, Amazing has now won player of the series for that Ivern performance, so it looks like while we were skeptical, it does knit him a player of the series overall. And I want your impressions of Amazing. We kind of talked about him. Struggled a lot in the last week, feels like it's coming together this week. Is he still feeling like everything's going well with the team?
I think Amazing is one of the most hardworking players, actually. He always strives to improve, and even though he doesn't always do it in the best way, I think he always has like a good meaning behind it. So he's actually one of the teammates I've enjoyed working with the most, because I feel like we're just improving at such a rate that I didn't expect beforehand. So even though like we didn't pick up Ivern for the Misfits game, just the fact that he was able to do so yesterday and bring it up today and play 3 games in a row was really a showcase of how he actually is as a player.
Yeah, solid adaptation. Of course, the other series that we want to take a look back on is Vitality versus H2K. Cabo, we've been criticizing everyone else today. Now I think it's your turn in the hot seat. Talk to me about this series. Give me your overall thoughts.
Yeah, I guess like first game it was just we have good comp, we played correctly, I suppose. We've just played the map, and when they go for the kills, we go for the tower. So even though we are pretty far behind in kills, we are.
This was a risky fight to take, though. You guys could have easily lost this one.
Yeah, but we played wrong, but we end up winning it, so who cares, right? And yeah, the two other games, like game 2, we have losing bot lane, and yeah, once again, when you lose bot tower, it snowballs the map just so much easier, than it was pretty hard. And game 3, I guess they went for the Ivan Varus comp, which like we see more and more. Like, you know, you have winning bot lane, and if you send Ivan 3v3 bot, you're gonna always win, because you just poke, and then you have shield and Daisy, so you're gonna get the tower once again. And yeah, I guess that's it.
I mean, it was solid to see the first win, of course. Didn't really work out in the end. We saw this hyper-aggressive engagement. Unfortunately, met misfortune. Just got to sit in the back line and dish out all that damage. You got your hands on Camille top. We saw Fnatic take it mid. Do you still feel like this is a pick that needs to be banned very early in the draft phase, one of those mandatory red side bans?
It's still a very strong pick here, obviously. Like, it has some flaws, like any pick. And I think people are more and more letting it open in scrims, for example. And like, we can see that either you can play the Shen or Poppy and just try to play on the other side of the map, lose a bit on the lane, but then you're Shen and you're going to be fine in teamfight, or play some split push like we saw in other regions, like, I don't know, we saw Darius in China or Fiora in Korea or something, so that can work too as well, but it's more risky.
Do you think we'll see more of those counter picks sort of come out, more Camille left open in the future, as we've now seen in mid and top lane, or is no one really going to realistically take the risk at this point?
I think people can take the risk, yeah, but once again, Camille, we saw her on 4 roles, right? And like that's as well like something you take into account when you draft against it, that at any moment they can just flex it and you have to ban it on the first rotation, or like let's say they try to ban 2 things and then it's so OP on this role because you ban the 2 counters. So we saw it mid, we saw it top, we saw it jungle, and even support in NA.
Yeah. At this point in the season, you guys both obviously aspirations for being at the top of the table, but as we look at the first round robin, as it's closed out, when we bring up the standings, we can see you guys both kind of at the middle right now, and I want to talk about expectations for yourself early in the split. Cabo, we heard earlier that you felt like you'd rather be losing early and coming into playoffs where it matters.
I'd rather be winning early and after, but if I have to choose one or the other, I prefer winning at the end, yeah.
Yeah, and
hopefully you peak, though.
We will.
Reckless, is it kind of the same situation over on Fnatic? Are you guys hoping to ramp up over time here as you're currently sitting at 3rd place in the group?
I mean, we're definitely looking at the long-term goal here of making it far into the playoffs. But at the same time, I think pretty much every series we've played so far has been a really good learning experience. So it's quite draining mentally to go through them, because they're always coming with like a different lesson. But I feel like with this roster, we have like a lot of matureness, and we're able to go through them in the right way. So I feel like even though we're perhaps not having our draft in order yet, I feel like we're just improving week by week, so we'll get there for sure.
All right, well, next week, Group A will face Group A and Group B will face each other for the first time, so that's going to be interesting to see. But we're going to look ahead at the 2nd round robin and our first look at the cross-group play. So if you're joining us in client, hit us up at youtube.com/LOLesports for the full-length post-game lobby. All right, now we're into the full-length post-game lobby. It's just that easy. So let's talk a little bit about cross-group play. We'll start with you, Reckless. We heard Soaz say that Unicorns Love kind of the big contender in Group B. Is that a sentiment that you share? And if so, like, what makes them such a big threat right now?
I think, first of all, it's obviously something I share. We've been scrimming them a lot, and I think actually scrims is their biggest strength, because they are one of the few teams that are able to translate their scrim performance to stage. I think most of the teams right now, if not almost all of the other teams, are struggling a lot with playing out scrims or stage performance same way as scrims. Meanwhile, Unicorns are just doing their thing in scrims and doing their thing on stage, and there's no one really putting any stop to it.
Because that was, without pointing any names, but last year there was a lot of teams that were reluctant to scrim the Unicorns because there were quote-unquote fiesta games where they went too far forward, too snowbally. But it seems they're bringing that style to LCS, where they have zero hesitation, they just go in. Is it now, are more teams striving to scrim against the Unicorns now?
I think scrimming Unicorns is a really unique thing, because you are able to practice so much fighting in general. But at the same time, it's, as I said before, like really mentally draining playing against them, or just playing longer series in general. And I think it takes a lot of time to get used to playing against Unicorns.
Because you usually get sucked into the chaos, right?
Yeah.
Like once you start fighting mid over and over and over, how hard is it to practice strategy when you play against the Unicorns?
I actually think Unicorns have a lot of strategy in mind. I don't feel like they're taking as many random fights as they did before. I think they're always playing at the right side of the map, and they're always having like an objective in mind, even though there's a lot of fights on the way there. So if anything, I feel like scrimming them is actually giving you a lot. And it's just a matter of like keeping it up mentally and getting through the scrims.
But their main style, or just the meta right now, seems to be very kind of end up in a team fight. There's very few 1-3-1, and if there is, it's not executed that strongly. Cabochard, what's your take on 1-3-1 in the current meta?
I mean, it can work. We saw today maybe in the game, the second game against Fnatic, when Ryze could have gone there. Like there is some compositions that sometimes that you can just go freely on the side and know you have the advantage with champions like Ryze or something. And
is Europe good enough to 1-3-1 right now, or are teams struggling too much?
Yeah, Europe is good enough. Like maybe not the best, but the more you play, the more you're gonna train, obviously, and be better at it. So if you keep it team fighting, in 2 months, you're not gonna be better at 1-3-1. So.
Yeah. So I'm curious, when we look at 1-3-1, obviously, like Ryze is the first champion that stands out to me, of course, known for independent kind of side lane split pushing. What other mid lane champions are we going to see that are going to be effective in this role? We saw, Fnatic try Zed, we saw Vitality try Zed. How many champions are really available? Because Corki seems to be very popular, but it's not really one of those champions we equate to the 1-3-1 style. Is there enough in the meta where teams can consistently look for a 1-3-1 option against team fighting comps?
I don't think it's actually that much about the mid lane pick. I think it's much more about the top lane pick. So, for example, on red side, you almost always have the opportunity to go for a counter pick in the likes of Fiora or these kind of champions that no one is really playing, but I think are okay. Like, you just, as Cabochard said, like, teams are good enough to play it, but it's also really risky. So, I think it's definitely something that will come out more and more, because once, you don't get the Ivern or you don't get the Varus or the Corki, or you have no real, matchup to fight them. So you have to go with another approach to the game, and that's usually 1-3-1. So I don't think it's necessarily about the mid laner, because I think a Corki can go side lane, a Syndra can go side lane, a Ryze can go side lane, as long as she has the vision or he has the vision. So it's much more about the top lane pick and kind of just drafting for it, I guess.
That's interesting that you bring that up, because I feel like we've seen inconsistency in drafting in EU when it comes to roles. I feel like Fnatic, a team we consider to have pretty solid drafts 1 week, next team not as good. We've seen the same thing for Vitality, and actually pretty consistently across a lot of our teams. And Crepo, I want your impression. Are we seeing a lot of bad drafts from EU? Are people experimenting? What's your opinion overall?
I mean, I don't have insight in the scrim culture, but a lot of games I see, I think what's happening a lot in Europe right now is that bad drafts don't get punished. Because, in my opinion, Fnatic game 1 is just, it's just not a good draft, because, you have a matchup bot lane that should, on theory, just get pushed in. You have a mid lane that gets pushed in. You have a top lane that gets pushed in. And then Ivern should just not be able to jungle whatsoever. And there's countless examples of that. So I have a hard time evaluating whether I'm just wrong and dumb, or people are getting away with murder, or if this is an acceptable margin of error. But I do think we need more consistency in drafting overall. And I feel like teams are catching up. When teams are so drastically switching over, when Misfits bring out the Ivern comp and now everybody seems to want to play it, I think there's definitely room for improvement still.
Curious where that's going to take us in the coming weeks. We talked a little bit about counter options to the Camille being left open. Ivern now appears to be rising in popularity. We've heard Graves come out as a counter pick as well. How lethal is the Ivern right now? How much of a priority should he be in pick and ban?
I mean, I think one of the reasons why he's so strong is that when you know you have the pushing bot lane and you send this jungler bot, as I said, you're going to win every 3v3, and once again, the bot tower is going to snowball you the whole map pretty much. So many teams play it that way, and the flaws it gets pretty much is the level 3 and level 4, you're not going to win 2v2s, you can get invaded, this kind of stuff. But I guess people, when they play Kha'Zix, they just try to farm for the level 6 something, and they don't abuse maybe the weaknesses in the opposite side, and Ivern ends up playing for his strengths, and you lose bot tower.
Reckless.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ivern is really strong right now, and I think Varus is really strong right now as well. So if it's not already happening enough, with people opening Camille or opening LeBlanc, I don't think Rengar should be open, but I think the other two are okay.
Trade any champion except Rengar?
Yeah, every champion except Rengar. But either way, it feels like more and more people are going to look towards this, because right now, if you're blue side and you just ban out the Ivern and take the Varus, I don't feel like there's too much counterplay. So I think it's going to be much more of a trend, trading perhaps an OP for Ivern Varus, or Ivern for Varus and OP. So I think this is something that will happen a lot more for the future.
Now, as we kind of get closer to cross-group play, both groups have pretty stylistically different teams. I'd say at the top we see G2 be one of the few teams to successfully kind of execute a 1-3-1, what we saw from Echo yesterday or earlier in the week. Now, I'm curious, as you guys move into cross-group play, of course, Cabo, you'll be playing Group A, Reckless, you'll be moving over to play against Group B. Is there any team that you're really interested in playing against stylistically that you think you guys match up well against or not so well against?
Personally, I would like to play HK, because Fabian is in HK. But I think they're really good right now, so it's going to be definitely a tough game. I think we're actually playing them before the IM Katowice week, so there shouldn't be too many weeks until then. But other than that, I think it's hard to tell if Group B is stronger than Group A. I think there's some teams that are good and some teams that are not so good. But as we've seen already, many things change over the week. Like one team can go from being one of the best looking to one of the worst looking in a matter of weeks. So I think it's
there's still hope, Cabo.
Yeah,
we're gonna get there.
Same for us.
You can't just put him on blast like that. He doesn't even play a game day. You're like, all right, Cabo, don't worry. Well, Cabo, let's turn to you as well. I mean, which team are you most curious to play in the opposite group?
I mean, we're gonna take every game as it comes, and just I guess since we're not already like we make a lot of mistakes, like we get outdoor players and things, like we have to focus on us getting better. So I think playing the best opponent like G2 seems really good, and even Misfit. And we're gonna just play them and like focus on the mistake and keep getting better. There is not really someone that I have in mind that we want to play or.
I imagine scrim culture right now is teams in A scrim teams from Group B, and you don't really scrim too much within your own group. Is that gonna kind of influence the matchups that you go on, like mind game further, since you have like a lot of history? For example, when you guys play the Unicorns, do you think the scrims are gonna play in, or is the meta evolving too much from week to week?
I think the meta is evolving too much week to week, but at the same time, I haven't really felt like we've been scrimming Group B more than Group A, actually. I think we've had quite some scrims with both Misfits and G2, and it's not necessarily that you're just scrimming people from Group B, because after all, most of the time you only have one game a week, so there's at least three teams in your group that you're able to scrim.
Well, coming up next week, I feel like one matchup that we're kind of dancing around is the matchup between Vitality and Fnatic. And I don't want to put you guys too much on the spot here, but I just want general thoughts on feelings on how...
That's dirty, Dracos.
I don't want them to fight each other. I just want to know how they're feeling. Because, I mean, we bring it together. They're going to fight. We can dance around it all we want, but it's going to happen. It's happening on Friday. Let's go to Reckless first. How are you feeling about the matchup? And what are your opinions on Vitality?
I think... it's really hard to tell because we're struggling so much ourselves, but at the same time, Vitality is probably a team that struggles even more. So
fair.
It should be a game that we go home with a win, but at the same time, as I said, you never really know because so much can change in a week, and the meta is going to change as well. Maybe it fits them better, or maybe it fits us better. Can't really tell, but definitely both teams are looking like they have a lot of mistakes to fix.
All right, Cabo, thoughts on Fnatic?
Yeah, I think we're just gonna prepare some Soraka counters and we're gonna be fine. The 2-0 is gonna kick in then.
I guess good to
Make
keep
sure
it
you
brief.
pick Ignite.
Ignite on both.
Succinct strategy coming in from Cabo, and all of Vitality, it appears on the...
I think it makes sense. If you pick Ignite on Chani, so when he goes down, he can actually take one guy with him, and then it's a one-for-one trade. I think it's worth it.
Oh yeah, you're bringing up something.
Coaching Vitality right here.
All right. Well, don't get too biased. We're going to have to give Fnatic some advice later, too. So, you know, we keep
I've already criticized their draft enough.
Okay,
I'm done before these players hate me.
All right. Well, tomorrow, the European Challenger Series will kick off for the year, and Splyce is going to give us a quick rundown of the teams and what we can expect.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and hopefully ease some of the tension on the desk there. That was getting spicy for a moment. And you are correct, Dracos. Tomorrow is the start of the European Challenger Series, and this is the most hype Challenger Series I think we've ever had, especially here in Europe. And I think the best way of illustrating just how hype it is by breaking some of the rosters down, giving you a few key players to watch. And let's start with Reckless's potential teammates, or at least sister team in Fnatic Academy here. We've highlighted a very, very familiar name. Mr. Rales, a mainstay in the European LCS, actually has never played a game in Challenger Series despite qualifying through CSQ twice. So he joins Kikis, who obviously has a pedigree of going through Challenger himself as well, and the rest of Fnatic Academy in what is sure to be a very strong team coming into the spring split of Challenger. Another team that qualified through CSQ is Team Kinguin. Their AD carry Woolite used to be a mainstay in the EU LCS and has really been putting out performances here and there in Challenger over the last few splits. It's an all-Polish lineup, so they're sure to have a lot of support from their fan base, and we're excited to see what this lineup can do because there is a lot of tough competition in EUCS, and one of the teams that they're going to be competing with that has also been in Challenger for a while is Millennium. The French organization returns to EUCS with an unchanged mid laner, but a fairly different roster everywhere else. We've highlighted Pretty because he has been a key player for Millennium over the last few splits, and while a lot of his teammates have gone on to have a lot of success in the LCS, Pretty still finds himself here, now surrounded by a lot of good players. We'll see whether his Anivia comes out as he's followed in Froggen's footsteps time and time again with that synonymous pick for himself. Speaking of success in the LCS, Misfits moved up to the LCS last split, and Misfits Academy have joined the Challenger Series. Their support Dreams actually split games with Ignar in the last split and had a pretty good Bard when we saw him playing in the summer split of 2016. Interested to see whether Dreams Bard is at the same level and how he compare with Yuki60, who has been around Challenger for a couple of years himself. Misfits Academy, certainly a team to watch. Everybody's eyes for European Challenger on the last two teams, though. Some of the biggest names we have ever had, even in the European esports scene here for League of Legends. Paris Saint-Germain wade into the scene with one of the most scaring, frightful lineups we have ever seen in Challenger Series. This guy right here, Pilot, comes almost straight out of the LCK and is even placed 4th in LCK playoffs. One of the only players to have a win over SKT in a game in a World Championship year. This guy is the real deal. And with the rest of the lineup, some European mainstays, PSG are a real force to be reckoned with, and everybody is expecting them to be in the promotion tournament come the end of the split. The other team everybody is predicting, the other traditional sports organization, the other football team, Schalke 04. We had them in the LCS last split. They dropped down into Challenger and revamp their roster. We've again highlighted a support. It's a European mainstay. Vander joined the lineup. His last series was in the World Semi-Finals this past year. He comes straight off that hot H2K run right into Challenger, along with a lot of other familiar faces. The team lineups are hype, the matchups are hype. Tomorrow we're going to be bringing you Kinguin versus Schalke, PSG versus Fnatic Academy, and Misfits Academy versus Millennium. It all kicks off at 3 p.m. Central European time tomorrow. Vedius and Medic are going to be bringing you all of the action, and this season is going to be a real interesting Challenger Series, Dracos.
I mean, I'm ready. We got a lot of clubs investing. We got a lot of strong talent lineups now. I know you guys are almost entirely focused on LCS for the most part, but I'm curious, since Fnatic Academy is sort of that sister team, Reckless, what are your thoughts on the Challenger Series teams that we're seeing? Do you feel like they're getting stronger and stronger as the years go on?
Actually, I think our Challenger Series team right now is stronger than our main team. We've been scrimming them quite a bit, and we're also working together in an office, so we're like not necessarily sharing room, but we're in the same workspace and talking to each other daily. And I've watched some of their scrims, and I think, generally speaking, they're super solid, and they've played with each other for quite a while now. So they definitely have a shot at making it far. But at the same time, with PSG and Schalke in there, I don't really know if they'll make it all the way.
You're talking about your kind of sub-team here as they're a unit and you guys are a unit, but yeah. I feel initially the announcement was a 10-man roster from Fnatic. Is it too early to see potential like swaps come out or just testers in LCS and not? Or is that just going to disrupt maybe too much building?
I think the fact that they're playing right now is probably going to hinder potential swaps, but it's not something we have ruled out at all, and it's not something we have even talked about, actually. I think it's much more a question of time and just like us getting comfortable and them getting comfortable, then potentially doing swaps by swaps. But I think all 10 players are really talented in their own ways, so it's definitely something we can look into for the future.
On a similar vein to Vitality, Kaba, you guys do have GBM kind of sitting, waiting in the wings, and I'm curious if we'll see him come in, if you guys plan to kind of mix and match him between Joko and Series, or if we're going to see him anytime soon.
I mean, for now, I don't think it's the plan, but it's not something as well we ruled out, so time will tell, I suppose.
Yeah, good to see. Maybe we'll see him come in, maybe not. Joko has been having some pretty solid performances going back and forth.
I haven't watched too much Challenger footage or CSQ, but what I did enjoy was the parody videos that Team Kinguin is producing. Like Schalke is investing like super hard in like really professional videos, and Kinguin is kind of just trolling them by just making the low budget versions. So I like personality, I like sass, because I think it's really hard for players to get noticed in Challenger very often. They need to play either extremely well. So I like that some of these orgs are either upping the production like Schalke or just making a name for themselves with whatever means they have, as in Kinguin.
You know, finding some humor in it. Good to see. Yeah. I like the mix-up. I like the funny videos. G2, of course, came out with one last year for LCS. Good to see more teams kind of investing either in very professional video production or you know, just trolling a little bit. Yeah, having fun with it overall. Making a joke. Last year was G2 at our expense, even from some of our promos. So.
Oh, yeah. We don't talk about it anymore.
Good to see, of course. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Reckless, Cabo, coming in for the whole day. And Crepo as well.
You're welcome.
I don't really know why I'm thanking you.
Do it anyway.
You're here. This is your job. Well, thank you, Crepo.
Time to toss.
You happy? Are you ready? All right. Well, the European LCS will continue next week with Giants versus Unicorns of Love. But in the meantime, That's going to do it for us for here on PGL. That concludes it for week 3. We'll be back next Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European time for more EU LCS action, and we'll see you then. That was fun.
Flash over from Trashy, and this will be the ace. Kill secured by Wonder. Trashy is already jumping in on the squishies. Tabs and Heaver, they've been opened up on. Stand United will deliver Tabs to Wonder's hands.
We need to call this, like, that they're doing this. No information. Just call, please.
Kobe goes over the wall. Tabs is doing well. All of that passive attack speed stacking. Messy fight. And it ends with Splyce acing Origen.
The Splyce, they bounce back, they take the 2-0, and it's exactly what they needed to do, and it was clean enough for them to be happy.
1, 2, 3, Splyce!
See, they dive onto Faxi. He knows something is up. Will he be able to get away? He's got his flash, but he's in the ultimatum right now. Blocking damage. They flash in. Reckless throws down the chains of corruption, and it's going to be Caps. That follows through. Put in Room Prison, but he's going to hop forward for an ultimatum. Betsy can't go anywhere. So as Twisted advances on, he's going to flash, but it may just be too late. And Caps with a rampage kill.
And now the depth charge is coming. Origen takes a lot, so as flashing forward. The moment of poor positioning. Oh my god. Piercing arrow comes in. Maxwell taking a lot of jump damage. In the redemption, he gets out. Reckless is caught and sniped down.
My bad.
And there's nothing Fnatic can do. They're trying, but it is just not enough. ROCCAT with the win on the board.
It's got flash. He might have to use it. He does. Faxi. Oh, he's trying to bait this one out. The 1v1. So as with the boomerang.
Oh, no.
Goodbye.
Fnatic looking to continue the push. They're going to get the inhibitor towers. A lot of this.
And Foxy
is dead.
He's gone. Nowhere to go right now as he's locked up. Fnatic on top of it. They fire back. They're going to take this one. ROCCAT, it was a chance for them, but it just was not enough. Fnatic will finish this 2-1. Heading into cross-group play. GG, boys. That's it.